Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Dragon Ball, starting from adding 1 combat power per second. Chapter 81, Old Guy, Where Are You Looking? Lin Chuan's voice sounded from behind Slag. At the same time, the scarlet penetrating wave he condensed broke through the space. Hearing the sound, Slag's heart sank, and his huge body turned around suddenly. What caught his eye was a scarlet energy light group. What is this? Slag felt the terrifying destructive power contained in this energy, and instinctively folded his hands to protect his chest. Boom. Single quote. The scarlet piercing wave penetrated his arms and body in an instant, causing a devastating blow to Slug. PFF'd. His body and hands were pierced, purple blood spurted out of Slag's mouth, and his breath suddenly decreased like a cliff. My body, my power, no. The old Sladen was unable to control the flow of his power. Due to the severe injuries, his giant state also began to recede, and he gradually returned to his normal posture. Because he is too old, the power he can exert after returning to his normal form is very low. Now, I'm afraid if Piccolo were to take action again, he would be able to crush him easily. Even if it is Sun Wukong, it is enough for Slug to eat a pot. If it were a young person, if it were me when I was young, I won't be willing to accept it. Slag lay on the ground, filled with resentment in his heart. He hated why his body had become so old. If he were in a young state, let alone injuries of this degree, even if he had a few more holes in his body, his combat power might not be weakened much. Moreover, what is this kind of injury? He would recover in a moment. Slag struggled to stand up, but found that he was surrounded by Namek warriors. He was seriously injured, and there was no one around him at this moment. In this case, it seems that no matter what, it is impossible to reverse the situation. I didn't expect that my majestic overlord of the galaxy, the former emperor, would actually be reduced to this level. His heart was filled with rage, and Slug was extremely angry. Accepting your fate, K, but not entirely. At least, Slager didn't give in his heart, and he wouldn't realize that his return to planet Namek this time was wrong from the beginning. If he came with good intentions, if he still had a trace of conscience, he would not attack the mother planet. But he took action. He did not come as a Namekian, but as a former emperor of the universe. Slowly falling, Lin Chuan came to Shilage, and the call of the Great Elder suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Chuan, thank you very much for defeating my child who fell into the devil's way, and please bring him to see me. Transmission of thoughts is the communication ability of the Namek clan that Lin Chuan learned from the Great Elder just now. I didn't care about it at first, and I didn't want to learn it, but later I thought this method was not bad, so I learned it. It is also convenient for the Great Elder to contact him. I know, but I suggest you kill him. It's not that I look down on him, or that I think he is hopeless, but if I give him a chance to breathe, then when I leave planet Namek, no one among us will be his opponent, let alone him. Repression. Lin Chuan replied to the Great Elder through his thoughts. I will persuade. If he is still stubborn, then let it be as you said. The Great Elder's voice came, and Lin Chuan stopped answering. People like the Great Elder are somewhat indecisive. He won't give up until he tries. Stepping up to Slag, Lin Chuan looked down at Slag. Are you here to humiliate me? Saiyan. Slag glared at Lin Chuan with unwilling eyes, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. It was because of him that he ended up in this situation. I have no interest in humiliating an old guy like you. You should feel lucky that the Great Elder of Namek, your father, wants to see you, so you have temporarily saved your life. Otherwise, what I just said, that blow would not seriously injure you, but would directly kill you without any body parts. Lin Chuan's indifferent reply aroused Slag's astonishment. His father. Staring directly at Lin Chuan with cold eyes, Slag tried his best to maintain his heart. Now that he had been defeated, he chose another way to maintain his dignity. It's just the Saiyan clan that was destroyed by Frieza. You are the prodigal dog who survived by chance. How powerful is this king? How can an ant like you predict it? If this king was young, with your level of strength, I could crush you to death with one hand. Slag's rebuttal was meaningless in Lin Chuan's eyes. He looked at Slag so coldly, with no emotion in his eyes. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a sonic boom was set off in the space. Not killing Slug doesn't mean you can't continue beating him. This guy is too conceited, and he can't stand that self-righteous look. The slap was so powerful and heavy that 2 of Slug's teeth fell out. At the same time, Shilage, who was devastated by this terrifying force, his eyes turned white and he fainted. You has a tough mouth. After complaining, Lin Chuan looked away. The Namek warriors who witnessed this scene were suddenly sweating profusely, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. They had always known that this Lin Chuan was very strong, but this was a bit too strong. Moreover, this method of suppression was too shameless. It's finally quiet. Nelu, take him to see the Great Elder. Lin Chuan said to Nelu. Nelu knows this. Well, before that, Nelu nodded. He did not act immediately, but raised his head and looked at the sky shrouded in dark smoke. We can't continue to let that machine release poisonous mist, we must destroy it. Nelu said, condensing extremely strong energy in his hands. Everyone saw this and knew his plan. Boom! With the explosion of energy, there was a loud noise tens of thousands of meters in the sky. There was a huge explosion in the sky because of Nelu's burst of energy. The dazzling light bloomed like fireworks. The machine that created the demonic fog was destroyed, and the darkness shrouding the surface of Namek quickly dissipated. Finally, leave this messy battlefield behind. And that extremely huge spaceship. This thing can be left to Bulma to study, I believe she will be very interested. All the Namek warriors were celebrating the victory in this defensive battle. Only some Namek warriors who had interacted with Piccolo on a daily basis and had a good relationship were secretly sad. Naru is naturally one of them. Among the Namekians, it was not easy to give birth to such a strong person. Now he fell in this war. After all, no one expected such a thing to happen. Everyone even thought that he might die, but no one would have thought that as the most powerful person among the Namekians, he would be the only one to die. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan had tears in his eyes. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan felt nothing because he had already sensed that Piccolo was not dead. Previously, Piccolo was only injured after being knocked out, and Piccolo couldn't recover for a while. Later, after he escaped, Shilage had transformed into a giant and fought against Lin Chuan. Don't worry, that guy is very tough, so he won't die. If he is killed in just a few hits, then he is no longer Piccolo. Lin Chuan's words stunned everyone. Sun Wuhan looked even more incredulous. His face changed from sad to sad and he said in surprise, is it true? Uncle Lin Chuan. Of course, when have I lied to you? Look over there. Lin Chuan said, raising his hand and pointing. Located in an inconspicuous corner, when everyone's eyes are focused on it. Piccolo was standing there. Although he was injured, it was nothing serious. Piccolo was really not dead, and there was nothing serious. Son Gohan happily flew over. Previously, I thought Piccolo was dead, which prompted his complete transformation. As in the original work, Piccolo died blocking Nappa's energy for him, and Son Gohan completely awakened. It should be said that although it has only been more than a month, the relationship between Son Gohan and Piccolo has become very stable. That kind of family affection is irreplaceable and irreplaceable. Piccolo did not die, which made all the Namek warriors happy. What about Piccolo himself? At this time, he felt extremely embarrassed about his tragic defeat, so he did not take the initiative to show up until the end of the battle. If you are so confident, you will be killed in just a few rounds. However, he did benefit a lot from this battle. Knowing that he could continue to become stronger, he also saw a higher realm again. Most of the soldiers are left here to clean up the battlefield and take care of the spaceship. Some other people, together with Nelu, escorted Slag to where the Great Elder was. Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan naturally followed. After all, although the battle is over, the outcome of Slag's treatment still needs to be determined. Arrive at the Great Elder's residence. Just in case, Lin Chuan personally pressed Shilage in. Because Lin Chuan was there and the Great Elder personally spoke, everyone could only wait outside. Seeing with his own eyes the child he had never seen since birth, the Elder was obviously very excited. He even tried his best to get up, but gave up because his body couldn't support it. This abyss-like demonic energy, my child, didn't expect to become like this. Looking at Slag who was still in a coma, the Great Elder was heartbroken. At the beginning, he just wanted to let Slag take away the Namek family's inheritance and survive. Unexpectedly, it actually created a big demon that destroyed countless planetary civilizations. As you said, who knows what will happen in the future? You wouldn't have known that the future would be like this, right? Lin Chuan threw Slag next to the Great Elder. Slag, who was old and seriously injured, seemed to be dead and made no sound at all. The Great Elder felt distressed, but he still adhered to his original idea. He did owe this child a debt, but if the child was truly hopeless, he would never be merciful. Since I created him, it's up to me to end all of this. The Great Elder reached out a hand, held Slag's head, and began to use his ability to read Slag's memory. This is his way of sharing the sins of Slug's life. Soon, he saw all of Slag's past. Because of the catastrophe on Namek, he was sent away from Namek and drifted in the universe. Because the target planet was hit and exploded by a meteorite, the spacecraft selected planet number 2 in intelligent mode. But planet number 2 was occupied by demons. Therefore, Shilage has been adopted by the demons since he was a child. Because of his special physique, and because he has a strong fighting talent, he becomes even more powerful after being contaminated by the demonic energy. Needless to say, when he grows up, Slag not only surpassed previous demon leaders, but also became the leader among those demons in one fell swoop. This is the beginning of sin. Because of his powerful strength, Slag became more and more cruel by nature. He is a ruthless super devil. His level of evil is comparable to that of Piccolo. After learning all about Slag's past and experiences, the Great Elder finally felt relieved. He saw no hope of change, especially since Slug is as old as him. Although Slag still has nearly 100 years to live, to the Namekians, these last 100 years are like the last 10 years of human beings from 90 to 100 years old. Lin Chuan was surprised when his breath changed suddenly. Do it directly. You don't plan to recognize each other. I'm very satisfied to see him. If we recognize each other, trouble may happen. He should pay for what he has done. When I die, I will go to hell and pay for his sins with him. The Great Elder's words were very desolate. Lin Chuan can understand. After all, who wants their children to follow such a path? Even, in the end, he will take action against his closest relatives. Okay, now that you've decided, just do what you plan to do. However, you are you and he is him. Even though he is your child, he is still a living being. He embarked on this path by himself, and he cannot blame you. Lin Chuan tried to persuade him. The Great Elder didn't say anything more, but personally took away the last bit of Slag's life. This move also shocked Lin Chuan. He didn't expect Namekians to have such ability. The description of the Great Elder in the original book is still too one-sided. If he were still young, his strength would probably be on the level of millions to tens of millions. At this point, Slug's incident is finally over. In a simple word, Slag's arrival is like a large experience package, which not only allows Piccolo and Sun Wuhan to grow, but also helps Lin Chuan gain full favorability in the hearts of the Namekians. Since then, Lin Chuan and his party stayed on Namek for more than half a month. Counting the 6 days since leaving the Earth, plus the days spent on this planet, a full month has passed. There was no other reason. Firstly, the Namekians still needed help. Secondly, of course, Slug's spaceship needed to be dismantled in order to put the important parts into the portable universal capsule, so Bulma needed enough time. After all, there are no helpers on this planet. Even if there are intelligent robots to assist, the amount they can bring is very limited. On the other hand, Son Gohan followed Bulma because he was eager to learn, and he must have learned a lot of new knowledge. Finally, the third reason is cultivation. Both Piccolo and Lin Chuan are looking for breakthroughs. Piccolo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He also led some Namekians to improve their strength, especially Naru, whose combat power has reached 100,000 points. This terrifying progress was naturally made possible by the help of the gravity training room. As for Piccolo himself, after this period of training, his combat power has reached 300,000 points, and he has already become accustomed to practicing under 100 times gravity. His good ideas also inspired Lin Chuan. Carrying heavy weights to practice in a heavy environment will naturally increase the difficulty of practice, and the body will feel the pressure again. Let's talk about Lin Chuan himself. During these nearly 20 days of training, he had been seeking a breakthrough as a Super Saiyan. Finally, I even tried to rely on anger to break through. However, nameless fire is often useless and cannot find opportunities. It just keeps getting stuck at the most critical point, making it difficult to make any progress. In terms of combat effectiveness, with the support of the system, it has truly exceeded 10 million points and now has 10,358,850 points. Today, everything is ready, and it is time for them to leave Namek. One thing worth mentioning is that in the original work, Dandy, who was not brought back to Earth by Sun Wukong until later, will be entrusted by the Great Elder to return to Earth with them this time. On the surface, it is said that he is a guest, because Dandy has a good relationship with Sun Wuhan and wants to visit the Earth. In fact, isn't it the connection between the Namek family and the Earth? In this way, even if anything happens in the future, the other side of the Earth and this side will be tied together. Moreover, if Dandy goes to Earth, he can be trained as the next god. When the Great Elder did this, Lin Chuan thought a lot. There is indeed a calculation, but for him, instead of doing any harm, this matter is all good. Even if Dandy doesn't go to the Earth now, he will go to the future. Sooner or later, he will become the god of the Earth. Even though as a time traveler he could change any plot, he would not change Dandy's plot. After people arrive on Earth, they can immediately upgrade the Earth's Dragon Balls. In the future, Dandy will also upgrade the spiritual time room. This is a proper advanced assistant. The most important thing is Dandy's healing ability. It can be said to be the first in the Z era. Just like that, the Namek team came to an end. Boarding the spaceship on its return journey, the 6 days it took to return to Earth were more joyful than before. Firstly, with the addition of Dandy. Secondly, everyone's relationship has become better, so life is more harmonious. Lin Chuan didn't know anything else, but one thing Lin Chuan knew was that Piccolo would definitely send Dandy to the god Piccolo. Unconsciously, Piccolo changed, and the aspects of his thinking and the future he saw became more distant. He seemed to understand what the Great Elder meant, so he didn't object. Although Dandy will be very lonely in the future, the current Earth cannot live without gods and Dragon Balls. He, Piccolo, is indeed still young, but the god Piccolo is old. Once that old guy dies, he will also disappear with him. This is the fate of twins. Although they are already different individuals, their origin is the same. Arrive at Earth. The huge spaceship landed near Bulma's research institute. Because he received the news of Bulma's return early in the morning, Brive had been waiting for a long time. After getting off the spaceship, Bulma went about her business, handed over to Brive, and handed all the gains from this industry to her father. Lin Chuan was the first to determine whether the space imprint of planet Namek could be sensed. The result was quite satisfactory to him. Although the breath cannot actively spread to such a long distance, under the mark of the space there, he only needs to expend a small amount of energy to reach there with the help of teleportation. Lin Chuan also made an attempt. After confirming that there was no heavy consumption, I was satisfied that the teleportation obtained this time was not considered a stretch. Otherwise, it would be just a matter of teleportation on the planet Yatatra, which would be too restrictive. After some rest, the next day, Lin Chuan, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan were outside the rooftop of the second floor of the big round house. I just finished lunch, so I took a rest here. In the past, a new round of practice would have started long ago. But because they had just returned to Earth, they were also combining work and rest. Where's Dandy? Of course he is here too. After returning to Earth, Lin Chuan also communicated with Piccolo in disguise, and finally understood his intentions. Lin Chuan would not stop Piccolo's idea. That's all. Time flies, the sun and the moon fly by. Before I knew it, nearly 9 months had passed since I went to Namek and returned to Earth. During these 9 long and short months, the Earth was in a peaceful stage as always. Originally, in such peaceful years, everything was so beautiful. However, the invaders are about to attack. This peace is like the calm before the storm. In order to meet the coming crisis, the Z warriors tried their best to push themselves and make themselves stronger. Also today, in the dark space of the universe, 2 spaceships streaked through the shadows, continuously crossing the space at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. The target of these 2 spaceships is the Earth. Sitting in the spaceship were Vegeta and Nappa, who had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to invade Earth. They don't know that when they come to Earth, they actually come to kill people. Because of the close distance, the spacecraft switched from overspeed mode to low-speed cruise. Awakened by the spaceship, Vegeta and Nappa opened their eyes one after another. Finally, is it almost there? HMPH. A long year has finally passed. I hope we won't be disappointed this time, Vegeta. On the Earth, Western capital, near the research institute at the Bulma family estate. An extremely huge round house stands here. This is a new building built by Bulma a few months ago. It is also a super large gravity training room built to give Lin Chuan a better training environment. The interior of the building was now filled with bright red light. Lin Chuan is practicing super gravity here. Day after day, month after month. The gravity value displayed above the central control room reached an astonishing 300 G. 300 times the Earth's gravity. It seems ordinary, just like the training that the original Vegeta went through. However, Lin Chuan did not force himself to carry out the persistent 300 times gravity training, but could completely bear it. In addition, Lin Chuan would apply heavy weight, so in just a few months, Lin Chuan's physical strength had once again improved to a higher level. Not only has he developed an indestructible steel body, but his mastery of strength and the use of chi have reached the pinnacle. He is no longer what he used to be, and his combat power is systematically increased by 1 per second. At this time, his combat power has exceeded 35 million points. It reached 35,545,500 points. The normal combat effectiveness has reached this point. Not to mention Super Saiyan. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan at this time, a mere 50-fold increase would give him a combat power of nearly 1.8 billion. Not to mention the certain emperor of the universe in the current era, even if the androids revive in a few years, whether it is number 17 or number 18, or both of them together, he will be able to deal with them with ease, and even defeat them easily. As long as he is not the evolved cell, no one can be his opponent. These 9 months have been a true transformation. It is also a new beginning. When the practice progressed to a certain point, Lin Chuan suddenly stopped. As he walked to the central control room, he pressed the red button. Wang! A muffled sound. With a roar, all the surrounding red light receded. The 300 times gravity environment returned to the Earth's gravity standard, and Lin Chuan felt that the pressure on his body was completely gone. After this round of gravity training, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the gravity training room. Instead of going back directly, he came to the temporary lounge here to take a shower, then changed into a simple set of powerful martial arts uniforms and then walked out of the big round room. I was about to go back to the big round house to have lunch to fill my stomach. Suddenly, 2 breaths that I had never sensed appeared in my breath perception. Although it seems normal to him now, there is an evil aura in his aura. He immediately raised his head and looked at the sky. I see, it's almost time, is it finally here? Vegeta and Nappa. It's really wronging you to come all this way to give someone away. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, he had really been waiting for a long time. During this period of time, he would dream about the scene when Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth and were completely crushed. At this speed and this distance, it should take less than half an hour to reach the Earth. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan took off in the next second and flew towards the big round house. Although Vegeta and Nappa were about to arrive, this could not stop him from eating. At the same time, located on an uninhabited island in the south, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan are undergoing field combat training. During this period of time, although Sun Wuhan was not practicing with Piccolo all the time, he would find time to find Piccolo or Lin Chuan every day. This guy is strong enough, with a combat power of 250,000 points, so there is no problem in going back and forth every day. Different from the original work, due to lack of strength, he can only survive in the wilderness under Piccolo's training. At this time, Sun Wuhan tried his best to attack Piccolo, but Piccolo easily defused the attack of Sun Wuhan behind him, and used this to teach Sun Wuhan more fighting skills and optimize his fighting experience. Just when they were fighting fiercely, they suddenly noticed 2 strong auras approaching the Earth. The 2 of them pulled away at the same time, stopped fighting, and looked at the sky. HMPH. It seems that it's those 2 Saiyans. After waiting for so long, they are finally here. Piccolo showed an evil smile on his face. Today, he is no longer the Piccolo he used to be. Everything he has experienced in the past year has made his strength reach a level that even he himself could not imagine. If he had sensed these two chi a year ago, he would have been prepared to be cautious and not be careless. But now, the gap is too big. These two auras are not even as good as those demon leaders under Slag more than 9 months ago. Their aura is so weak. Son Gohan had no scheming, and his straightforward words already reflected his views on Nappa and Vegeta. So weak that he couldn't even get interested. This year, Sun Wukong has already been transformed. Especially after the disaster of Shilag, he became a real warrior. Even if the opponent is weaker than us, don't underestimate any enemy easily. Sometimes the less threatening is the most deadly. Piccolo put on the posture of a strict teacher and admonished Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is still young, and he doesn't want this child to underestimate his enemies or even feel conceited because of his strength. That would do him no good at all. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly. Being obedient is the standard for Sun Wukong. Even if his strength continues to improve, he will not be proud. Above the Temple of Heaven. Dandy has been living here for a long time since Piccolo brought him here 9 months ago. Of course, Dandy is not restricted. He can go to the earth to play, or he can find Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Lin Chuan and Bulma. For Dandy, God Piccolo regarded him as his successor and cultivated him from the bottom of his heart. How could he have imagined that when Lin Chuanbek and the others went to Namek, they would bring back a young tribesman? The most important thing is that this child is pure and flawless, without a trace of evil thoughts. This is simply the best candidate to become the next god. Originally, he planned to let Sun Wukong, the son of Sun Wukong, inherit the position of god, but the appearance of Dandy completely changed his mind. There is no one on the planet better to nurture than Dandy. And the most important thing is that they are all Namekians, which are extremely special to the earth. At this moment, God Piccolo was standing on the edge of the platform with God Dandy and a group of Z warriors, looking up at the universe and the galaxy. If nothing else, as a god, he has noticed that the enemy invading the earth is close at hand. I have calculated the time in advance, but I still made a mistake. I don't know if Wukong and his elder brother have finished their training. God Piccolo's face was extremely ugly. The gods of the old era were at the bottom of the pile in this new era. After a year of training in the Temple of Heaven, you are no longer what you used to be. Today is the time to show off the results of your cultivation. I hope you can resist the invasion of those two Saiyans before Son Goku and Raditz come back. Although he felt that Tianjin Ikrin Yamcha Dumplings and the others could not be the opponents of the two Saiyans, God Piccolo still gave serious instructions to the 4 people in front of him. After a year of hard training, we have been transformed. Let all Saiyans come over. Yamcha was the first to speak. He was so confident in his own strength that he was a little blind. Now, it is true that he has been reborn, but his combat power has increased dramatically. At this time, it is only 1750 points. Compared with his 1480 points of combat power in the original work, it is indeed much stronger. But in fact, this gap in strength cannot make up for anything at all. Don't worry, leave it to us, Lord God. Even without Wukong, we won't be defeated so easily. Krillin was not as boastful and confident as Yamcha. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, he always had an unknown premonition about the unknown enemy. That is to know that the enemy is definitely not simple. With our current strength, even if we are defeated, we can definitely delay time. So Lord Tianjin doesn't have to worry too much. I believe that Wukong is also on his way back from the underworld. As the strongest among everyone present, Tianjin Fan also spoke. His strength is more than a little stronger than in the original work. The combat power is as high as 3000 points. It's a miracle that Krillin reached 2780 points, but he is even better. Only Dumpling remains silent. He is the weakest, but he is much stronger than the original, breaking at least 1100 points of combat power. It's a good thing to have ambition, but the enemy who came this time is extraordinary in strength. You must remember not to be careless. The god said earnestly. He only hoped that the 4 people he trained could hold back the Saiyans. In his opinion, the only ones he could really count on were Raditz and Sun Wukong, who were training under the North Kaio. As the god of earth, how can he compare to the king of Kai? So there's nothing wrong with having this concept. It's not that I'm looking down on Klin Tianjin rice yamucha dumplings and the others. Reaching a consensus, the warriors looked at each other, and finally flew down from the heavenly temple one after another. The enemy hasn't arrived yet, but they have their work to do. For example, go to the immortal Krillin to ask for some fairy beans, or go to meet some important people. Looking at the retreating figures of the four people, God Piccolo turned to face Dandy and the servant Bobo. Bobo, I'm going to the underworld to wait for Wukong and the others to come back. Dandy will be taken care of by you. God Piccolo said earnestly. After receiving affirmative answers from the two people, he also disappeared from the celestial temple. At this moment, on the northern Kaiwang planet at the end of the snake path of the underworld. Under the guidance of the King of the North, Sun Wukong and Raditz are now considered successful in their cultivation. Compared to when they first arrived at northern Kaio, they were completely different. The situation is different from the original work. Because of the addition of Raditz, the direction is completely different. The two compete with each other and complement each other. Sun Wukong became more powerful than in the original work, and Raditz also fully unleashed his potential, undergoing a major transformation as if he had been reborn. It can only be said that Raditz's potential cannot be underestimated, but he has no chance to show it in the original work. Just when Sun Wukong and Raditz were training for battle, the King of the North suddenly noticed something and interrupted them. Sun Wukong, Raditz, today's training ends here. The King of the North Kato put his hands behind his back, with a hint of anxiety in his words. He didn't expect that he also miscalculated the time. It was thought that the Saiyans would arrive on Earth in 2 days, but it turned out that there were less than 2 hours left. Did something happen? Lord Kaio. Sun Wukong didn't know what was going on. He had a carefree personality and asked directly. Kaio-sama, you won't come up with any weird training methods like last time, right? Raditz looked wary. As a thorn, he was often attacked by the North Kaio King. Tricky. In the past few days, it was also because of the training from the King of the North that his arrogant temperament was smoothed away. Seeing the two of them stop fighting, the Northern Kai King no longer hesitated and told the situation. Raditz, what? Did Vegeta and the others arrive so soon? Sun Wukong, oh no. The snake path is so long, we won't be able to get back in time. The two of them panicked. How could they have imagined that this king of the realm, who had always maintained omniscience, would sometimes make miscalculations? Don't worry. With your current strength, if you want to complete the entire snake path, 1 or 2 hours will be enough. Even if it's a little late, you still have a lot of warriors on the earth. No matter how bad they are, they can delay it for a while. Before I leave, I want to give you a gift. As the Northern Kai King spoke, he activated his ability. The two of them felt that the clothes on their bodies disappeared and reappeared instantly. I saw that they were already wearing brand new battle uniforms that were different from the original ones. Sun Wukong still wears the orange battle suit, but the word on the back has changed from turtle to world. Raditz's battle suit maintains the Saiyan style, but there is also the word Kai on his chest. This clothes feels different from before. It doesn't feel heavy at all. Sun Wukong said in surprise. Of course, this is specially made by the King of the North. Not only is it light, but the defensive function is also quite good. Ordinary attacks cannot damage this piece of clothing at all. The King of the North explained proudly. But what does this word mean? Raditz focused on the word on his chest. No matter what, you are considered half of my disciples, so naturally you have to wear a battle suit with the identity of a disciple of this realm king. The King of the North raised his head, feeling particularly conceited. When the two of them heard this, they were both stunned. Ordinary people would be confused. After all, this is a status symbol. But Son Goku and Raditz are Saiyans, so they don't care so much. After saying their final farewells, the two regained their strength under the power of the North Kaio King and had another hearty meal. Then, let's take our leave. Thank you for your teaching during this time, Kaio-sama. Sun Wukong thanked the Northern Kaio very humbly. Looking at this proud disciple, the Northern Kaiwang nodded with satisfaction. Compared to Raditz, he still liked Sun Wukong more, so he taught all his secret skills to Sun Wukong. Of course, Raditz also taught him, but this guy is an idiot. He seems smart, but he can't learn anything. Not as good as Sun Wukong, whom he was not optimistic about at first. Go, we can meet again after you die. According to the lifespan of Saiyans, you will die in a few decades. The king of the North Kaikai joked. Yeah, Sun Wukong didn't think anything of it. After all, although this was the Northern Realm king, it was still the underworld. Raditz said nothing, but his eyes told the king of the North Kai that thanked him for his guidance. Without the king of the North, he wouldn't be what he is now. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Beyond Earth. The two spacecraft locked on the target, passed through the Earth's atmosphere, and fell towards the densely populated city. Boom, single quote. Boom, single quote. Along with the spread of extremely terrifying shock waves, and after the violent concussive explosion, two huge craters of 20 to 30 meters in diameter and several meters deep appeared in the center of the city. Although the impact of a spaceship's fall is much smaller than that of a meteorite, it is still no small matter for ordinary people. Due to the direct collision between the two spaceships, this neighborhood fell into chaos, causing many human beings to die. It was like a disaster from heaven. He was walking well, but suddenly he was killed by a spaceship landing. The imagined riot did not happen. The street, which was originally bustling with traffic, was instead filled with people for a short time. Human beings are like this, full of curiosity about the unknown. As everyone knows, curiosity can kill you. The hatch of the spaceship opened. After a year-long journey, Vegeta and Nappa finally breathed a breath of fresh air. The two slowly walked out of the hatch, performed air dance skills to leave the pit, and landed on the street. Is this the Earth where Kakarot lives? A low-level planet is a low-level planet, and the life forms are so weak that they don't even have a combat power of 5. Nabali observed the surroundings with a combat power detector, and his playful and bloodthirsty eyes swept over everyone around. The people on Earth still haven't figured out the situation, and they have even begun to talk about it. The noisy sounds were endless, which also made Vegeta and Nappa feel a sense of irritability. The ants like Earthlings are really noisy. There is no need to waste time in a place like this. Nappa, get rid of all the Earthlings here. Vegeta ordered impatiently, thought for a moment, and then looked cold. He said, as our first gift to the Earth, I believe Kakarot and Raditz will be very satisfied. I see, I understand, Prince Vegeta. After understanding, Nappa smiled cruelly and raised his right hand. Condensing energy, the next second. Boom, single quote. The destructive energy spread rapidly and spread to the entire city in an instant. Everything within a radius of 100 miles, and the entire human city, was instantly reduced to rubble by Nappa's big explosion. It looks much better now. I wonder where Kakarot, Raditz, and Talos are now. I can't help but want to crush them to death. Nappa said with a sinister smile. He is bloodthirsty and has been following Vegeta to invade planets for many years. It can be said that except for Vegeta and the senior generals of Frieza's Legion, he doesn't take anyone seriously. What's more, they are two lower-level soldiers and Raditz, a waste among the higher-level soldiers. It's useless even to hide. The combat power detector can accurately find the specific location of these traitors. Vegeta smiled ferociously, slowly levitated into the sky in the next second, and activated the combat power detector. Beep beep beep, single quote. As waves of searching sounds rang out, not long after, two numbers with impressive combat power were detected and the target locations were identified. The combat power is 2,000 and 2,500 points, are they Kakarot and Raditz? 1 year has passed. Is this the so-called combat effectiveness that we strive to improve? In the final analysis, lower-level warriors are lower-level warriors. That loser Raditz has the qualifications of a higher-level warrior, but he can only do so much. Looking at the numbers on the detector, Vegeta already thought his guess was correct. Originally, he thought that Raditz might bring him a surprise. Unexpectedly, this is it. Vegeta doesn't know how cruel he is saying now, and how much he will pay in the future. It seems that it is undoubtedly Kakarot and Raditz. Otherwise, no one on this planet would be able to reach this combat power index. Nappa agreed. Let's go, deal with the traitors first, and then go find the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Vegeta sneered. The two of them got angry and flew in the direction pointed by the combat power detector. located on the huge uninhabited island where Piccolo and Son Gohan are. The two masters and apprentices sensed the breath and immediately discovered that the breaths of Vegeta and Nappa were approaching quickly. Uncle Piccolo, they came directly towards us after landing. Moreover, in the city over there, a lot of breath suddenly disappeared. Although Son Gohan was not afraid of Vegeta and Nappa at all feeling, but because a large area of the breath there suddenly disappeared, his young mind was still shocked. A city was massacred by Saiyans. Yeah, keep your mood. It doesn't matter how many people die. We have the Dragon Balls. We can just make a wish to resurrect the dead people afterwards. Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Judging from his calm appearance, he didn't care much about how many people on Earth died. And in his eyes, Vegeta and Nappa are no different from ants. A year ago, because he knew how powerful the Saiyans were, he couldn't believe it and was unable to resist. Nowadays, where can I still have that feeling from back then? He just wanted to get rid of these two Saiyans quickly, and then continue his training to improve his strength. Whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air behind the two of them. Piccolo and Sun Wuhan sensed something at the same time and looked sideways slightly. Lin Chuan came quietly behind them at some point. Teleportation. It's such a convenient ability. If it were in battle, a fight of the same level could directly kill the opponent. Looking at Lin Chuan who suddenly appeared, Piccolo complained. Lin Chuan is a monster. However, he was used to it. Uncle Lin Chuan, Sun Wufan greeted happily. Although they haven't seen each other for only 2 days, Sun Wuhan will always be so enthusiastic every time they meet. Yes, Lin Chuan nodded and stroked the boy's head with his hand. The three of them exchanged few words before 4 more familiar auras came flying towards them at extremely fast speeds from the horizon. 4 streams of light descended from the sky, revealing the face of the visitor. It was none other than Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Rice, and Dumplings who came down from the Tianshan temple to arrange everything. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Fan, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Dumpling. When seeing these father's companions, Sun Wufan immediately took the initiative to say hello out of politeness. Long time no see, Gohan, you look pretty good. Krillin looked at Son Gohan and greeted him with a smile. This power, didn't you expect that Wukong's son would grow to this point so quickly? It's really amazing. Tien Fan is different from Krillin. His perception is even more superior. He seems to be aware of Sun Wuhan's strength and is shocked. Incessantly. Of course, what he perceived was only the 2,000 points of combat power displayed by Sun Wuhan on the surface. If he were to know Sun Wuhan's true strength at this time, it would probably completely subvert his worldview. He has practiced hard for so many years to achieve what he is today. You're flattered, Uncle Tien Fan. Sun Wufan responded. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and after communicating with each other for a few words, they finally decided on their stance. The only person present was Yamcha, who had a sad face. There was no doubt that his eyes had been focused on Lin Chuan. Can't you see through it at all? Even after a year of hard training, you still can't reach the state this guy is in. Hateful. Yamcha drank angrily in his heart repeatedly. He originally wanted to prove himself, but now it seems that he is too narcissistic. Lin Chuan also noticed the way Yamcha looked at him, but didn't care. As a strong man with tens of millions of combat points, how could he care about an ant with only 1,000 combat points plotting against him? Let him be. Okay, if you want to reminisce about old times, let's wait until the battle is over. Vegeta and Nappa are already here. Lin Chuan reminded him. The 4 warriors who came back to their senses suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw that Nappa and Vegeta had arrived here, and were overlooking them from above. Ha 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 ha, is this all the fighting power on this planet? Instead of hiding, it's okay to gather here instead. If we gather them all, I can save myself and go look for them one by one. Nappa was gearing up, and his playful eyes were like a hunter looking at his prey, looking at everyone carefully. Raditz is not here, and neither is Kakarot. So, the one with 2,500 combat power points is the Namekian, and the brat with 2,000 combat power points must be Kakarot's son. Combat power 5,000 points, hum. He is Talos, interesting, he did not escape but boldly appeared in front of us. Vegeta's words came out of his mouth, and he looked around the audience for a short time and made the most intuitive evaluation. Although I don't know where Raditz and Kakarot have gone, leaving their sons to die here is the usual behavior of lower-level warriors. Nappa's joking tone was full of arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, these people seemed to be dead. It's better not to be too careless, Nappa. Don't forget that they all have the method to control their combat power. Moreover, Talos's combat power is 5,000 points. These Earthlings are all quite strong. As the two slowly descended from the sky and landed on the wasteland 10 meters away from everyone, their exchange also ended. Is this the Saiyan we are about to face? The strong ones are a bit too outrageous. Yamcha felt fear in his heart after feeling the auras emanating from Vegeta and Nappa's bodies. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but when he thought of retreating in front of so many people, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to force himself to calm down. It's really not a bluff, the energy in the two of them is actually so strong. Krillin swallowed, with a hint of fear in his eyes. A year of hard training is just for today. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can't make me retreat. Tianjin Fan did not dare to neglect and was always ready to fight. Dumpling didn't say anything, but he was so frightened by the two auras that he was covered in cold sweat. 4 people spoke. Piccolo and Lin Chuan heard it, but didn't take it seriously. After all, the strength levels are too different. The 4Z warriors now are just like Piccolo a year ago. Son Gohan, on the other hand, blinked his big hazy eyes and looked up and down at Vegeta and Nappa. Finally, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Chuan, they are really weak. Do we need to treat them so seriously? As soon as Sun Wuhan said this, everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Krillin was shocked. Yamcha was dumbfounded. Tianjin rice is incredible. The dumplings were amazing. Even Nappa and Vegeta had countless question marks above their heads. What is this kid talking about? Where am I? Am I so weak? This simply touched the sore point in Nappa and Vegeta's hearts. It's like they are weak in front of the senior generals of Frieza's army. Gohan, you just need to know some things in your heart. There is no need to say them out, otherwise it will cause some people's displeasure. Lin Chuan ordered while suppressing a smile. Piccolo, who had always been indifferent, was also amused by such words, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile that was intentional or unintentional. To Bic, he is the big devil. You will never laugh like that. Unless you can't help it. Brat, didn't that Kakarot guy tell you to be careful with your words? How do you know what it means to be powerful? Watch me kill you. How could Nappa endure being ridiculed by Son Gohan? Come on. Immediately, he would rise up and kill Sun Wuhan. However, stop, Nappa. With one word, Vegeta stopped Nappa, who was about to explode. Why, that brat despises us so much. If we don't let him taste the pain, we will be disgraced, Vegeta. Nappa asked in confusion, his words full of anger. For a moment, I even forgot to say my honorific. Vegeta looked at him coldly. He's just Kakarot's young and ignorant son. There's no need to be familiar with him. Rather than torturing him, I care more about where Kakarot and Raditz are. If you want to express your anger, why not break Kakarot's bones in front of him? Besides, there is another Saiyan traitor waiting to be dealt with before us. Vegeta said while looking at Lin Chuan. The two sides looked at each other, and Lin Chuan looked at the arrogant Vegeta as if he were a clown. This guy's B-box was full in the early stage, but later on, he stretched his crotch more and more every time. Even if he appears invincible for 10 seconds and is stunningly talented, he will be instantly killed 10 seconds later. Beep beep beep. Vegeta turned the combat power detector on his right eye again. Soon, in front of his eyes, the combat power values of everyone present were displayed, especially Lin Chuan's. He confirmed repeatedly because he was afraid of making mistakes. HMPH. Is it still 5,000 points of combat power? Even if you hide your strength, according to my estimation, it won't exceed 10,000 points, right? The remaining guys, their combat power is over 1,500 points. It's really good for people on Earth to reach this level of strength. It's just a pity that the gap in strength between us is still too big. Vegeta stopped his step-by-step analysis of combat power, and his eyes fell on Piccolo. I was originally quite curious about how there could be Dragon Balls on a shabby planet like the Earth. Now that I see you, I suddenly understand. The Namekians not only have strong combat capabilities, but also have a very strange power. If my guess is correct, you should have created the Dragon Balls, right? Vegeta said to Piccolo. In his words, every guess makes sense. The purpose of our operation is for the Dragon Pearl. If you know the truth, please cooperate and hand over the Dragon Pearl. Otherwise, even if you are a Namekian, you won't be much better in our eyes. Nappa said cruelly and teasingly. Unfortunately, I did not create the Dragon Balls. As for how strong my fighting power is, you can give it a try. A murderous intent flashed in Piccolo's eyes. If he wanted to, he could kill Nappa and Vegeta in just a split second. But he's not interested. He has an idea, that is, wait for Sun Wukong and Raditz to come back and see how strong they are. By the way, leave these two guys to Sun Wukong and Raditz. Okay. Nappa smiled ferociously, and his muscles all over his body swelled, with a tendency to explode. Just calm down, Nappa. If you continue to act like this, do you know what will happen to me? Let's play with them first. I remember there are still 6 seeds left in Vegetable Man. Take them out. I believe the entertainment will be enough to wait until Kakarot and Raditz show up. Vegeta has a calm temperament. Don't let Nappa mess around, but take out the seeds of the Vegetable Man first. Huh, how do you know Kakarot and Raditz will come out? Vegeta, Nappa asked in confusion. Needless to say, those two guys must be hiding somewhere for special training now. When the time comes, they will definitely show up. Vegeta folded his arms and said arrogantly. After hearing this, Nappa calmed down. Such a situation caused a panic among the Z soldiers. Unexpectedly, the skinny Vegeta was actually the real owner, and his analysis was very clear, and he completely saw through their preparations. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that those two guys would hide away forever. Nappa stopped messing around. Because he wanted to ravage Kakarot and Raditz more than ravaging the people of Earth. Then he took it out from his arms. There are really 6 Vegetable Man seeds left, so let them feel the terror from the Vegetable Man. The scene changes to the underworld. Piccolo, the god of heaven, who had been waiting in the Yama Palace for a long time, finally noticed a familiar aura. In the direction of the snake path, 2 auroras flew over, passing through the entire isle at extremely fast speeds, and arrived at the Yama temple. Wukong, Raditz, I'm here. Seeing this, God Piccolo was overjoyed and shouted hurriedly. Great, Lord God has arrived in advance. When Sun Wukong saw the god, he jumped and landed in front of the god. Take us back to Earth quickly. Vegeta and the others should have arrived, right? Raditz went straight to the point. The only things he cared about now were Nappa and Vegeta. I have been practicing on North Kaiwang for such a long time, all just for today, to avenge my previous shame. According to the time, they should be here. Catch me first, and I will take you back. God Piccolo stretched out his hand, signaling for Sun Wukong and Raditz to catch him. The two grabbed the god's hand, and the next second, the god Piccolo's ability was activated, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared here. The suddenness of the incident made King Yama a little confused. He, the master of the underworld, doesn't even know what's going on. Temple of Earth and Heaven. Just after returning to the Temple of Heaven, Sun Wukong and Raditz noticed Dandy next to the servant Bobo before asking. They didn't know anything about Namek. Looking at the miniature version of Piccolo under him, Sun Wukong made a bold guess. Lord God, is this your child? This sudden question made the god Piccolo twitch the corner of his mouth. He is not my child, but a compatriot brought back by the Saiyan named Talos who took a spaceship to Namek. God Piccolo explained. He is from Namek. He looks really similar to Piccolo. Sun Wukong lowered his waist and looked at Dandy with curiosity on his face. He even wondered whether these Namekians were carved from a template. Hello, are you Mr. Sun Wukong, Gohan's father? My name is Dandy. Dandy took the initiative to greet Sun Wukong. Do you know Gohan? Sun Wukong asked unexpectedly, looking at the innocent Dandy in front of him. Yeah, he and I are good friends, and I came to the Earth with him. Dandy replied with a smile. After hearing this answer, Sun Wukong was filled with questions. My son went to planet Namek and brought back this Dandy. I couldn't figure out what was going on for a short time, and Sun Wukong was confused. Thanks to Raditz's presence, one word brought his spirit back. Kakarot, how long do you want to talk nonsense to this Namek brat? If you feel tired, just stay here. I don't have time to waste time here. Raditz urged impatiently. Sorry, I forgot about it for a while. But we still have to go find Immortal Krillin. With our current physical strength, we need Immortal Bean to recover. Sun Wukong said. They were speeding along 1,000,000 kilometers of snake roads, which consumed a lot of money. Raditz had already learned from Sun Wukong that there was such a thing as fairy beans on Earth, so it was not surprising at all. If you want to recover, I can help. Dandy said hurriedly. His healing ability is second to none. Not only can injuries be rehabilitated, but physical strength and energy can also be restored. Really? Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Raditz looked at Dandy in surprise. He knew nothing about the Namekians. 32.4%. The screen returns to the battlefield. Everyone was confused about the vegetable man that Vegeta and Nappa were talking about. They didn't understand what it was. I saw Nappa digging a few small pits on the ground with his hands, then putting the seeds of the vegetable man into the small pits, covering them with soil, and then dripping the green liquid in the bottle on each seed. The soil on this planet is quite good. I believe it can grow good quality vegetable people. As he said that, Nappa stood up. Just 10 seconds later, the ground beneath his feet began to move. 6 strange-looking green vegetable men emerged from the ground, surrounding Nappa, waiting for instructions. Is this the vegetable man? It's unbelievable. Tianjin Fan frowned slightly, and after feeling the intensity of the vegetable man's aura, he didn't dare to slack off. This is a fabrication of 6 powerful beings out of thin air. You want to use some monsters temporarily grown from seeds to kill our majesty. What a joke. I'll kill them all. Yamcha was a little angry. Although he thinks he is not as good as the 2 Saiyans Nappa and Vegeta, he is still somewhat confident that he can defeat these little monsters. What a shame. Come on, kill all the people on Earth. Nappa gave the order to the vegetable man without hesitation. Guji. Vegetable man number 1 bore the brunt and headed towards Piccolo. It should be said that they are both green-skinned, so there is no need to rush each other. Moreover, this vegetable man is so brainless that he chose the strongest person besides Lin Chuan. 1 vegetable man moved, followed by 5 other vegetable men. Target respectively: Krillin, Sun Wufan, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings. Lin Chuan was directly ignored by them. I don't know why they just ignored him. Boring. Piccolo's expression did not change. He raised a hand lightly, gathering energy in his palm. An orange light wave left his palm and hit vegetable man number 1 at an extremely fast speed. Ah! In a painful scream. Boom! With a loud noise, vegetable man number 1 turned into ashes on the spot. What? Killing a vegetable man instantly with 1 blow shocked Nappa. Vegeta on the side also showed a thoughtful expression. With Piccolo's help, the others were eager to try and became more willing to fight. Well done. Krillin took the initiative to rush towards Vegetarian No. 2. After a brief exchange of moves, he figured out the opponent's true combat power. He seized the opportunity, knocked back the opponent with 1 blow, and sent it to Vegeta's side. Yamcha, who is also a member of the Kame Senryu sect, is not as strong as Krillin and Tianjin Fan, but his strength has reached a certain level. Defeating a vegetable man was no problem, but he was too anxious and wanted to show off too much. Even though his turtle-style Qigong wave successfully hit vegetable man number 4, it did not really defeat it. What about Tianjin Rice? There was no sloppiness in his battle, and he killed vegetable man number 5 in just a few blows. Even vegetable man number 6, who was controlled by Dumpling on the other side, was easily killed by him. These guys called vegetable men are quite powerful. How did they grow? Sun Wuhan was the only one who was not in a hurry to kill the vegetable men. He had a great time. I am also researching and thinking about what is going on. After all, he is a scholar in the future, and he is also very interested in the field of biology. Gohan, stop playing around and get rid of him. Piccolo couldn't help but remind Son Gohan when he saw that he was becoming more playful. If you are careless, you will often harm yourself. I know, Uncle Piccolo. After hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wuhan also knew that he was too promiscuous. Boom! A muffled sound. Vegetable Man 3 was hit hard by it and flew to the side of Nappa and Vegeta. This blow was an extremely perfect control of power. It only caused Vegetable Man number 3 to lose his fighting ability and did not harm his life. All 6 vegetable men were defeated within a minute of their appearance, and only 3 were left. This made both Vegeta and Nappa feel incredible. Impossible. Vegetable man's combat power is over 1,200 points. In terms of strength, it's enough to compete with guys like Raditz. Nappa said what was in his heart. It seems that their true combat power has already surpassed Raditz, hum hum hum. It's interesting enough for us to enjoy it. Vegeta didn't care about this, but focused on the 3 lucky ones aside. On the surviving vegetable people. Since you are defeated, there is no value in living. Vegeta said coldly, and fired an energy ray with his index finger, instantly burning the 2 vegetarians who survived into black charcoal. Such cruel and cold behavior gave the Z warriors present a new impression of Vegeta. The heinous devil, aren't they your men? Why kill them? Son Gohan was furious at Vegeta's brutal behavior. Vegeta reminded him of Slug, such a big demon who wouldn't even spare his subordinates. Why, anything that has no use value is waste. Kakarot's little kid is really naive. Vegeta said without changing his expression, as if this was a natural thing for him. The remaining half-dead vegetable man already knew his fate. As vegetable people, they were born to die with their enemies. Guji, vegetable man number 4, who was seriously injured, let out a sharp cry. He shot out and headed straight for Yamcha. What's going on? Yamcha's heart tightened, and he subconsciously put on a defensive posture, but vegetable man number 4 directly locked his body with his limbs this time. At the same time, a faint white light flashed around vegetable man No. 4. This was the rhythm of accumulating energy and self-destruction. No, Yamcha, get away quickly. This guy is going to blow himself up. Krillin saw the intention of vegetable man number 4 at a glance and called out to Yamcha. No, he is too strong and can't break away at all. Yamcha struggled hard. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he became, the less able he was to gather strength. He was completely panicked. He could clearly feel how terrifying the power contained in this ball of light was. Once it exploded, he might really die. As the light became more and more dazzling, Yamcha's heart rose to his throat. He clearly felt that the breath of death enveloped him. Uncle Yamcha. At this critical moment, Sun Wuhan struck decisively. His thin body rushed in front of Yamcha as fast as lightning, his whole body was filled with white mist, and he kicked vegetable man number 4 on the waist with a powerful whip leg. Boom! There was a loud bang. The power of this blow was so terrifying. Vegetable man number 4, who was about to self-destruct, was forcibly interrupted. Due to Sun Wuhan's eagerness to save people and the strength of his kick, vegetable man number 4 was split into 2. Without waiting for Yamcha's reaction in the next second, Sun Wuhan dragged Yamcha's body and moved quickly. Boom! Single quote. The huge explosion caused a terrifying storm. Yamcha finally escaped death. It's saved. Thank you, Gohan. Yamcha, who survived the disaster, was very lucky that he could survive. Looking at Sun Wuhan at this time, he felt like he was extremely irritating. It's okay that he is not as good as Sun Wukong, but now he is not even as good as Wukong's son. Everyone else was also shocked by Sun Wuhan's sudden move. This is incredible. Kakarot's kid, he actually has such a powerful force in his body. He was able to defuse the self-destruction of vegetable man, and he also saved that useless earthling. Nappa was shocked by Sun Wuhan's brief burst of power. Arrive. That move just now required at least several thousand points of combat power to do it. This is such a young age. Vegeta on the side, his eyes became more and more profound. He was currently staring at Sun Wuhan intently. With the power that exploded in that moment, the detector's response directly reached over 3,000 points. In a flash, it can even be compared to Nappa. Kakarot's child actually has such potential. What is going on? Could it be that the hybrid race born from Saiyans and Earthlings is really a more powerful race? Maybe I can take him with me. Vegeta had the intention to take Son Gohan away and train him. Firstly, the potential shown by Sun Wuhan was really amazing, and secondly, he wanted to make this half-blood kid useful to him and do things for him. Nappa is old. He is becoming more and more disobedient. He needs an obedient subordinate. Nappa, it's time for you to take action. Keep Kakarot's cub and the Namekian. Talos will watch over it for you. For the rest, do as you please. Having made a decision in his heart, Vegeta ordered. Hehehehe. Is it finally time for me to take action? Okay. After receiving the order to take action, Nappa showed a cruel smile on his face. Although he was not very satisfied with Vegeta's order, it finally gave him a chance to make a scene. Here is the Z warrior. At this moment, Yamcha was still slumped on the ground, his back soaked in cold sweat. This feeling of surviving a disaster left a deep impression on him, and he may never forget it in his lifetime. At this time, Tien, Fan, Krillin, and Daozi were all in a daze. So fast. Beads of sweat fell from Tien Fan's cheeks, and the scene of Sun Wufan's instant action kept replaying in his mind. With his eyesight and state of mind, he was unable to see Sun Wuhan's actions clearly, and he didn't even know when he took action just now. At this age, Sun Wuhan already has this level of strength. Tien Fan, did you see Gohan's movements clearly just now? Krillin asked with a look of shame on his face. He was also frightened by Sun Wuhan's sudden burst of speed. Yamcha was almost in a certain death situation just now, and even they couldn't find a way to save him, but it was resolved by a 5-year-old child. This made him feel ashamed. I didn't see it clearly at all. Tien Fan shook his head and replied. Can't you see with your 3 eyes? It seems that this kid Gohan has become stronger than we can imagine in this year. Wukong's original decision should be correct. Krillin recalled the scene a year ago when Sun Wukong entrusted Sun Wufan to Lin Chuan and murmured to himself. Oh my god, Tien, that Saiyan is about to take action. At this time, Dumpling noticed Nappa's movements and reminded him. Hearing this, everyone immediately stood ready, put on a fighting posture, and were ready to fight at any time. Here on Earth, the real war is about to break out. At this moment, in the interstellar universe, Frieza's spaceship is sailing rapidly towards Earth. In the central control room, Frieza sat on the stroller as usual, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. While enjoying the wine, I slowly looked at the wonders of the universe outside the specially reinforced glass in front of me. These lights shining in the dark universe belong to him. He is the emperor of the universe. He is also a well-known planet developer. As he was admiring it, the door behind him opened. Sorby came to Frieza's side and bowed respectfully to report the situation. Tell me, what's the latest news? Frieza asked casually while shaking the wine glass in his hand. Report to King Frieza that it has been confirmed that Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth and had a conflict with the people on Earth and the Saiyans on Earth. Sorby said. These words made Frieza frown, and for a moment, the atmosphere cooled down. How long will it take for us to reach Earth? Dear Mr. Sorby, Frieza asked after taking a sip of red wine. If nothing else happens, it should take another 7 days. As the words came out, Sorby immediately broke into a cold sweat. Because Frieza's murderous intent has spread to him. But my subordinates also got a piece of useful information. According to the information sent back by Vegeta's detector, the Dragon Balls seem to have been created by the Namekians, so. Before he could finish his words, Frieza held the ball in his hand. The wine glass was crushed directly. The scarlet wine spilled all over the floor, making everyone present look pale and tremble. It seemed that what exploded was not the wine glass, but their heads. Does it take 7 days to travel? It seems that we can't reach Earth in time before Vegeta uses the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Ha. Little Vegeta, do you think that after you realize that boring wish, you can compete with me? You are naive. Let me ask you, is the news true that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians? Frieza's sharp gaze stared straight at Sorby in front of him. The invisible pressure caused the other party to be frightened until he was sweating profusely. My subordinates heard that Vegeta himself said that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, and the Namekian on Earth also admitted it. Sorby's answer was somewhat opportunistic. Because Piccolo didn't admit it, but they all thought so. Really, if the Namekian admits it, then there is a high probability that the Dragon Balls are products from Namek. At our current speed, how long will it take to change course to Namek? Frieza changed his mind and planned to change direction directly to planet Namek. Since it is the place of origin, the Dragon Balls must be more powerful than those on Earth. We have explored it before. According to our current sailing speed, it will take less than 2 months to reach Namek. Sorby replied after thinking for a moment. Really, Less than 2 months is not too long. In that case, give me the order to change course and go to planet Namek. The scene returns to Earth again. At this time, no one knew that the Earth had unknowingly escaped Frieza's invasion. At this time, what everyone has to face is Nappa, who is ready to fight. People on Earth, it should be said or not, you are indeed very strong. Even the vegetable people have been killed by you. But it's a pity that what you have to face this time is Uncle Nappa. Nappa geared up and strolled closer. He stopped only after he was 5 meters away from everyone. This arrogant attitude makes me look like I am invincible in the world and no one will take him seriously. Stop being arrogant. Those guys called vegetable people have been defeated by us, and it will be your turn soon. In order to save face, Yamcha opened his mouth and shouted to Nappa. HMPH, hey, the guy who was lucky enough to survive has a pretty good tone. Nappa smiled jokingly, not taking Yamcha seriously. Immediately afterwards, his eyes scanned everyone present. Yamuti, Tianjin rice, Klin, dumplings, Sunwoo rice, Piccolo, Lin Chuan. These trash-like earthlings are simply not enough to defeat, even if their power has surpassed that guy Raditz. Kakarot's son has good fighting ability, and this Namekian. Nappa kept murmuring, and he was somewhat resentful of Vegeta for not letting him take action against them. His eyes finally fell on Lin Chuan. Traitor of the Saiyans, Talos, I have to say that your combat power is indeed very strong. With a combat power of 5,000 points, you would have been a high-level warrior back then. It's a pity that you chose the wrong team. After I kill all these earthlings one by one, it will be your turn. Nappa's arrogant and domineering attitude, I don't know where he got his confidence. Seeing Nappa's arrogant attitude, Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing. Usually he won't laugh unless he really can't help it. Asshole, how dare you make fun of me? Just wait, I will let you understand later, what is the real terror. Nappa looked at Lin Chuan's arrogant smile, with murderous intent burning in his eyes. More intense. So what about 5,000 combat power? If he breaks out with all his strength, he will be able to fight even with 6,000 warriors. Alas, a guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. It's a waste of my time to say another word to an idiot like you. Lin Chuan crossed his arms, still looking at him like a clown. He didn't care about Nappa at all, but the other party was different. Lin Chuan was slapping him in the face. He was on the verge of an outburst of rage. And then Sun Wukong added fuel to the fire, which instantly ignited his anger. Actually, you are not powerful at all, why do you pretend to be so? If we really attack you, you will have no room to fight back. Sun Wukong directly expressed his true feelings. His words echoed in everyone's minds, making Nappa so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Kakarot's little brat, even if Vegeta doesn't let me kill you, I will never let you feel better. I'm going to crush them all to death in front of you. And then I'll let you know how to write the word fear. The ferocious aura accumulated in Nappa's body exploded on the spot. Boom. Single quote. As Nappa's power exploded, the surrounding ground continued to tremble, the air pressure continued to change, and countless gravel began to peel off from the ground and float into the air. The earth cracked, countless cracks spread rapidly, and the sky became dark because of Nappa's power. What a strong sense of oppression. Klin's muscles all over his body tensed up, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep his body from shaking. As this guy, so strong. Yamcha was already a little scared. He recalled what he had just said in rebuttal to Nappa. After the battle started, he would not be retaliated by the other party, right? Saiyans, a group of terrifying guys. Tianjin was shocked by Nappa's aura and felt unsteady. For the first time in his history, he encountered such a powerful opponent. On the other side, Sun Wukong, Piccolo and Lin Chuan all looked calmly at Nappa, who was constantly emitting breath. To others, Nappa's aura is terrifying enough to crush people to death. But for them, this level of aura pressure has no effect at all, it can even be said to be a breeze. That's it. If I punch him, he will definitely fall. Sun Wukong said. It's better that only Lin Chuan and Bike heard what he said, otherwise Nappa would be so angry that he would vomit blood. In this world, there are always some people who are living in their own dreams. When he wakes up from the dream, he will know how small he is. Piccolo said to Son Gohan casually. This can be regarded as a kind of teaching. Yes, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan responded. Lin Chuan remained silent on the side, his gaze directed towards Vegeta. He didn't speak or express his position. The sense of mystery revealed invisibly made countless suspicions arise in Vegeta's heart. Vegeta, with your IQ, you should be able to quickly guess how insignificant you are, right? Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, Vegeta was indeed deep in thought. He repeatedly turned on his combat power detector to detect the combat power values of Lin Chuan, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan. 5,000, still 5,000, there is no change from beginning to end. Piccolo's is 2005, and Son Gohan's is 2000. It seems that not only Talos, but also the Namekian and Kakarot's kid are the same. After Nappa takes care of those Earthlings, let him test their strength. If they fail, I will take action again. Vegeta was already prepared for Nappa's defeat. Earthlings have nothing to fear. But Nappa would never be able to defeat Talos. At this moment, the aura brewing in Nappa had reached its peak. All the energy accumulated in his body exploded in one go, and his combat power reached a terrifying 4,000 points. Of course, as Nappa himself believes, although the value is 4,000 points, it can explode to a combat power level of more than 5,000 points. With this method, it is no wonder that he played several rounds with the original Sun Wukong. Hey, who would be better to start with? Nappa licked the corner of his mouth, and the hunter's eyes swept across the group of Z warriors, choosing his prey. In the end, it settled on Yamcha. It's you, the boy who was lucky enough to survive from the vegetable man. Nappa locked Yamcha, and with his huge body, he rushed out like a rampaging beast. Why me? Looking at the menacing Nappa, Yamcha was instantly frightened. But now Nappa has rushed over, and he has to do it even if he doesn't want to. Don't think I'm easy to deal with. New Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Yamcha gritted his teeth, bit the bullet and used his special skill, the latest version of Lang Fang, on the one he was charging at. Wind Fist. Idiot. Nappa, who was in front of Yamcha, smiled strangely, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the next second. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yamcha. What? The Langya Fungfang fist failed. Yamcha felt the coolness behind him, his pupils shrank sharply, and he turned his head subconsciously. In his sight, Nappa's thigh continued to enlarge, containing terrifying destructive power, hitting his neck directly. Boom! A powerful and heavy blow struck Yamcha on the head, making a dull explosion. Yamcha, who suffered a heavy blow, his eyes were dull, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body flew straight backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A rocky mountain not far away was torn apart by the impact of Yamcha. Although he himself was still conscious and alive, he completely lost his ability to fight under this blow. Kill instantly with one hit. No sloppiness at all. The difference between a combat power of less than 2,000 points and a combat power of 4,000 points is vividly displayed at this moment, and there is no comparison at all. Yamcha. Krillin looked at Yamcha, who was instantly killed by one blow, and his heart was extremely horrified. Even though Yamcha's strength is not as good as theirs, it's not much different. Now he was instantly killed by the opponent with one blow and almost lost his life. Even if he comes to face Nappa, I'm afraid the end will be the same. At this time, Nappa felt that his body seemed to be restrained by some invisible force. Taking a closer look, he saw a weird-looking kid suspended in midair, restraining his body through superpowers. Annoying brat, you want to influence me with this little power. What a wishful thinking. Nappa locked the direction of the dumpling, waved one hand, set off an energy storm, and attacked the dumpling. Dumpling, who was swept by the energy storm, let out a painful wail. His clothes were torn apart by the energy storm, and he instantly became scarred. The superpower stopped being released, the restraints on Nappa's body disappeared, and he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Dumpling. Seeing Dumpling injured, Tien Fan became angry and took the initiative to attack Nappa. Did you come to die on your own initiative? You're a bit brave, but at best, it's just to die. Nappa suddenly became playful when he looked at Tien Fan, who had taken the initiative to attack. Boom, 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 boom. With anger in his chest, Tien Fan devoted himself to the attack. His Caucasan Ryu fighting method is becoming more and more sharp and fierce, and every move contains terrifying destructive power. However, in the face of the absolute strength gap, no matter how Tien Fan exploded, he could not hurt Nappa in the slightest. All his attacks were perfectly blocked by Nappa. You have some strength. It's a pity that you met me. After saying that, Nappa immediately attacked, breaking Tien Fan's offensive, and punched Tien Fan in the abdomen with great force. Boom! The dull sound of flesh penetration suddenly exploded. PFF'd. After receiving a heavy blow, Tien Fan spurted an arrow of blood from his mouth, his muscles tensed up, and his breath suddenly decreased like a cliff. Is this a Saiyan's fist? The body seemed to be broken. Tien Fan never expected that Nappa's attack would be so heavy and terrifying. Get out of here. Nappa, who had gained the upper hand, launched a roundhouse kick, sending Tien Fan flying 100 meters away. With one punch and one kick, Tien Fan was severely injured. Even though there was still strength in his body, he was unable to release too much due to the heavy injuries. The strength is not bad, but the speed and physical strength are several levels weaker. You must not fall down here. Holding on to his broken body, Tien Fan stood up again, forming a triangle with his hands to accumulate energy. Ha 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 ha, the last move before death. Interesting. Come on, I will let you see what real power is. Nappa, who noticed this scene, smiled even more happily and fiercely said sarcastically. In his opinion, even if Tien Fan has a combat power of 3,000 points, he is still a waste. Even if it was his full blow, what impact would it have after he received it? Hearing Nappa's constant taunts, Tien Fan's anger rose in his heart, and he tried his best to gather energy to make Nappa pay the price. Qigong Cannon. The energy accumulated to the extreme, Tien Fan used all his energy in the Qigong Cannon. After this blow, he will no longer be able to fight. What? Looking at the orange energy light approaching in front of him, Nappa instinctively felt the threat and put his hands in front of his chest to form an energy defense. Boom! There was a loud noise. The roar caused by the explosion was deafening, and the terrifying shock wave swept across all directions, causing thousands of huge waves. There was flying sand and rocks within a radius of several thousand meters, and thick smoke was everywhere. Hit. Seeing Tien Fan's special move hit, Krillin was ecstatic. He knew very well the destructive power of the Qigong Cannon, which even surpassed all their tricks. No matter how strong Nappa was, if he was hit head-on by this blow, he would never be able to remain intact. But not long after he was happy, Nappa's intact figure flashed in the thick smoke, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. I saw Nappa, who was hit by the Qigong Cannon. Although he looked a little embarrassed and his battle suit was also damaged, he was not seriously injured. I thought this blow could at least hurt me, but it turned out to be just an illusion. Nappa said with a sad smile. Seeing that Nappa was fine, Tien Fan was in despair. It actually didn't work. Tien Fan was so disheartened at this moment. He was so stimulated that he fell to the ground and fell into a coma without being able to catch his breath. TCH. It's boring. It seems that this is the limit for you earthlings. Nappa snorted disdainfully and turned his eyes to Krillin at the end. The joking smile on his face became stronger and stronger, and Nappa started teasing. Little bald head, you have to make me happy. You. Krillin looked at Nappa, who was smiling eerily, feeling disgusted and chilled from the bottom of his heart. The only thing left is to try that move. If it works, it can turn the situation around. If that doesn't work, the only options left are Piccolo, Sun Wuhan and Lin Chuan. He still has hope in his heart, that is, he hopes that Wukong can come back at this time. If you have the ability, just catch this move and try it. Krillin raised his left hand, accumulated energy with one hand, and swung it left and right to form an arc. On his palm, a sharp orange cutting disc appeared. Is this another novel trick? Just use it if you have any skills, and my Uncle Nappa will smash them all. At this moment, Nappa was completely immersed in the invincible pleasure. Pride and arrogance made him lose his most basic ability to judge. And this is exactly what Krillin wants to see. Very good. It's best not to move while you're standing like this. Go to hell. Krillin silently speeded up the condensation speed of Qi Yuan Zan. Take the move. Qi Yuan Zan. He threw his big hand violently, and the orange cutting disc of Chi Yuan Zan broke through the space and headed towards Nappa. Well done. Nappa was full of confidence and planned to resist the blow head-on. Little did he know that once he was hit by this move, he would be cut in half in an instant. Idiot! Get away! Vegeta shouted loudly, unable to stand it. Hearing Vegeta's angry scolding, Nappa was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Vegeta asked him to get out of the way, he still subconsciously avoided the chi circle slash. But even if he got out of the way in time, a gash was cut on his face. The empty chi circle slash cut the distant hills into flat ground in an instant. Krillin shouted angrily after hitting the target with a fatal blow. If Vegeta hadn't reminded him, his chi circle slash would have split Nappa into two. Can't you even tell the strength of the enemy's moves? You are a hopelessly stupid fool. Vegeta cursed. Listening to Vegeta's yelling, Nappa didn't refute. Indeed, if it weren't for Vegeta's reminder just now, he might have been killed by this little bald man. I'm going to kill you. After being greatly humiliated, Nappa was furious, and the aura around him became more and more ferocious. Locked by Nappa's breath, Krillin's whole body trembled, and even breathing became difficult. It's over, it's over. Krillin's heart trembled, smelling the threat of death from Nappa's body. This time, he really couldn't escape. Stop. Knowing that something would happen to Krillin if he didn't take action, Sun Wuhan couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to intervene in the battle. Originally, neither Lin Chuan nor Bic planned to let him intervene. But since he took the initiative to intervene, Lin Chuan and Bic couldn't stop him. This battle should be over. Let me end it. Sun Wuhan, who took the initiative, stopped in front of Krillin. Woo! Gohan. Looking at Sun Wuhan standing in front of him, Krillin instinctively wanted to stop him, but when he thought that the opponent's strength was unfathomable and even far superior to him, he gave up the idea. Maybe, Gohan can really defeat this Saiyan and avenge everyone. What are you talking about? Kakarot's little brat, do you really think you can defeat my Uncle Nappa? If Vegeta hadn't asked me to keep you, you would have died. Nappa looked at Sun Wuhan in front of him and was extremely angry. Although Sun Wuhan had shown considerable strength before and eliminated the vegetable man who was about to self-destruct, he could also do it to this extent. It's even okay for him to resist the vegetable man's self-destruction. Therefore, Nappa did not take him seriously. You can't kill me, and neither can Vegeta. Son Gohan complained. What did you say? Being underestimated by Sun Wuhan again, Nappa's eyes were bloodshot and his anger level soared. As an elite warrior among the Saiyans, he has been looked down upon by a brat time and time again. It is unbearable. You brat, you really pissed me off. Even if Vegeta doesn't let me kill you, I will never let you feel better. Nappa was completely angered, with bloodshot eyes all over his body and a look of terror all over his body. The momentum was vented everywhere, and Sun Wuhan was bound to be broken into pieces. Gohan. Run away. You are probably no match for him. Sensing Nappa's ferocious killing intent, Krillin hurriedly asked Sun Wuhan to escape. If Gohan died, how would he explain it to Goku? It's okay, Uncle Krillin. He just looks scary. In fact, he's not that powerful. Sun Wuhan said to reassure Krillin that he would not lose to Nappa. At this moment, Lin Chuan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Gohan, come back. Lin Chuan's sudden words made Sun Wuhan a little confused. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Lin Chuan. I sensed the auras of your father Kakarot and Raditz just now. They must have returned from practice. The two of them are not worthy of your action, let them do it. Lin Chuan explained. Really, are Dad and Uncle coming already? After hearing the news, Sun Wuhan expanded his sense of breath. Sure enough, I felt the breath of my father and Raditz. It is indeed coming, and it is very close to their location. Wukong's energy. And Raditz's energy, can't be wrong. After learning that Sun Wukong was about to arrive on the battlefield, Krillin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Wukong is here, he will definitely be able to solve the current crisis. At this moment, Vegeta also became interested. He turned on the combat power detector and detected that there were indeed two quite strong combat forces approaching them at an extremely fast speed in the distance. There are indeed two powerful fighting forces approaching. If they are right, they should be Kakarot and Raditz. Vegeta suddenly had a playful thought in his mind. He had his eye on Sun Wuhan's potential ability and fighting prowess, and in order to make him follow him wholeheartedly, he might as well ravage his father in front of him. TCH, they're just low-level warriors and high-level trash. Even if they come, they won't make any waves. Nappa dismissed this. He is very confident in his fighting power. Even if Sun Wukong and Raditz go to practice and their strength is greatly increased, they can only reach about 3,000 points at most. With a measly 3,000 points of combat power, he can defeat 2 of them one by one, but he still can't catch them. Nappa, I suddenly thought of a fun idea. Vegeta raised a smirk on his lips. Huh, Nappa glanced at Vegeta in confusion, feeling confused in his heart. Kakarot and Raditz are coming, aren't they? Just wait until they come. In front of this brat, Kakarot and Raditz must live or die. Vegeta, the cruel words immediately aroused Nappa's interest. There is nothing he loves more than torturing his opponents. Ha 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 ha, kid, did you hear that? As the price for offending me, I will torture Kakarot severely in front of you later. Nappa threatened fiercely. Road. Sun Wuhan didn't pay attention to Nappa's threat, and even dismissed it. In his opinion, Nappa is just a rough guy, good for nothing except talking. At the same time, it was located in the direction of Sun Wukong and Raditz. While the two were on their way, they were also using their breath perception to lock in on the situation on the battlefield. The moment the fighting stopped, they felt it too. What's going on? Why did the battle suddenly stop? Did some accident happen? Sun Wukong was confused and muttered to himself. If my guess is correct, that guy Vegeta should have known that we were rushing to the battlefield through the combat power detector. According to that guy's bad character, he might want to torture us in front of your friends. As a warrior who has been following Vegeta all year round, no one knows Vegeta's evil better than Raditz. Listening to Raditz's explanation, Sun Wukong's face suddenly darkened. As early as when he was at Northern Kaiwang, he had asked Raditz what was going on with the two Saiyans. He also understood the personalities of Nappa and Raditz. It could be said that they were completely heinous and cold-blooded villains. It's entirely possible to do so. Gohan, please don't let anything happen to you. He became more and more worried about his son's safety, and the eager Sun Wukong suddenly accelerated his flying speed. Time passes minute by minute. Before I knew it, 5 minutes had passed. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. There was no further conflict between the two sides and the ceasefire was maintained. During this short break, Sun Wuhan and Krillin brought the unconscious Yamcha, Tien rice and dumpling back to a safe area to prevent secondary harm. As for Piccolo, he was not interested in any of this. He just watched the battle. He didn't even notice Vegeta and Nappa, and he didn't even have the desire to take action. After reaching his level of power, there is no difference between the two Saiyans who can crush ants with just their hands. As for Lin Chuan, he looked like he was watching a show, waiting for the show to begin. Nappa and Vegeta were also resting. Nappa adjusted his state, already planning in his mind how to torture the two traitors Raditz and Kakarot. As for Vegeta, he was looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan all the time. From the beginning of the battle until now, these three people have looked completely fearless. It can even be said that they have not taken them seriously at all. This calm look made Vegeta feel that something was wrong more and more, and he fell into deep thought. Is this a bluff, or do you really think you can defeat us? But they don't look like they are bluffing. Vegeta had constant suspicions in his heart, and the delay in getting an answer made him feel irritable. Beep beep beep. Single quote. At this moment, a signal came from the combat power detector. Are you here so soon? Vegeta slowly raised his head in the direction guided by the combat power detector. I saw two black shadows appearing on the distant horizon. It's finally here. It's so easy for me to wait. Nappa, who was sitting on the rock to rest and recover his strength, smiled jokingly and stood up. Two black shadows came through the sky at extremely fast speeds and landed on the battlefield. Dad, Sun Wuhan came forward and threw himself directly into Sun Wukong's arms. I'm relieved to see you're fine, Gohan. Sun Wukong saw his son, with a happy smile on his face. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. What happened? He seems a little unclear about his own son. Illusion. We're finally here. You're really slow, Sun Wukong. Piccolo crossed his arms and said expressionlessly. At the same time, his eyes were also examining the current Sun Wukong and Raditz. With his current level of cultivation, his eyesight is already extraordinary, and he can tell the true level of Sun Wukong and Raditz with just one glance. Compared with him now, the gap is really huge. Piccolo was so arrogant for a moment that he felt that his year was so worth it. Although he is still not as good as Lin Chuan, he is the strongest under Lin Chuan. There is nothing I can do about it. I have returned from the underworld to the human world and rushed to the battlefield. I have tried my best. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. His eyes then looked at Piccolo carefully, and he was confused for a moment. I can't see clearly. Did Piccolo reach this level of cultivation alone? Sun Wukong's head was full of question marks, and his heart was even more frightened, and at the same time he was also inexplicably excited. This means that the competition with Bak will be more intense in the future. Piccolo is his most important opponent and his most recognized friend. But what he didn't know was that Piccolo was already far ahead of him in terms of realm and combat effectiveness. Finally, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Lin Chuan. It's still the same unfathomable feeling as before. Lin Chuan's strength must be stronger than a year ago. Long time no see, Kakarot and Raditz. Lin Chuan's eyes swept over the two of them, and his keen insight was able to see through everything about the two of them. Sun Wukong has become stronger than during this time period in the original work. Raditz's strength is even higher than that of Sun Wukong. It's been a long time indeed, Lin Chuan. Seeing Lin Chuan, Sun Wukong felt very excited. If he were not on the battlefield now, he might not be able to control himself and want to fight Lin Chuan. As for Raditz, he just glanced at the situation behind him expressionlessly and said nothing. His eyes were fixed on Vegeta and Nappa. Wukong, you are finally here. Tien, Fan, Yamcha, and Dumplings were all seriously injured and are still in a coma. Seeing the arrival of Sun Wukong, the happiest person besides Sun Wukong was none other than Krillin. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked towards the unconscious Tien, Fan, Yamcha and Dumplings. Although he was seriously injured, fortunately he did not die, he just fainted. Of course, although he was not dead, just seriously injured, it also made Sun Wukong angry. The other party was merciless and rushed to kill them. If everyone's strength hadn't increased, they might have died long ago. Finally, Kakarot, Raditz, you two Saiyan traitors. You might be able to survive by hiding in the dark and lingering, but you have to come here to die. Nappa looked at the two of them without taking them into consideration at all. Instead, he laughed heartily as if he saw a fun toy. Kakarot, Raditz, you two brothers came here to say something stupid like, I want to defeat you, right? Vegeta also took the opportunity to sarcastically say. At the same time, he was also using a combat power detector to detect the combat power of the two. It was seen that the combat effectiveness of the two of them was constantly improving and had not stabilized. You can control your combat power at will. It seems that the combat power of these two people has become much stronger in this year. Vegeta looked at the changing numbers, not worried. After all, in his opinion, Sun Wukong and Raditz were always lower-level warriors and higher-level trash. It is simply impossible for lower-level warriors to surpass elite warriors. What's more, he is the best of the best. As for Raditz, no more needs to be said. Leave the next step to me, Krillin. Seeing Vegeta and Nappa looking so arrogant and domineering, Sun Wukong was filled with unbearable anger. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the aura emanating from his body became more and more terrifying. Wukong, don't you need our help? Looking at Sun Wukong walking forward alone, Lin wanted to say something, but when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to be unable to help. Kakarot, are you going to die first? That's fine, it saves me the choice of choosing one by one. Nappa looked at Sun Wukong, who was on the verge of an explosion and didn't care. In his eyes, Sun Wukong is just a lamb to be slaughtered and can be killed at any time. Did you inflict all the injuries on Tien, Fan, Yamcha and Dumpling? Honestly, I haven't been this angry in a long, long time. After the words fell, the veins on Sun Wukong's forehead bulged, and the energy in his body erupted like a tsunami. At this moment, the earth shook, rocks flew, and with Sun Wukong as the center, an extremely terrifying aura was suddenly released. Beep, 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 beep. The numbers on the combat power detector continued to soar, and Vegeta's calm face finally showed a look of surprise. What is going on? Noticing the extraordinary aura erupting from Sun Wukong, Nappa suddenly changed his face. The previous arrogance were replaced by confusion and shock. What is this feeling about? No matter how strong he is, he can't reach this level. Sun Wukong was just about to explode his power in one go, letting Nappa see what it means to be in a time when the sky is high and the earth is high. Raditz interrupted him. Stop, Kakarot, leave Vegeta and Nappa to me. This is my battle. You are not allowed to interfere. Raditz spoke indifferently, allowing Sun Wukong to calm down. Brother, you are too domineering, don't you have two opponents? Looking at the determined Raditz, Sun Wukong complained. There was nothing he could do. This year he had learned that his eldest brother was a tough talker, so he could only silently regain his momentum. It's not that he's afraid of Raditz, it's that he respects Raditz. Moreover, Raditz has always instilled in him the message that Vegeta and Nappa are his opponents and are coming to him, and they must be solved by him. Goku knew that Raditz had a personal grudge against the two Saiyans. Vegeta, what's the fighting strength of that Kakarot guy? At this moment, Nappa did not look at Raditz because the situation changed again, but turned to Vegeta and asked. The breath just now made his heart palpitate, it was completely different from what he expected. It's already over 8,000 points. Vegeta's eyes were more serious, even bloodshot, and his words were even more cold. Son Goku's outburst just now was a demonstration to him and a challenge to his dignity as a Saiyan prince. What? Over 8,000? Impossible. He is just a low-level warrior, how could he be so powerful? There must be a malfunction in the detector. Where's Raditz? How much fighting power does this guy have? Nappa felt that his worldview was about to collapse. 8,000 combat power points. He only has 4,000 points. Vegeta shifted his gaze to Raditz. The number on the combat power detector was fixed at 6,000 points. Raditz's combat power is also around 6,000 points. Vegeta said calmly. What? This loser, actually has 6,000 combat power points. It must be a malfunction. Yes, in the previous battle, the combat power detector was affected. At this moment, Nappa was sweating profusely. He would rather believe that the combat power detector was malfunctioning to deceive him than to believe that Raditz and Sun Wukong, two losers, had surpassed him. Listening to Nappa's self-deception, Vegeta fell into deep thought. Is the combat power detector really broken? Obviously impossible. Then the only explanation is that Sun Wukong and Raditz have experienced rapid growth in strength within this year. But how did they practice to improve their strength so much? You must know that a year ago, one combat power was only a few hundred points, and one combat power was only 1,500 points. Vegeta vaguely felt that Raditz was still hiding his strength. His true combat power was far more than what he saw. Idiot, does 6,000 combat power points scare you? With your strength, even with 6,000 combat power points, if you fight with all your strength, the opponent cannot easily defeat you. Go and prove to me, Nappa, your worth. Vegeta ordered coldly. Now Nappa's frightened look made him feel very embarrassed. Where is his dignity as a Saiyan prince? Hearing this, Nappa's aura changed again and again, and those eyes exuding a ferocious aura fell on Raditz. I thought you would be frightened by my fighting power and not have the courage to fight. It just so happens that the grudges between us should be settled. Raditz looked at Nappa in front of him, his eyes full of confidence. Back then, due to his low combat effectiveness, he could only do some chores under Nappa and Vegeta, and he had no dignity at all. Things are different now, times have changed, and he wants to take back all the humiliation he suffered back then. We haven't seen each other for a year, Raditz, how dare you talk to me like this? It seems that you have forgotten how terrifying I was back then. It's okay, let me recall it now. So what if you really have 6,000 combat power points? I am too powerful to lose to you. After the words fell, Nappa leaned forward, and his huge body began to burst out with bursts of amazing potential. A steady stream of energy surged out of his body, blessing himself and making him look more majestic and powerful. Orange energy enveloped the whole body, and Nappa was like a wild beast, ready to attack. It's just an illusion. Looking at Nappa's explosive power in front of him, Raditz calmly crossed his arms and waited for Nappa's attack. Then let's give it a try. Die to me. With all his strength unleashed, Nappa rushed towards Raditz and smashed his huge fist into Raditz's face. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Nappa's fist missed, but Raditz easily dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. Don't be so proud. After the blow failed, Nappa became even more angry. He continued to attack with fists and kicks, falling like raindrops. The intensive and fierce attacks contain the ultimate destructive power, and the power is so terrifying that a single blow is enough to break a rock mountain. But Raditz was able to deal with Nappa's attack with ease, as if he had completely seen through the opponent's tricks, perfectly dodging all attacks. As a spectator, Vegeta saw this scene and fell into deep thought. This kind of performance is not what 6,000 points of combat power should be. It seems that Raditz, like those people, has learned the ability to control his combat power at will according to the environment. His true combat power should not be lower than Kakarot, and may even exceed 10,000 points. Vegeta guessed. On the main battlefield, attack after attack failed, which caused a subtle change in Nappa's mentality. Impossible. Even if your combat power really is 6,000 points, it is absolutely impossible for my attacks to miss even once. Nappa felt like he was going crazy. The pace of his attacks was getting faster and faster, and at the same time, he also revealed huge flaws. But he couldn't control that much anymore. He had to teach Raditz, a lower-level soldier, a lesson. Idiot, do you still believe in boring things like numbers? I am no longer the same person. Nappa. Raditz enjoyed this feeling very much. The next second, he suddenly took action, violently blocked all of Nappa's attacks, and charged up a super heavy punch that embedded itself in Nappa's abdomen. Boom! The thrilling sound of flesh penetration suddenly exploded. Nappa's huge body flew upside down in response, flying from the main battlefield to Vegeta's side. Collapsed to the ground, Nappa was in a daze, his breath was weak, he couldn't even say a word at the moment. He knelt down and hugged his stomach and groaned in pain. Raditz's punch was no ordinary punch, but a punch that could shatter his entire body. This blow made Nappa feel what power was. His body was shattered like a mirror. Do you understand the strength gap between us now? Nappa. Combat power is just a boring number. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Next, it's your turn, Vegeta. Killing Nappa instantly with one blow doubled Raditz's confidence. He has completely reborn and is so confident that he can defeat Vegeta. The strength has indeed improved a lot. It is really surprising that a waste among high-level warriors can achieve such a breakthrough after working hard, Raditz. Vegeta's eyes showed strong murderous intent. There was no way he could turn a blind eye to Raditz's provocation. As a Saiyan prince, he will never allow his majesty to be challenged. Raditz must die today. Vegeta. Nappa, who was seriously injured, called out Vegeta's name. He wants Vegeta to save him. But Vegeta just responded with an indifferent look, and then stretched out his hand to hold Nappa's right hand. This sudden change made Nappa feel incredible that Vegeta actually wanted to help him. However, the cruel facts soon gave Nappa a big mouth. You can't even win against a waste among superior warriors. You, an elite, disappoint me so much, Nappa. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta waved with one hand and threw Nappa into the air. At this time, Nappa suddenly came to his senses and shouted unwillingly, Vegeta. Why do you want to kill me? He didn't understand that he had been with Vegeta for so many years, but now he had ended up like this. After licking until the end, there is nothing left. Nappa's end is the best example. What a pity, Nappa, I don't need a Saiyan without fighting ability. The energy around Vegeta turned into a pillar of energy rising into the sky, instantly engulfing Nappa's body. Hey, Vegeta. Raditz saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to stop Vegeta. But unfortunately, it's still a step too late. Boom. Single quote. In an explosion, Nappa's body was completely turned into ashes. This scene shocked everyone present. They never expected that Vegeta's behavior would be so ruthless. Even Nappa, a partner as powerful as this, would not let go after failure. This guy is so bloodthirsty. A big drop of cold sweat flowed from Sun Wukong's forehead. This Saiyan named Vegeta is not an ordinary Saiyan, although he has been introduced to him by Raditz and the Northern Kai King. But this time it still refreshed his understanding. You guy, you actually killed Nappa like that. Vegeta, are you crazy? Raditz shouted in surprise. Although he severely injured Nappa, he had no intention of putting him to death. There are not many Saiyans left, he just wants to find his dignity. Vegeta was fine, he lost to Raditz because of Nappa's incompetence, and then he said he didn't need subordinates without fighting ability, so he killed him. The three Saiyans have been together for so many years, although they can't say they have much affection. But at least they are compatriots. A few tribesmen. Vegeta didn't even show any kindness. This crazy guy killed Vegetable Man before, and now he's even killed this big guy Nappa. Absolutely crazy. Krillin's understanding of Vegeta was directly explained through language. This guy is an inhuman lunatic. Everyone feels the same way. Including Son Gohan, including Piccolo. For Piccolo, this Vegeta's character is somewhat similar to his previous one, ruthless, decisive in killing, and purely selfish and evil. After killing Nappa, Vegeta looked at Raditz in front of him with an evil smile. Raditz, and Kakarot's son, and Talos. Enjoy these last moments, you will die in my hands soon. I will kill every last one of you. Vegeta said cruelly. In his opinion, even though these traitors are very powerful, they are definitely not as good as him. There is no other reason, because he is the one who stands at the top of the pyramid among Saiyans, the elite among the elites. Perhaps this is what the villain calls mysterious confidence. Listening to Vegeta's arrogant declaration, Raditz was the first to be unable to bear it any longer. Vegeta, do you think all Saiyans must obey you? So what if you are the prince of the Saiyans? Times are different. Besides, do you really think you are invincible? Use your detector to see clearly my current combat power. Facing Vegeta, Raditz did not dare to drag him down like he did with Nappa, and directly exploded all his power in one go. Crackling. Following Raditz's outburst, the surrounding space became dark. The powerful energy even caused space to tremble. The earth was torn apart, countless boulders were flying, and Raditz was enveloped in a layer of white flowing light. His strength increased steadily, directly breaking through to the unit of 10,000. Brother, have you shown your true skills? Feeling the burst of Raditz's aura, Sun Wukong planned to watch the battle between them. His intuition told him that this battle would not end so easily. This Vegeta's strength was definitely not that simple. What an amazing aura. Has his training with the King of Kai made him so powerful? Then Wukong also. Lin felt the terrifying aura coming from Raditz, and suddenly he was sweating like rain. Suddenly he thought of Sun Wukong again. Raditz is so strong, so wouldn't Goku be able to reach this level as well, or even be stronger? Listening to Lin's emotion, Piccolo didn't speak, but had a disdainful smile on his face. Is this strength very strong? That's it, he can suppress it with one finger. Sun Wuhan on the side had nothing to say. To be honest, he didn't think Raditz was that strong. The potential of Raditz is not inferior to that of Kakarot. With a little carving, he can turn it into a piece of exquisite jade. It's a pity that too much time was wasted in the past. Vegeta's opponent is now Raditz. This scene is quite interesting, Raditz's counterattack. Lin Chuan acted as a crowd pleaser throughout the entire process. For a warrior like him, who has already exceeded tens of millions of levels in normal situations, this kind of battle with a combat power of only 10 or 20,000 points is simply like a child's playhouse. This situation also reminded Lin Chuan of the future he had imagined. Isn't that what it is now? Vegeta just watched Raditz's improvement with cold eyes. Even though the value on the combat power detector had soared to more than 10,000 points, he did not have any emotional fluctuations. No wonder you were able to defeat Nappa with one blow. I do have to praise you. Raditz, in just 1 year, you have increased your combat power from 1,500 points to 10,000 points. But you seem to have forgotten how scary I am and how powerful I am in combat. You should still remember it, right? Vegeta looked at Raditz with a half smile. Although he was shocked, he still felt disdain for Raditz. It's true that 10,000 points of combat power is very strong, but it's still not as good as him. Upon hearing this, Raditz did not show any emotion, but was very calm. In his view, numerical values no longer represent absolutes. Of course I remember that your combat power has reached 18,000 points, but if you think I only have this strength, you are totally wrong. I have made enough preparations for today. Clenching his fists, a blood-colored air wave appeared around Raditz's body. The muscles throughout his body swelled, and veins appeared on the surface, like a dragon. The blood-colored aura surged throughout his body, and Raditz's combat effectiveness improved again. As a bystander, Sun Wukong was also shocked when he saw this scene. This is Kaio Fist. Brother, haven't you mastered it? No, this is not Kaio Fist. The first thing Sun Wukong thought of was the Kaio Fist taught to them by the North Kaio King. But on the way to learning Kaio Fist, Raditz couldn't learn it for some unknown reason, but he did. Now Raditz is not using Kaioken, but a move similar to Kaioken. HMPH. Kakarot, do you think I really need that move called Kaio Fist? You should keep it for yourself. Me, I have my own way, this is a move I created myself. After stabilizing the energy around him, Raditz's body was in a very strange state. Stimulate one's own blood energy to achieve the effect of releasing potential and temporarily improving combat effectiveness. Although his strength increased by half, this strength could not last long. At this time, Vegeta's expression finally changed drastically. Because the combat power detector showed that Raditz's combat power value had reached more than 15,000 points. Although it is still not as good as him, it is already very terrifying and even threatens him. Finally, Vegeta showed a solemn expression. He personally took off his combat power detector, and because he was very angry, he crushed the combat power detector into pieces. Although I don't know what opportunity you encountered, Raditz, you have repeatedly challenged my majesty, the prince's majesty, and you are punishable by death. Even if your combat power has increased 10 times compared to before, you are still far from my opponent. I am the prince of the Saiyans, the most elite genius warrior. Vegeta's eyes became sharp. Raditz was so powerful that he no longer relied on others and showed his true abilities. The combat power of 18,000 points completely exploded. Suddenly, the sky became dark, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky within a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in darkness. The continuous eruption of this aura made Sun Wukong change his expression. Almost instantly, Vegeta's breath overwhelmed Raditz's. His anger actually increased to even greater than that of his elder brother. Even if I take out the Kaioken, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. Sun Wukong was shocked. He never expected that Vegeta was so powerful. It's finally here. Raditz had already been prepared for this moment. Even though there is a certain gap in combat effectiveness, he will not be defeated. No matter what the cost, he will win. Drink. As the shouts rang out, Vegeta's burst of energy reached its peak. 18,000 combat points, full firepower. Feeling that Vegeta's body was exuding a terrifying and fierce aura all the time, Raditz's face was as gloomy as ink. Even though he had been taught by the King of the North and his combat power had been greatly enhanced compared to Vegeta, there was still a big gap. What's wrong, Raditz? Do you recall the terror this prince once had? Unfortunately, it's too late. Even though your strength has become so much stronger than before, you are still no match for this prince. Vegeta raised an evil smile on his lips and mocked Raditz. Don't be so proud, Vegeta. Raditz, who couldn't bear it anymore, took the initiative and turned into a polar shadow and shot towards Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta jumped into the air 100 meters high. Raditz decisively changed direction and chased after Vegeta. Idiot. Looking at Raditz who dared to follow him, Vegeta smiled jokingly, clenched his right hand into a fist, accumulated energy on the edge of the fist, and turned into a ball of destructive light waves that shot straight down. Feeling the intensity of this ball of energy, Raditz tensed up and subconsciously dodged the ball of energy. It was at this moment that he revealed his flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta leaned forward and sprinting in front of Raditz as fast as lightning. Boom! A heavy punch landed on Raditz's face, knocking him out of the air. Raditz, who landed on the ground again, gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Vegeta, who was falling in midair. After that moment, Vegeta could obviously launch more attacks on him to hurt him. However, Vegeta didn't. He still had that arrogant attitude, teasing him. Now do you understand the gap between you and me? Raditz. Even if you can defeat Nappa, you will never be able to defeat me. You are a waste. You will always be a waste. Vegeta's words were full of ridicule and disdain. I've had enough of your self-righteous rhetoric. Vegeta, wiping the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, Raditz adjusted his condition and continued to assume a fighting posture. It seems that you still haven't recognized the truth. I originally planned to play with you for a while, but seeing that you are so stubborn, I can only kill you in advance. Vegeta put on his classic fighting style posture, with an extremely confident and evil smile on his face. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and in an instant, an aura formed. The next second, Raditz took the initiative to attack, gathering strength with his legs, crushing the ground, and fired at Vegeta with full firepower. It seemed that under his extreme blessing, the blood in his body became thicker, and his combat power increased again for a while. Whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air. As fast as lightning, Raditz was in front of Vegeta again in less than a breath, and his punches and kicks fell like raindrops. Do you want to hurt me with this level of attack? It's ridiculous. Vegeta sarcastically mocked Raditz over and over again while neutralizing all the opponent's attacks. Boom! The next second, Vegeta's heavy punch had already hit Raditz's abdomen. The intense pain caused the blood to boil in Raditz's body, and his internal organs were shocked. Taking advantage of the victory, Vegeta seized on Raditz's flaw when he was in pain and launched several fatal blows in succession. Boom, 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 boom. The devastating fist hit Raditz, and the continuous attacks caught Raditz off guard. Raditz, who had more than 15,000 combat power points, was unilaterally crushed by Vegeta and was unable to fight back. It can only be said that Raditz has become stronger, but this cannot make Vegeta weaker. He is also an invincible master in the same realm, and even has superb methods. Even if he is fighting at a higher level, Vegeta is worthy of his reputation. What's wrong? Is this how you dare to challenge me? Raditz, Vegeta felt unprecedentedly surging. This feeling of beating up a traitor is so wonderful. In particular, trampling on what the other party considers to be the fruits of their efforts. Boom! Vegeta hit Raditz's jaw with a high kick, sending him flying into the air. The main body once again moved at super high speed, catching up with Raditz, who was flying upside down at an even faster speed, and arrived at the location where Raditz was about to arrive one step ahead. He clasped his hands together to form a sledgehammer and swung it down violently. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the power of this blow even caused a roar in the space. Vegeta's sledgehammer fell on Raditz's chest, and the terrifying power penetrated the opponent's battle suit, inflicting heavy damage to Raditz. Raditz fell from the sky to the ground, and the powerful impact smashed a huge crater tens of meters deep into the ground. In the center of the pit, Raditz was seriously injured and even temporarily lost his ability to fight. Brother! Seeing Raditz being crushed by Vegeta, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and prepared to take action without hesitation. Has Raditz been defeated by this Vegeta after he went to train with the Kaio? How strong is he? Krillin was sweating profusely as he stared at the winner. The difference in strength in this battle is probably too big. Raditz was directly crushed by Vegeta. This was a battle without any suspense. Vegeta, the successive setbacks made Raditz begin to doubt his life. It can only be said that Vegeta's 18,000 points of combat power are really not worth it. His combat power of more than 15,000 points can only be crushed. Raditz struggled to stand up, but at this time, Vegeta in midair had already taken action. Die, you are a shame as a Saiyan, Vegeta said, shooting a hot orange-red energy bomb from his palm. Stop, Sun Wukong shouted loudly at the critical moment, and his whole body ignited with scarlet aura. In an instant, the double Kaio fist was activated, sprinting in front of Raditz at full speed, and with a wave of one hand, he knocked the orange-red energy bomb away. The energy bomb changed direction and hit the towering rock mountain thousands of meters away. Boom! The shock wave generated by the explosion was like a nuclear bomb explosion, and it was extremely frightening. It is enough to show the terror of this blow. If Raditz is really hit, if he is lucky, he can survive by chance, but if he is unlucky, he will be on the verge of death. Kakarot, looking at Sun Wukong who deflected his attack, Vegeta had a look of surprise on his face. He was not merciful with the blow just now, but it was directly deflected by Sun Wukong. It can be seen from this that Sun Wukong's strength must be superior to Raditz. Kakarot, didn't I say, you are not allowed to take action? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong, who was standing in front of him, feeling touched in his heart. Hee, brother, when I encounter such a strong opponent, I can't stand it anymore. Just let me deal with him, Sun Wukong said tactfully. After getting along with him for this year, he knew Raditz well. Listening to Sun Wukong's euphemistic words, Raditz fell into silence. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and struggled to stand up. Seeing Raditz forcefully get up, Sun Wukong was a little worried. HMPH, we Saiyans are not that fragile. Kakarot, I will leave him to you, but be sure not to get killed. That guy Vegeta is not that easy to deal with. Lottie, I told you again and again. After experiencing Vegeta's power personally, Raditz became extremely cautious. Of course I know. After receiving Raditz's permission, Sun Wukong smiled excitedly, and the next second he rushed into the air, facing Vegeta face to face. Have you changed the target of my battle this time? Kakarot. You guys really have a deep brotherhood. I've decided to kill you two together so that you won't be lonely on the way to the underworld, ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed unbridled, and looking at his expression, it seemed that he didn't take Sun Wukong seriously at all. You are so arrogant. But you do have the ability. Looking at the arrogant Vegeta, Sun Wukong secretly mobilized the energy in his body. Although his normal strength is not as powerful as Raditz, he has learned the Kaio Fist and many killing moves taught by the North Kaio. The combat power that can be unleashed will be far superior to that of Raditz. Take the move. Sun Wukong exploded twice as much Kaio Fist in one go. Today, he is even more powerful under normal conditions than in the original work, with a full 9,000 points. Coupled with the explosion of twice the Kaioken, his combat power can be temporarily increased to 18,000 points, which is the same as Vegeta. This feeling the transformation of Son Goku's aura, Vegeta's heart tightened and he subconsciously put on a defensive posture. During the battle, Vegeta was also learning and he was making progress. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Sun Wukong's attack had arrived, and his sandbag-sized fist hit Vegeta's face accurately. Boom! 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 He punched Vegeta multiple times in succession, and this sudden change caught Vegeta off guard. On the offensive side, Vegeta was once suppressed, which put a smile on Sun Wukong's face. But in the next second, his smile disappeared completely, because the last punch attack was caught by Vegeta with one hand. You are quite capable, Kakarot. Compared to your big brother, you are more interesting. With a cruel smile, Vegeta began his counterattack. The prince's tactics were used, and Vegeta turned from passive to active, taking control of the offensive power of the battle. Faced with Vegeta's stormy offensive, Sun Wukong brought out the essence of the Kamezen Ryu fighting method, using softness to overcome hardness, and using stillness to move. Boom! Single quote. Boom! Single quote. Boom! Single quote. Astonishing waves were set off in the sky, and Vegeta and Sun Wukong continued to fight. The two destined opponents attacked each other with all their strength without reservation. The battlefield is constantly transforming, moving from the sky to the ground, and then from this desolate area to the rocky area tens of thousands of meters away. Boom! Single quote. Pound! Single quote. Son Goku's fist hit Vegeta in the face. Vegeta's knee hit Son Goku in the stomach. The two of them were impacted at the same time, turned around magnificently in midair, and landed on the rock. Their eyes met again. After this fight, they all understood each other's approximate strength. Sun Wukong was very happy to meet such a strong opponent who could directly force him to use twice the Kaio Fist to fight against him. Vegeta, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He was shocked by the fighting power displayed by Sun Wukong. In just 1 year, how could Monkey King and Raditz become so strong? Forget it about Raditz, at least not as good as him. But Sun Wukong is different. How could a low-level warrior be on par with him, an elite prince? This is a shame. What a cosmic joke. It seems that you are not very good either. The so-called elite warrior can't even defeat a low-level warrior like me. Looking at Vegeta, who fell into silence, Sun Wukong said. Hearing this, Vegeta came back from his thoughts, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The current battle situation has become unfavorable to him. It will be difficult to deal with Sun Wukong alone. If he and Raditz join forces, he may really be defeated. Failure was something he would never allow to happen. Although I don't know what you have done in this year to increase your combat effectiveness so quickly. Perhaps I have to praise you, Kakarot. You should be proud to be able to fight like this with me, the best of the best. Next, I'll let you see the true power of a Saiyans. Vegeta shouted, raised one hand, pointed it at the sky, and accumulated energy. White light flashed in Vegeta's hands. This energy was absorbing the Earth's air, creating a strange energy body based on the environment here. What does this guy want to do? His aura has become weaker. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Vegeta's behavior puzzled him. He recalled what Vegeta said repeatedly in his mind, the true power of Saiyans. There was a vague premonition in his heart. Wang, single quote. At this moment, the white light group in Vegeta's palm was condensed, and this was exactly the trick he would use in the original work when he was forced to the point of desperation, the artificial moon. The situation was not good, so he chose to transform into a giant ape to widen the gap in combat power with everyone. Even if Kakarot, Raditz, Talos and Son Gohan all turn into giant apes, he can still be fearless. He was the strongest before the transformation. After the transformation, he improved tenfold, and the gap would be even greater. Kakarot, seeing how clueless you are, I will explain it to you before you die. Although it's still some time before the full moon, my artificial moon has the same effect as the full moon. The moon can release 17 million units of Boolean waves. After we Saiyans absorb it, we can activate the wild power in our bodies and transform into giant apes. Whenever the full moon night comes, that's when we Saiyans show our true power. After Vegeta finished speaking, he threw the artificial moon into the air with one hand. Transformation into a giant ape. The true power of Saiyans. Sun Wukong's whole body trembled when Vegeta said this. Who would have thought that Vegeta would actually use this move? Blast it, artificial moon. Vegeta pointed at the void with one hand. Boom, artificial light clusters exploded high in the sky. A new moon hung in the sky during the day. When the shape of the artificial moon stabilizes, 17 million units of Boolean light waves are also released from the artificial moon. Kakarot, just enjoy the rest of your time, your death is coming soon. Receiving the irradiation of Brutz's light waves, Vegeta's body began to undergo amazing changes. His form is gradually approaching from human to beast, inflating like an inflated balloon. His aura is also constantly sublimating as his form changes. Aowu, a beast-like roar resounded through the sky, and Vegeta, who was only 1.64 meters tall, soon turned into a black-haired giant ape hundreds of meters tall. Okay, what a terrible smell. Seeing Vegeta who had completed the transformation into a giant ape, Sun Wukong felt a huge amount of cold sweat falling on his forehead and felt at a loss for a moment. This aura was far more powerful than the twice KO fist he released just now. Even if he used a triple Kaioken or even a quadruple Kaioken, he couldn't match it. It's too strong, it's terrifying. Kakarot, are you starting to be afraid now? It's too late. Vegeta laughed jokingly, and then condensed an energy light wave to destroy the artificial moon high in the sky. Although, without the continuous irradiation of Bolt's light waves, it won't take long for him to return to human form, but as long as he kills everyone within this period of time, it will be fine. Honestly, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. My body even trembled under the power. But being able to meet a strong person like you makes my body feel excited. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, increased his vigilance, and prepared for the attack. Hopeless idiot, before I kill you, I'll tell you that our Saiyan's combat effectiveness will increase tenfold after we transform into giant apes. In other words, this prince's current combat power is a full 180,000 points. As Vegeta spoke, his huge fist hit the ground like a meteorite. Feeling the terror of this blow, Sun Wukong did not dare to take it hard, his breath exploded, and he flew out of the range where he would be attacked. Boom, an unstoppable blow fell, and the terrifying power tore through the earth and crushed the hills. Outside the battlefield, Lin Chuan, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan all witnessed the scene of Vegeta turning into a giant ape. This guy is really smart. In order to prevent us from attacking him together after transforming into a giant ape, he destroyed the artificial moon directly after he completed the giant ape transformation. However, even if you do this, it will be in vain. Lin Chuan was watching the battle from a distance, and he was assessing Vegeta's true combat power at this moment. After using the artificial moon, Vegeta's strength was somewhat weakened. Even after transforming into a giant ape, his strength was only about 150,000. Therefore, it is definitely not as high as 180,000 points. However, this combat power is real, and it is more than enough to deal with a Sun Wukong who only uses Kaio Fist to forcibly increase his strength. Vegeta, this guy is really despicable. If I also transform into a giant ape, I will never make it easy for him. Everything is over. Looking at Vegeta who transformed into a giant ape, there was deep despair in Raditz's eyes. He knew very well that with Vegeta's strength, he would become a very terrifying monster after transforming into a giant ape. If he could transform into a giant ape, he would be able to at least compete with Vegeta. But now, there is no chance. He doesn't know how to make an artificial moon. That's a skill mastered by the best of the best. Seeing Raditz's desperate expression, Lin Chuan and Piccolo didn't take it seriously at all. Not even Gohan was afraid. You can't beat Vegeta by yourself, don't count us in too. Until now, Krillin couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and looked over and said loudly, "Bic, and Lin Chuan, how long are you going to stand by and watch? Do you really want to watch Goku being killed by that Vegeta?" That Vegeta's combat power after turning into a giant ape has far surpassed Goku. If we all attack together, there is no chance of winning. Krillin is calling on everyone to take action together to assist Sun Wukong and defeat Vegeta. It should be said that this guy still has such an idea at this time, which is really good. It's a good idea, but it's also a bit too fussy. Little bald man, you think too highly of that guy Vegeta. To deal with him, haha. Lin Chuan showed an incredible smile. As soon as these words came out, both Raditz and Krillin were stunned. Are you kidding, Talos? You mean, your combat power has surpassed that of Vegeta in the form of a giant ape? That's 180,000 combat power. Raditz asked in disbelief. What Lin Chuan means is, Vegeta is too weak and not worth his while. Could it be that in the past year, his strength has improved to a point where he is far superior to the giant ape Vegeta? As soon as this idea came into Raditz's mind, he was immediately rejected. Want to have a combat power of more than 100,000 points in normal state? A fool's dream. Chapter 86. Normally it exceeds 100,000 points. As far as he knew, only one Ginyu had reached Frieza's legion. Then there's Frieza. It's okay if you think so. But having said that, this battle has been going on for a long time, so let's end it quickly. Are you interested in taking action? Piccolo, Lin Chuan said, glancing at Piccolo beside him. Today, Piccolo's strength is bottomless. Although it is not as strong as the combat power after assimilating with Naru in the original work, it still has 450,000 points. At least, against Frieza's first form, he might not lose. Originally, when they came, I still had some expectations for the strength of these Saiyans. If it were a year ago, I should be able to wait, but now, I can't arouse any interest. Besides, this is Monkey King's fight, and I won't save him. Piccolo made his position clear. Firstly, it's because Vegeta is too weak to be interested, and secondly, Son Goku is his enemy. Now he is asked to save Sun Wukong. What a joke. Are they discussing who should deal with Vegeta? Hateful, but in just 1 year, how could the Namekians' combat effectiveness improve to such an extent? But, Talos, this guy doesn't look like he's joking. Raditz was frightened by Talos' question. Could it be that within this year, this Namekian encountered some great opportunity? This change is so huge. Piccolo, who was beaten by him with one hand a year ago, now has the fighting power to crush the giant ape Vegeta. This feeling is like a dream, a fantasy. Let me go. I'm going to defeat that giant ape Vegeta. At this moment, Son Gohan's childish voice sounded. He volunteered to help his father defeat Vegeta. Originally, he didn't want to expose himself because he was afraid that if his strength was exposed, it would irritate his father. But now there was no room for hesitation. It's rare to be so motivated. Since you have decided so, then Vegeta will be left to you, Gohan. Let him see your power. Lin Chuan glanced at Sun Wukong with a smile on his face, said. Since you want to go, then go. It's just in time for Monkey King to see the power of your son. I'm looking forward to the expression on that guy's son Wukong's face. It will definitely be exciting to know that his son is stronger than me. Piccolo said, and that picture couldn't help but appear in his mind. Sun Wukong looked confused as he watched his son beat the giant ape Vegeta. Yes, then all set off, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan nodded seriously, and the next second he jumped into the air and flew towards the main battlefield. At this time, Krillin and Raditz were messy in the wind. It wasn't until Sun Wuhan flew far away that they came back to their senses. Are you sure you're not joking? Let Gohan help Wukong deal with such a scary guy by himself. Krillin was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Lin Chuan actually let Sun Wuhan deal with it. Vegeta. How old is he? How could such a young child have such great power? This was clearly asking Sun Wuhan to die. My nephew, is he really so powerful? Raditz already believed Lin Chuan's words. When he first came to Earth, he noticed Sun Wuhan. Originally, he just wanted to see the depth of his nephew's strength on a whim, but he found that he couldn't see through it at all. He didn't pay attention at first, but when he thought about it carefully, something was definitely wrong. Moreover, Lin Chuan had no need to lie to them, and a year ago, he had personally experienced the terrifying power that Sun Wuhan unleashed. Although it was just one blow, it almost killed him. He had some ideas in his mind, but he was very unwilling to do so. If Sun Wuhan had only been with Lin Chuan on Earth for a year, he would have had such a strong fighting power. So he and Kakarot ran the snake path for so long to reach northern Kaiwang, and now they have a combat power of over 10,000, doesn't it become a joke? You'll know later. Since we're watching a show, we might as well get closer. It's too far here and it's not interesting. After Lin Chuan said this, he slowly rose into the air and shot out like a cannonball in the next second, heading towards the battlefield. Rush away. Piccolo did not speak, but silently flew out angrily, following closely behind Lin Chuan. Are you kidding? Even if Gohan's potential is truly unfathomable, this is too risky. No, I have to watch to prevent accidents. Krillin gritted his teeth, not believing Lin Chuan's words at all, and disappeared angrily. At this time, he had forgotten that his companions were still unconscious. I hope this isn't true. Raditz had vaguely guessed something. He could only pray in his heart that Lin Chuan was just joking. Otherwise, compared with Sun Wufan, his year of cultivation would be like living like a dog. On the main battlefield, boom, 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 there were countless crackling sounds of rock collapse. Suddenly, most of the battlefield was filled with thick smoke and rocks flying. The giant ape Vegeta is constantly venting his destructive violent power. Although the body has become huge, the speed of action is not slow at all, and every move contains terrifying destructive power. Sun Wukong can only choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and use the triple Kaioken to surpass the physical load to dodge the attack of the giant ape Vegeta. However, the triple Kaioken is too taxing on the body. Even if it is used, it can only be used to dodge Vegeta's attack for a moment. If you are hit once, you will be half disabled even if you are not dead. In the thick smoke, Sun Wukong hid behind a rock pillar to prevent Vegeta from being discovered. Kakarot, do you feel very powerless and scared now? This is what will happen if you go against me. All Saiyan traitors will be executed. You'd better pray not to be caught by me, otherwise, I will make you experience the feeling of not being able to survive but not to die. The giant ape Vegeta smiled sinisterly. Sun Wukong was sweating profusely at this moment. He did not expect that Vegeta would be so powerful after transforming into a giant ape, and his attacks would have no effect at all. He is too powerful now. Even if he unleashes all the turtle-style Qigong waves, he probably won't be able to hurt him. I am no match for him. What should I do? Sun Wukong is self-aware. Vegeta is now so powerful that he cannot handle it at all. The huge body keeps pushing forward, and every step it takes will cause the earth to shake. Vegeta's keen perception after transforming into the great ape allowed him to quickly discover Sun Wukong hiding behind the rock. The huge palm waved violently. Bang! The entire rock pillar was torn apart by Vegeta's violent force. Sun Wukong was affected by the impact and continued to glide for dozens of meters in midair. Oops! Sun Wukong, who stabilized his body, looked at Vegeta who was approaching, and instinctively wanted to escape. However, Vegeta was one step faster than him. The palms of two huge giant apes broke open the space and held Sun Wukong in their palms like a little chicken. Click, click, click. Single quote. As Vegeta's hands continued to exert force, the bones in Sun Wukong's body heard the sound of shattering. Ah! The heartbreaking pain made Sun Wukong wail in pain. Ha 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 ha, scream, keep screaming, I won't let you die so easily Kakarot. Vegeta, with a bad personality, enjoyed the screams made by Sun Wukong when he was tortured. When Vegeta planned to go further and break the bones in Son Goku's body. In the distance, a white stream of light came rushing towards him, so fast that Vegeta didn't even have time to react. Don't hurt my dad. In the white light, Son Gohan rushed out and hit the giant ape Vegeta in the abdomen. This scene is so familiar. The first one to suffer was Raditz. Now it's Vegeta. Poof. Single quote. Vegeta, who was defenseless, withstood the terrifying impact. Vegeta, who was attacked by Son Gohan, suddenly spurted out blood from his mouth, his breath suddenly decreased, and Sun Wukong, who was held in his hand, also broke free. That huge body fell down like a building. Boom. The ground cracked and thick smoke rose. Vegeta was severely injured and fell to the ground. After knocking Vegeta back with one blow, Son Gohan changed direction and caught his father who was about to fall to the ground. Woo! Gohan, looking at his son who suddenly arrived on the battlefield in front of him, Sun Wukong's eyes showed confusion and horror. Although he had suffered a lot of injuries just now, his consciousness was still there, so he could clearly see what hit Vegeta's giant ape body. He thought it was Lin Chuan who took action, but he didn't expect that the white light turned out to be his son, Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong landed smoothly on the ground. Under Sun Wukong's confused and puzzled eyes, Sun Gohan slowly turned around, faced the direction where Vegeta fell to the ground and said, "Dad, leave the next battle to me, I will defeat him." Quote. Sun Wukong's head was filled with questions. This is wrong. Shouldn't I let myself protect Gohan? Why is it that now he is being protected by his son? Moreover, Gohan's attitude does not look like he is joking. Gohan, Sun Wukong, who was in a state of confusion, was about to say something when the earth suddenly shook. Vegeta, who had been knocked down just now, stood up again. He looked like a giant ape, like a powerful monster that covered the sky and the sun, overlooking the father and son Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan from a high position. Kakarot kid, you hurt me. How is that possible? Vegeta was also confused after seeing who it was. How could this boy be so powerful? It was actually able to hurt his giant ape body, and the damage was not serious. So what if it's me? Your opponent this time is me. Sun Wuhan stopped in front of Sun Wukong, and the breath in his body poured out without reservation at this moment. Sun Wukong, who was behind Sun Wuhan, looked at Sun Wuhan whose aura exploded like a storm. His eyes suddenly widened as big as copper bells, and his face flashed with confusion and shock. This aura, Gohan, you can actually burst out with such power. At this moment, Sun Wukong had 10,000 grass and mud horses rushing past in his heart. He ran in the snake path for 2 months to reach the North Kaiwang planet, and after practicing for more than half a year, he had the strength he has today. On the other hand, the aura that his son is erupting now is more than 10 times that of his full strength. The oncoming terrifying pressure was the most terrifying thing he had ever felt in his life. Boy, you. After the giant ape Vegeta felt this heaven-defying aura, his huge body retreated uncontrollably. This was something he couldn't even believe. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, would be scared away by a child. Magic flash. Without giving Vegeta a chance to continue speaking, Son Gohan quickly accumulated energy with his hands and shot out an orange energy ray. This energy beam hit Vegeta's chest, shattering his armor and severely damaging his body. Boom. The power generated by the explosion is equivalent to a super bomb capable of destroying the Earth. If it is not properly controlled, the entire planet may be destroyed. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for half a minute before it dissipated. Thick smoke billows, extending for thousands of meters. In the center of the explosion, a seriously wounded and half-dead Vegeta was lying on the ground. Because there was no continuous irradiation of Bolt's light waves, and his body had been seriously injured. At this moment, he has returned to human form and is dying. All the bones in his body were broken, large areas of his body muscles were burned, and blood flowed continuously from his body. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the giant ape form, he might have been wiped out by Sun Wuhan's magic flash. I lost. How could it be possible? I actually lost to a kid born to a lower-level warrior. Vegeta only felt that his worldview had been subverted, and his whole person seemed to have lost the meaning of living. He calls himself the strongest Saiyan, and there is no one stronger than him among his kind. But now being killed by Sun Wuhan with one blow, there is no dignity at all. Could it be that brat is? Vegeta thought of something, his pupils were trembling, and he used his last strength to turn his eyes in the direction of Sun Wuhan. A title came to his mind. Super Saiyan. Apart from Super Saiyans, he couldn't think of anyone else who could possess such powerful combat power at such a young age. No, he can't be a Super Saiyan. The person closest to a Super Saiyan should be me, Vegeta. The child of Kakarot. The child of a lower-level warrior, he can never be. Vegeta roared as hard as he could in his heart. This can be regarded as deceiving oneself in disguise. At this time, Sun Wukong finally recovered from the shock. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly to make sure he was not dazzled. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes injured? Sun Wuhan asked a sole question, asking Sun Wukong to confirm that he had not made a mistake. Just now, it was Son Gohan who defeated Vegeta in the form of a giant ape with one blow. Gohan, how did your power increase to this level? What special method did Lin Chuan use to make you so powerful? Sun Wukong eagerly wanted to know the answer. The fact that Sun Wuhan could become so powerful aroused the unwillingness in his heart and made him desire power even more. I'd better let Uncle Lin Chuan tell Dad. Sun Wufan directly asked Lin Chuan to answer the question. At this time, Sun Wukong felt the breath of other people present, raised his head and looked upward. I saw Lin Chuan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Raditz suspended in midair. Except for Lin Chuan and Bike, who were not surprised by this result, the other two people were all stunned. They saw the scene where the giant ape Vegeta was instantly killed by Son Gohan with one blow. If it weren't for the pain still lingering in their bodies, they would all doubt whether this was a dream. Gohan, you did a good job. It seems that Piccolo gave you a lot of useful things. Fighting should be vigorous and decisive when necessary. Lin Chuan landed next to Sun Wuhan and praised. Thank you Uncle Lin Chuan for the compliment. If you and Uncle Piccolo hadn't trained me together, I wouldn't be so good. Sun Wufan said modestly. The conversation between the two made Sun Wukong beside him confused. Piccolo also trained his son together. It's really embarrassing. Sun Wukong, you went to train with the Northern Kaiwang, but you only have this little strength. Piccolo landed next to Sun Wukong and judged the Sun Wukong in front of him. Weak, too weak, so weak that he didn't even have the desire to take action. Picker, you. Listening to Piccolo's judgment, Sun Wukong could only helplessly smile bitterly. When I came back just now, I didn't pay much attention to Piccolo's differences. Now he understands that Piccolo's strength is far superior to his. His sons are all so powerful, Piccolo is even more powerful, and it goes without saying that Lin Chuan is even more powerful. It was just a trip to Northern Kaiwang. When he came back, he was not only surpassed by his former opponent, but also by his own child. Now Sun Wukong feels very depressed. At this time, Krillin and Raditz, who were in midair, woke up. Gohan, really won. Krillin was so surprised that he could not speak calmly. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to end up like this today. Defeated by my nephew. Raditz took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. He slowly flew in the direction of Vegeta, and finally landed next to Vegeta. Tis. Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Raditz with anger on his face. Death was already beckoning to him. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this form. The arrogant Saiyan prince has now fallen into this state. It is pitiful and sad. Raditz looked at the seriously injured man. Vegeta, seizing the opportunity, taunted him fiercely. He's just a low-level warrior. Cough cough cough. What qualifications do you have to judge this prince? I just lost at the hands of that brat. I didn't lose to you. Even though he was seriously injured, Vegeta still maintained his arrogance. Even if Raditz in front of him has the ability to kill him at any time, he will not lower his proud head. He, you were right. It's true that you lost to my nephew, but you will die in my hands. As the words fell, Raditz's eyes showed murderous intent. He rolled out a ball of bright red special energy with one hand and pointed it at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. Anger burned in his eyes, unwilling to accept this outcome. Even if he died at the hands of Son Gohan, he could accept it because the opponent was stronger than him and was even the legendary Super Saiyan. But it happened that it was Raditz, a loser, who executed him. This is a shame. His actions also attracted the attention of others present. Krillin and Bic were indifferent, but the others were touched. Sun Wukong actually wants to keep Vegeta as a powerful enemy until he can defeat him himself one day. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the defeat this time, and Vegeta cheated. As for Lin Chuan, he knows that Vegeta is the number 2 male in the world and understands the importance of Vegeta. If this guy dies here, what will happen in the future? It's at this juncture. From somewhere, an ethereal voice came. Uncle Raditz, you can't kill Uncle Vegeta, otherwise, the world will be in chaos. The cynical voice was filled with ridicule and quirkiness. Who is it? Who is talking? Raditz's mind tightened, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but he still couldn't find where the source of the sound came from. Uncle Raditz, don't look around. I'm here. The voice sounded again, and the next second, it appeared in front of Raditz quietly. I saw a tall, lively and cute blue-haired girl standing in front of Raditz. What? Who are you? Raditz was shocked when he noticed the girl who appeared in front of him out of nowhere. When did this woman come and he didn't feel anything at all? At this moment, not only Raditz was shocked, but everyone was also shocked. Especially Lin Chuan, his expression changed drastically when he saw this woman. Who is this girl? He had never seen it. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball world, there is no trace of this girl's existence. As a time traveler, he felt a chill for the first time. What happened? Who is she? Why does it appear here? According to the progress of the plot, even if I changed a few things, there shouldn't be such a big change. Lin Chuan raised his vigilance, looked at the blue-haired girl, and fell into deep thought. Vaguely, he noticed something was wrong again. He seemed to feel a familiar aura from the blue-haired girl. Wukong, do you know this girl? He calls Uncle Raditz, and he calls Vegeta Uncle too. Klin heard it clearly and asked Sun Wukong. I don't know who she is either. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied. Is this woman Vegeta's partner? Piccolo, who had always been calm and composed, also looked horrified. Even as strong as he is, he can't see through this woman's strength. This feeling is like staring into the abyss. Piccolo's guess also made other Z warriors think deeply. It would be terrifying if this woman was really Vegeta's partner. At this moment, Vegeta had no idea what was happening and was in a state of confusion. He originally thought he was going to die in the hands of Raditz, but he was suddenly saved by an unknown woman. He doesn't remember which woman he had love with. He had no impression of this woman at all. After traveling across the universe for so many years, apart from Nappa and Raditz, there was no one else around. Women will only affect his judgment, hold him back, and stop him from moving forward. Everyone's attention was focused on the unknown woman. Vegeta seized this opportunity and tried his best to drag the broken body and crawl towards a location. Most of the bones in his body were broken due to the energy bombardment. Every time he moved, the pain of being torn apart would be felt in the flesh and blood all over his body. But even so, he still had to move on. Because he knew that this was his only chance to survive. Uncle Vegeta, you'd better not act casually. With your current physical condition, if you move around, you might die early. The blue-haired girl said cynically, while blowing bubble gum. Hearing this, Vegeta, who was crawling forward and planning to escape from here, moved his hands, endured the pain and turned his head, his face turned extremely ugly. Isn't this woman here to help me? Uncle, who is this? Raditz heard the sound, glanced at the embarrassed Vegeta again, put away the energy in his hands, calmed down and looked directly at the blue-haired woman. He is no longer what he used to be. He has a combat power of over 10,000. In addition, after being trained by the king of the Northern Kai this year, he has become very mature and stable. Raditz couldn't help but feel shocked when he used his breath to feel it for the first time. The woman in front of him had power that he could not imagine. That energy was looming, half-existent, and I couldn't tell the end, let alone how huge it was. If his strength hadn't reached the current level, everyone would have thought that he was just a little girl. But his body instinct and consciousness were telling him that this woman was dangerous. Who is she? Just a word, just a glance, made me afraid to take action. Raditz remained silent, only sighing in his heart. The blue-haired girl did not waste too much time on them. After blowing a bubble, a naughty smile appeared on her face. She walked around Raditz, who was staring at her, and came to the front of the others in a few flashes. Under the incredible gazes of all the Z warriors, she walked straight in front of Lin Chuan. "We finally meet, Daddy," the blue-haired girl shouted, causing everyone present to explode. It was like a bolt from the blue in my mind. Sun Wukong. You are Uncle Lin Chuan's daughter. Sun Wukong. Let me tell you, why is the breath still a bit familiar? It turns out to be your daughter, Lin Chuan. I can't believe that you are only a few years older than me, but you have such an old daughter. Piccolo, is this true? Lin Chuan, I've never heard of you talking about it. Krillin, so, we're not enemies. That's great. I thought something unexpected happened again. Finally, Raditz's mouth opened wide, unable to speak. Vegeta fell into an abyss. The possibilities he thought about in terms of feelings were all nonsense. She is the daughter of the traitor Talos. Everyone's eyes fell on him at the same time. There is disbelief, envy, surprise, disbelief, etc. My daughter is already so old, but she is still getting along with Bulma. If Bulma finds out, it will be a big deal between you two. Krillin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a slightly impure mind, and he kept thinking about it. His brother Yamcha was outraged. Now that something like this happened, he could already imagine Bulma being furious when she heard the news. According to his understanding, Bulma's temper would probably make Lin Chuan scolded on the spot. A breakup is certain. What a powerful aura. Lin Chuan's daughter is actually so powerful. But why did she say those words and save Vegeta? Sun Wukong sighed, feeling confused in his heart, and looked at Lin Chuan with puzzled eyes. The scene became quiet at this moment, and everyone was waiting for Lin Chuan's explanation and answer. Where is Lin Chuan? He was completely confused and dumbfounded. This sudden breaking news even confused him. Are you kidding me? He has been on planet V3114 for 25 years after time travel. He has never seen even a shadow of a woman, let alone mating and giving birth. If dreams can be counted, then maybe he really has a daughter. The problem is that it is a dream. He looked carefully at the blue-haired girl in front of him. The more he looked at her carefully, the more shocked he became. Picture. It's indeed too similar. Not only is there his shadow, but this hair color and those big aqua eyes are exactly the same as Bulma's. The clothes on the other party's body are all engraved with the logo of Universal Capsule Company. Could it be that she is my daughter from the future? So, I will definitely get together with Bulma in the future, and then have her. Lin Chuan has gradually guessed the identity and origin of the other party. Nothing else is possible. But why did the future daughter come to this era? Even if he changed the plot of the original work and eliminated the big thing in the future, it shouldn't be the right time. Unless there is some major change in the world in the future that even he cannot solve. Their eyes met for a long time. Lin Chuan's eyes changed again and again, and finally he calmed down and asked, if my guess is correct, you should be from the future, right? As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was shocked. Future. What is this concept? This is Lin Chuan's daughter, who traveled through time and space and arrived at this time and space from the future. You are worthy of being a father. Even though you are not really strong at this time, you can still see my origins at a glance. The blue-haired girl smiled happily, and directly stepped forward to hug Lin Chuan's arm, saying happily. Lin Chuan was somewhat unable to react when he was suddenly hugged by such a beautiful girl. However, thinking that this was his future daughter, and feeling the resonance of blood after contact, Lin Chuan quickly calmed down. Who is your mother? Forget it, you don't even need to guess if you have any brains. Is it Bulma? I originally wanted to ask in a roundabout way, but after thinking it was unnecessary, I said directly. Yes, Dad is really smart. My name is Lin Shui. It snowed heavily on the day I was born and lasted for several days, so Dad gave me this name. Lin Shui introduced herself with a smile. She was not afraid at all, because her arrival caused changes in time and space. This is completely opposite to the future date in the original work. Future date was deeply afraid of others knowing his identity, so he concealed it repeatedly, but in the end it was still known to everyone. Lin Shui. Lin Chuan murmured. According to his style, he really didn't think of a meaningful name, so he chose this name casually, which is in line with his casualness. But considering Bulma's strength, it was surprising that she didn't stop him from taking this name. The original Bulma's children, Trunks and Bra, were both conceived by Bulma. His thoughts turned around, and Lin Chuan was about to say something, when he saw Lin Shui looking at him solemnly. What's wrong? Lin Chuan asked doubtfully. Dad, there are some dirty things on your body. After saying this, Lin Shui had quick eyes and quick hands, and swept her right hand across Lin Chuan's neck. The speed was so fast that even Lin Chuan couldn't see clearly. At the same time, it sent a chill down his back. If this was to kill him, he would probably die just now. My future daughter is really ridiculously strong. Regardless of anything else, he immediately opened the system interface to check Lin Shui's combat power. Target: Lin Shui. Combat Power Index 999.9 billion. Down pointing arrow. Note: this data is the minimum combat power standard. The host is requested to improve its strength as soon as possible and upgrade the system level. The combat power of 999.9 billion is still the minimum combat power standard. Is the level 1 system just so overloaded? Holy shit, this little girl's strength has not reached the Super Sailor God level, right? At this age, if calculated based on time, it should be in the later stages of the Super Era plot. In Lin Chuan's heart, there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running wildly. This is simply too far off the mark. Where did such strength come from in this era? Experience life. For a moment, Lin Chuan began to think of his future self. If his future self is so awesome, what level has he reached? In other words, how will Lin Shui's future world develop? I am full of questions, but it is difficult to ask them. His eyes were full of doubts until his attention focused on Lin Shui's hands. The pink palm opened, and an extremely small mechanical insect stayed in her palm. Such a small bug would be difficult for even a being like Lin Chuan to detect without actively sensing it. Mechanical insect. Lin Chuan frowned, suddenly thinking of something. How could he forget this? Cyborg. Dr. Grow. In the original work, Cell, the ultimate artificial human, was created by relying on these mechanical insects to travel around the world and collect the cells of powerful warriors. Dr. Grow is hiding somewhere at the moment, using special technological means to control mechanical insects and collect cells from them. Uncles, you also have these bugs on your body. It's best to destroy them. Lin Shui kindly reminded her and crushed the bug in her hand. It seems that someone is plotting against us secretly. Unable to explain, Lin Chuan could only say in a roundabout way. Listening to Lin Chuan and Lin Shui's reminders, several people checked themselves at the same time, and exploded their own power, forming powerful aura storms. Then, mechanical insects that were too tiny to be seen with the naked eye flew out from their clothes. But there are only a pitiful few. Presumably, many mechanical insects have completed the task of collecting samples and left here. It seems that during this period, there are already people hiding in the dark and starting to create powerful artificial humans. Lin Shui clapped her hands, shook off the ashes, and said, "Artificial human." Lin Shui said so, and Lin Chuan followed suit. This suddenly attracted everyone's attention. After everything was said, Lin Shui did not hide anything and directly reported some of the details of the artificial man a few years later. However, these things happened in the first 2 years of her life, so what we know is not very specific. After some exchanges, there was no communication barrier. Lin Chuan found the opportunity to change the topic and asked directly. Now, can you tell me why you came to this era from the distant future? I think you won't come for no reason, right? Is there some huge crisis in the future world, or? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan was just guessing. Lin Shui just smiled and shook his head, with a bit of bitterness on his face. It's true that it's not for no reason, but it's nothing. Let's go aside and have a chat, okay? Dad. Hearing this, Lin Chuan frowned instead. This abnormality made him feel a little more uneasy. Something is wrong, very wrong. What will happen in the future world? I can't say it directly yet. If you want to know the future of artificial humans, she has spoken out directly. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression, the two of them walked aside and communicated alone. That's enough. The distance was enough. Lin Shui thought for a moment and began to say, actually, the entire world in the future has been destroyed. Although it was an accident that I came to this time and space, it is really to go back to the past. I'll come see you at a certain time, and by the way, I'll tell you something. The future world has been destroyed. And the whole. Lin Chuan was shocked. At this time, there was another eavesdropper, and Piccolo was stunned. What's going on? Please tell me in detail. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and said seriously. In the future world, a person who looks exactly like you appears. He is as powerful as you, Dad, and destroys the future world with his own hands. Uncle Goku, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Piccolo, and the rest my other uncles, including my mother, all died in the hands of that man. Lin Shui's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Lin Chuan's heart. In such a plot, what Lin Chuan directly associates with is the dark man Zamasu. You mean, a person who looks like me appeared and destroyed everything? I also died in the hands of that person. Lin Chuan asked eagerly, does that person have any characteristics? For example, a catchphrase. He wanted to know more specifically, to fully understand. If it's Zamasu, it must be the voice of God. Lin Shui shook his head and continued. I don't notice anything special about that person in my memory, except that he is as powerful as Dad. In short, you did not participate in the battle. 5 years before that guy arrived, you it is said that there is something in a place that attracts you, and from now on, you will never return. In the past 5 years, my mother has spared no effort to search for you. She also asked for the help of the god of destruction and the angels, but without exception, they all failed. It's like you evaporated out of thin air. No matter which time and space or which world, there is no trace of you. So, before the disaster struck, I disappeared. Lin Chuan suddenly felt horrified after hearing his daughter's explanation. A shuddering feeling ran through my body. In the future world, the development of things will be so confusing and winding. What are you attracted to? Why would he make this decision in the future? Who is that person who looks exactly like him? Everything is unknown. It's okay, Dad, don't you already know what is going to happen in the future? You will definitely be able to prevent the tragedy of this world from happening again. As long as you don't leave, future Dad, and don't pursue the thing that attracts you, you'll be fine. Lin Shui held Lin Chuan's arm again, seemingly chatting and laughing, but nothing happened. But everyone was very concerned about what Lin Shui and Lin Chuan said. After all, they couldn't hear it, but they could see the change in Lin Chuan's expression. By the way, I have one more question to ask Dad. Soon, Lin Shui took the initiative to change the topic and asked. The unpleasantness on her face was wiped away, and her change really surprised Lin Chuan. After going through so much, he still maintains his innocence. If you want to know anything, just ask. There was a hint of determination in Lin Chuan's eyes. Since he knew the outcome of the future world in advance, he would definitely use all means to stop it. As long as you are strong enough and don't enter that unknown place. Are you able to become a Super Saiyan at this stage? Lin Shui's question surprised Lin Chuan. These words also cheered up Piccolo, and he watched without blinking. When he was on Namek, Divine Dragon Boringa said that with Lin Chuan's qualifications, he would be able to become an ordinary Super Saiyan sooner or later. He didn't care before, but now it's different. Because they came back, everyone happened to hear Lin Shui's question. Super Saiyan, what is that? Krillin asked confused. He didn't know anything, so he was naturally curious about everything. I have heard from my elder brother about the legend of the legendary Super Saiyan. It is said that it is a super warrior who appears every 1,000 years in our Saiyan family. Could it be that Lin Chuan is the one? Sun Wukong boldly guessed, with a little more expectation in his heart. Listening to the tone of their conversation, Super Saiyan seems to be a transformation. He was very curious about what this transformation would look like. At this moment, Raditz, who was not far away, and Vegeta, who was planning to take the opportunity to escape, were both stunned. What did they hear? Super Saiyan. That Lin Chuan's daughter is asking Lin Chuan if he can already become a Super Saiyan. Could it be that Talos is the legendary warrior of our Saiyan family? If this is really the case, then I understand that he is so powerful. Raditz suddenly felt excited. While he was in awe of Lin Chuan, he also felt a sense of expectation in his heart. Super Saiyan. That is the legend that everyone in the Saiyan clan strives to achieve throughout their lives. Now I can witness the birth of a Super Saiyan in my lifetime. What an honor. No. This is absolutely impossible. The person who can become a Super Saiyan can only be me, Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta, although he had recovered somewhat due to the delay of time, his legs and feet were still unstable. He almost fell to the ground again, his teeth were clenched, his eyes were about to burst, and he stared at Lin Chuan and Lin Shui without blinking. His pride was at work. As an elite genius with royal blood, logically speaking, he was the one closest to a Super Saiyan. How could it be that lower-level soldier Lin Chuan? Hearing Vegeta's words of struggle, Raditz couldn't help but sneered and glanced at Vegeta with pity. Living in your own world, you never know how big the real world is. Raditz is different because his horizons have been opened this year. Vegeta, you are such a pitiful and pathetic person. You are still living in your own fantasy. For a guy like you, I should have killed you, but because of Lin Shui, I let you live. You are no longer the top genius among us Saiyans. It's time to wake up from this dream you've had for so long. Raditz finished speaking earnestly and turned his attention to Lin Chuan again. Shut up, Raditz. Vegeta clenched his teeth, resisting the almost crushing pain on his body, intending to see with his own eyes whether Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan was real. Facing his daughter's question, Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. This move once again shocked everyone. Lin Chuan can really become a Super Saiyan. As expected of Dad, you can already turn into a Super Saiyan at this stage. Can you let me see it? Lin Chuan could tell that Lin Shui had other motives, but he did not doubt his daughter. Yes, but although this transformation has been completed a long time ago, it is still a bit rough to master. When I transform, I will generate extremely strong energy and storms, which may hurt everyone, so everyone should stay away. Looking across the group of Z warriors, Lin Chuan both answered and reminded. Hearing this, everyone nodded without hesitation and stepped back. Without worries and obstacles, Lin Chuan is no longer ink. Her daughter is still here, but Lin Chuan is not worried at all that it will affect her. The powerful combat power of 999.9 billion alone cannot be shaken. Since you are going to transform, you might as well explode with all your strength and let your daughter see it. Although compared to this daughter, he is far behind now. His legs were planted firmly on the ground, his fists were clenched, and the breath in his body was surging like an erupting volcano. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the energy began to become violent. Crackling. Single quote. White arcs of lightning lingered around him, and a breathtaking and terrifying aura shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles became dim. The earth trembled and the air pressure continued to increase. Tens of millions of levels of combat power are at full blast, which is no small matter in this era. Even in the age of artificial humans, he was considered powerful. Golden light flashed across Lin Chuan's eyes. The S-cells in his body began to beat under strong emotional stimulation and began to converge towards the center of his back. The soldiers watching around were already frightened by this terrifying momentum and were speechless. Have your strength actually improved to this level? Piccolo tried his best to control his restless heart and trembling body. Over these years, he has been undergoing devil training to improve his strength, and he has also practiced with Lin Chuan many times. He thinks that although he is not as good as Lin Chuan, his strength is not much inferior. Nowadays, Lin Chuan's fighting power is 100 times that of him. Still improving. Is this really the aura that a human body can exude? This guy is even more monster than a monster. Krillin was so frightened that he couldn't control himself. He lost control of his body and his whole body was trembling. It was as if a big invisible hand was holding his neck, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. It's unbelievable. I thought that after practicing with Lord Kaio, the distance between us had been shortened. 1 year? What kind of training have you done in this short year? My power seems insignificant. There is a new understanding of the word powerful. Lin Chuan's figure has been deeply imprinted in Sun Wukong's mind. Not only has his son Sun Wuhan become so strong, but so has Piccolo, and Lin Chuan is even more frighteningly strong. What does a Super Saiyan look like? Sun Wuhan was looking forward to what Lin Chuan would look like after his transformation. At this moment, Lin Chuan had planted the seeds of becoming stronger deep in his heart. He felt eager for Lin Chuan's power and wanted to achieve such a state. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this the true strength of that guy Talos? The gap is too big. It's such an incredible monster. Raditz felt the coercion emanating from Lin Chuan and couldn't help but grin. Yes, if you don't even have this, how can you be called the strongest warrior in the universe, a Super Saiyan? This was the first time that he felt a surge of energy and blood, as well as a throbbing that came from the depths of his soul. What about Vegeta? Even though he dragged his body away a little distance, he was still affected. At this time, he was dumbfounded. He used to be proud of his 18,000 combat power points, believing that he was the unique and strongest Saiyan. Now, reality slapped him hard, waking him up from his dream world. 18,000 points of combat power is very strong. It was a joke from the beginning. He felt like he had become a clown, extremely ridiculous. Clenching fists, unwilling, confused, frightened, appalled, even a kind of despair. At this moment, Lin Chuan's posture changed as the S cells in his body were completely activated. The jet black hair flutters in the wind, alternating between golden and black, with even sparks appearing. Not only that, his pupils and breath are also being replaced with emerald and gold. The rising aura soon broke through the tens of millions combat power mark and entered the unit level of 100 million. Under the power of over 100 million, the entire Earth has been affected, and natural disasters of varying levels have occurred around the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Drink. With an angry shout, Lin Chuan released all the energy in his body. Boom. Single quote. The golden light suddenly exploded and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling golden light was enough to engulf everything in the world, causing everyone to subconsciously raise their hands to cover their eyes. This light is so dazzling and gorgeous. After half a minute, the golden light dissipated. In the center of the aura explosion, Lin Chuan had transformed into a Super Saiyan and stood there. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Raditz and Vegeta already looked like they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were wide open, and it was no problem to stuff a few eggs in one breath. Is this Super Saiyan? The bottomless aura. It's unbelievable. Is this Lin Chuan's true strength? Sun Wukong could not control his whole body trembling, and the appearance of Super Saiyan was deeply imprinted in his mind. To be honest, he received a lot of scares today, but these scares not only did him no harm, but actually had infinite benefits. Seeing a wider world and the existence of Super Saiyan further inspired his desire for power and wanted to become stronger. Strange monster. Krillin had a look of fear on his face, his heart beat faster, his body couldn't control himself, and he couldn't control his speech. Piccolo's face was ashen and he said nothing, but his clenched fists expressed his unwillingness. The gap is a bit ridiculously large. Raditz and Vegeta were completely shocked by this scene, and cold sweat had wet their entire bodies without even realizing it. Super Saiyan. You can't go wrong. This is Super Saiyan, and only with this kind of power can you be the best in the universe. Talos. Raditz watched Lin Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan, shout loudly with excitement. The next second, Raditz's eyes turned and fell on Vegeta, who was already unconscious. Hey, Prince Vegeta, you seem to be quite scared. I wonder how you feel after seeing the Super Saiyan you dream of. Raditz teased Vegeta in a playful tone. Shut up, Raditz, Vegeta said unwillingly with his eyes bloodshot. His eyes were full of ferocity, like a crazed beast. First he was defeated by Son Gohan, and now he has seen the existence of Super Saiyan. If his heart had not been strong enough, he might have gone insane and turned into a madman under the double stimulation. Ha 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 ha, it seems that our prince has been greatly stimulated. Forget it, there's no point in continuing to tease you. Raditz turned away amid a burst of laughter and stopped teasing Vegeta. Lin Shui just said that Vegeta didn't deserve to die, and combined with what happened constantly, he had no interest in killing Vegeta. Just let this prince fend for himself. They are no longer from the same world. Raditz was so conceited that he even saw a brighter future. Also, now he is considered to be on the Earth side. Although he has not had much contact with Lin Chuan, as time goes by, as things develop, he is considered to be on Lin Chuan's side. Moreover, Raditz heard clearly that Lin Shui from the future also called him uncle. On Earth, when Lin Chuan completed the transformation of Super Saiyan. Located in the underworld, on the North Kaio planet at the end of the Snake Path. As the master of Sun Wukong and Raditz, king of the North Kaikai has been paying attention to what is happening on the Earth. He never expected that so many things would happen on the Earth, even so outrageous that they would affect the future. At this moment, watching Lin Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan, the Northern Kai King was even more shocked. Because if this power is really counted, it is enough for him, the king of the realm, to look up to. This Saiyan named Lin Chuan has unimaginable potential. This power, even the universe Emperor Frieza is far behind. Super Saiyan, the universe will probably be unstable again in the future. There will inevitably be a conflict between Frieza and the Saiyans. The North Kaio thought of it a lot, and he even saw Lin Chuan and Frieza fighting face to face not long after. After all, Frieza was one of the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Saiyan clan. Although, it was also because of the order given by Beerus, the god of destruction. However, it was Frieza who took action, and even without Beerus's order, Frieza would have destroyed the Saiyan clan because he was afraid of the existence of Super Saiyans. Frieza, I wonder if after you are defeated by a Super Saiyan, will you regret not completely eradicating the Saiyans? The king of the North Kaikai wanted to see this show. He was so cunning that he even thought that if Lin Chuan destroyed Frieza in his Super Saiyan form, wouldn't that mean he was helping him slap the god of destruction Beerus in the face? In any case, Frieza is the temporary spokesman of the god of destruction. And Beerus had destroyed his planet to such a small extent that he didn't dare to express his anger, so he could only laugh in apology. At the same time, located in the higher realm of God. Destroy the world of gods. The idol angel Weiss is observing the major events that have happened in the universe in recent times. He was patrolling the universe, looking for fun, when he was suddenly attracted by the sudden appearance of powerful energy in the universe. This power is inexplicably familiar. Who is it? Weiss's memory is not particularly good. No, that shouldn't be said. It should be said that there are no really powerful people in the lower world, so even those who lamented it 1 second, Weiss will forget at the next moment. However, at this time, he was curious and used the angel's scepter to trace the source of this burst of power. Not long after, his angelic will had arrived on Earth and saw its target. This is. Looking at the projection in the scepter, Weiss exclaimed. In the picture, Lin Chuan turned into a Super Saiyan and was confronting his daughter, which surprised him particularly. How long has it been? This Saiyan has grown so much. But in just a few months, has your power increased to this point? It's incredible. And this girl, she doesn't seem to be from this time and space world. Is there still the aura of the King of Time in him? The successor? Or, marvel at Lin Chuan's growth, and marvel at Lin Chuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. But after a moment of emotion, he focused his attention on the unidentified blue-haired woman. As an angel, he could see that Lin Shui was not from this time and space world, and that he also had a special time and space mark on his body. The existence of future time and space, even though it has the mark of time, is how is it allowed to cross time and come to this uninfected time and space? Moreover, such big changes have been made. Should we wake up Lord Beerus? A special person from the future world appears in today's era. Whis sighed with emotion and couldn't help but look at the palace where the god of destruction Beerus was sleeping. Once people and things that do not belong to this world arrive, no matter whether they do or do not do anything, as long as they appear, this world of time and space will be affected. Now the appearance of Lin Shui has changed the future of this time and space line. It is equivalent to the originally bright future being suddenly changed and shrouded in a cloud of fog. After thinking for a moment, Whis gave up the idea of waking up Beerus. It was not that he ignored it, but that he sensed a special existence hidden in the darkness. Moreover, he felt on Lin Shui the aura left by him from another time and space world. I see, is this allowed? Just pretend you didn't see it. The world has been changed and deviated from its original historical trajectory. Weiss realized that Lin Shui's appearance might not be accidental, but that this world was destined to be good. The corners of his mouth curved, and Weiss didn't know what he noticed, and he smiled meaningfully. On the Earth. After stabilizing the transformation of the first level of Super Saiyan, Lin Chuan took back all the aura released from his body. His normal combat effectiveness already reached 35,558,850 points at this time. And it is still improving with the combat power +1 per second. With this strength, the combat power increases 50 times. Today, his combat effectiveness has reached a terrifying 1,777,942,500 points. The combat power increase after transformation has changed from +1 per second to +1 per second 50. There is no doubt that the increase per second has also been doubled with the increase in transformation into a super race. Although, it is not the normal state that increases, but the combat power in this state, there is no change. But it's also good news. Because if the increase is still +1 per second after transformation, it will stretch your hips. Feeling himself exploding with all his strength at this moment, if his daughter hadn't been here, he would have been extremely excited. After all, his strength is undoubtedly invincible in this era. But his daughter's lowest combat power was 999.9 billion, which was invisible and made him not excited at all. I have become a Super Saiyan, what should I do next? After calming down the crazy surge of energy in his body, Lin Chuan looked at Lin Shui with a handsome expression and asked. The majestic, handsome and powerful character that comes with the Super series makes Lin Chuan look so outstanding. In one simple word, he is handsome. As expected of you, Dad, not only can you become a Super Saiyan during this period, but your power is also so powerful. In my impression, Dad has always been the strongest Super Saiyan, who can always save the day from danger and turn the tide. At this moment, Lin Shui's eyes were shining. She was very happy that she could see her father transform into a Super Saiyan again after so many years. Although it is just an ordinary first-level Super Saiyan, it is already extraordinary. Looking her father up and down, the smile on her face became brighter. Finally, a special light flashed in his eyes. Then, I will also become a Super Saiyan. As soon as Lin Shui said this, everyone present was stunned. Lin Chuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan has subverted everyone's perception. Now Lin Shui is here too. The next second, in the disbelief eyes of all of them, Lin Shui's whole body flashed with golden light. Unlike Lin Chuan's transformation, Lin Shui completed the Super Saiyan transformation in just an instant. This shows his proficiency. This is also inevitable. Given their strength, if it becomes very difficult to reach the top level, what's the point? Naturally, it is done in one go, without any leakage of energy. This was Lin Shui's intuitive feeling for Lin Chuan. The appearance of another Super Saiyan left an indelible impression on everyone present. Two Super Saiyans. Could it be that Super Saiyan is not the only one and can be achieved through practice? Sun Wukong was the first to react. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and a bold idea emerged. Since Lin Chuan can become a Super Saiyan, and his future daughter can too, there is no reason why he can't. They're both Saiyans, so he's not bad either. As long as you practice hard, you will be able to complete the Super Saiyan transformation one day. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats at this moment. Now that the two Super Saiyans were confronting each other, they couldn't imagine what would happen next. Although they are father and daughter, no one knows what this future Lin Shui will do. He perfectly restrained the excitement during the Super Saiyan transformation and used the energy almost perfectly without any leakage. Coupled with the difference in form and the details of free control, Lin Chuan understood that this was undoubtedly the first level of Super Saiyan at full power. At this time, he is definitely far inferior to his future daughter. Although it was very shocking, Lin Chuan was also very happy. At least this daughter is very strong. The stronger she is, the better she can live. So, are you going to fight me? Xiaoshui. Lin Chuan asked directly with a smile in his eyes. The intention of sparring was too obvious, and he was not stupid. Hehe, let's just fight each other, Dad. A proud smile appeared on Lin Shui's face. The next second, she took action directly, preemptively, and kicked Lin Chuan in the abdomen. It was fast and powerful, and it directly locked onto his exposed flaw. Lin Chuan, aware of the attack path, squatted down and raised his right arm. A timely defense was made. Boom! There was a loud airburst. This seemingly ordinary kick contains the power to destroy the world. Not only did it overturn Lin Chuan in the Super Saiyan state and push him back more than 10 meters, it also made Lin Chuan's arms numb and he felt pain. Such a sudden scene caught everyone present off guard. Is this going to start a war? Moreover, it is such unimaginable speed and terrifying power. Lin Chuan, who was flying upside down, tried his best to stabilize his body with a violent energy. He looked at Lin Shui, with a trace of relief in his doubtful eyes. As expected of her own daughter, even though her strength was suppressed to the same level as him, she still suppressed him. His strength seems to be very strong, but it is still far from enough. A very beautiful kick. Since I achieved the Super Saiyan transformation, this is the first time in my history that I have felt such a lot of pressure. As expected of my daughter. Lin Chuan moved his arms, and the next second, he became excited. It's a good thing that his daughter wants to have a good fight with him. Ever since he completed his Super Saiyan transformation, he has always felt lonely at a high place. In this era, no one will be his opponent anymore. Unless Shalu shows up in advance. Hehe, that's for sure. My strength was all taught by you, Dad. You have to be careful next. Your state is still in the early stage of Super Saiyan. According to what you once told me, Dad, it is only the first stage of Super Saiyan. What I am maintaining now is after breaking through the second and third stages of Super 1, perfect Super 1 full power. Lin Shui rubbed the bridge of her nose confidently and put on a fighting posture. Lin Chuan also realized that this daughter seemed to be forcing him and telling him something. For example, the Super Saiyan transformation has many levels. What he has achieved is just the first stage of transcendence. This daughter is really. Lin Chuan had an indescribable feeling. In this life, it was the first time that I was moved by family love. For 26 years, I was alone. Come on, use whatever skills you have, just to show me how strong you, my daughter in the future world, are. Lin Chuan would not escape from his daughter's challenge. Moreover, this battle also has great benefits for him. Maybe he can use this battle to stabilize his Super Saiyan state and take his strength to the next level. The two Super Saiyans continued to fight, and this scene made everyone present feel nervous. After all, the simple aftermath is so terrifying. Gohan, Krillin, let's watch the battle in another place. With our current strength, if we continue to stay here, they won't be able to fight. Sun Wukong is self-aware. With his strength, he can do it with just one energy wave. Kill him. With Sun Wukong as an example, Sun Wuhan and Krillin nodded one after another, and the three of them used the Wukong technique to stay away from this area. Of course, it's not really to a faraway place, but to a place more suitable for watching the battle. Piccolo followed closely, and stopped several hundred meters away from the battlefield. As for Raditz, he saw that the situation was not going well and slipped to a safe area. Only Vegeta, who was seriously injured and frightened by the two Super Saiyans, was left questioning his life. Hateful. Just wait. As long as I, Vegeta, don't die, I will become a Super Saiyan sooner or later. By then, I will kill all of you without leaving a single one. Even if no one helped, Vegeta still relied on his tenacious will to drag his severely injured body out of the area. This just happened to give him a chance to escape. Of course, no one will want to kill him at this time, after all, he is too weak. On the battlefield, the atmosphere is boiling. The father and daughter looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them shot up into the sky with anger, and started the first round of collision. Boom! A loud noise. The father and daughter collided, causing a terrifying explosion high in the sky. The terrifying power swept through the sky, and the dazzling light spread in all directions. Both of them soared in the sky at dozens of times the speed of sound. In just a few seconds, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Although on the surface they looked evenly matched, Lin Shui actually had the upper hand. This girl's fighting style is so sharp. Don't give me any chance to breathe. But yes, she is my daughter after all. During the battle, Lin Chuan felt tremendous pressure. His fighting skills are even more perfect in the hands of his daughter. That was the accumulation and evolution of later generations over the past 1 or 2 decades. They are both at the first level of Super Saiyan, so they can also judge the difference between the first stage and full power. Even Lin Shui only used lower strength to be on par with him. Lin Chuan was daydreaming, and Lin Shui was also thinking at this time. Dad's fighting ability is really powerful, but it's just at this period. The power of the first stage and first form of Super Saiyan can be so powerful. No wonder the later fully formed Cell, known as the ultimate android, and the later Majin Buu were all easily killed by Dad. Lin Shui sighed inwardly. The next second, a bad smile flashed on her face. Since Dad is so powerful, I have to work harder. In an instant, her strength increased sharply, and she struck Lin Chuan in the face with a powerful punch. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying. No matter how you look at it, Lin Chuan cannot avoid it, but what is unexpected is that just when the fist is about to hit Lin Chuan's face, Lin Chuan turns into an afterimage and disappears. So fast, Lin Shui was surprised when she noticed her father dodged his attack. But soon, she realized what was going on. It's not super high-speed movement, it's teleportation. Lin Shui suddenly came back to her senses and turned around quickly. She was surprised. She didn't expect that her father would already know this trick at this time. In her sight, Lin Chuan's fist continued to expand, getting closer and closer to her, but stopped just when it was about to land on her face. Boom! The strong fist wind blew through Lin Shui's golden hair, making her whole body tremble. I originally planned to lower my own level, and then rely on my own strength to suppress my father, and at the same time help my father avoid taking some wrong paths in the future. But she didn't expect that she didn't need to worry about her father's strength at all. In the same realm, her full power was actually suppressed. Although it was not an all-out battle, his father did not really use all his strength. You had too many thoughts when attacking and were not pure enough, so you gave me an opportunity to take advantage of you. Being distracted during battle is a taboo. I believe I have taught you this in the future. Remember, don't be careless when facing any opponent in the future. Even if you are facing me. Lin Chuan had nothing to teach Lin Shui, he could only tell her some truths. I know, Dad, you are really, at this time, you are already so verbose. Lin Shui stuck out her tongue in a strange way. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she had to express herself. So since I have told you so much in the future, you should learn a lesson. Lin Chuan couldn't help but added. This girl is too innocent. Lin Chuan was a little worried. She always suffered a disadvantage when encountering enemies. Again, this time I won't be like before. Lin Shui didn't stop there. The next second, she became angry again and prepared to attack. When Lin Chuan saw this, he would not be afraid. However, when the battle between the two sides is about to start again. A stern scolding interrupted the exchange between the two. Have you had enough trouble? This battle is over, Lin Shui, stop it. I knew it would be bad to take you back to the past, and you escaped from my custody. It took me so long to find you. You have messed up this space-time line. Below the two of them, a pink-haired girl with a thin stature and wearing a special god's uniform appeared. Her words made Lin Shui's expression change. For a moment, she had no choice but to take back her strength and calm down. It really wasn't the right time to come here. I should have known from the beginning that I should have used more strength to fight against my father, and also let my father see Super 2 and Super 3. Now, I have no chance. Lin Shui felt a little regretful. Lin Chuan looked at the pink-haired girl below, his eyes changed slightly and he frowned. Of course he knows this woman. The King of Time, Chronoa. His daughter met the King of Time, Chronoa. And, from what she said, it was obvious that she was the one who brought her here. This can also explain why the future daughter can come to this time and space. Seeing Lin Shui and Chronoa talking, Lin Chuan also landed in front of Lin Shui and the King of Time, Chronoa. Your future friend, Xiao Shui. Lin Chuan knew the other party's identity, but he couldn't say it clearly. Hello, Lin Chuan from the past world, I am Chronoa, the king of time. As you can see, your daughter and I are friends. She came to this time and space this time because I brought her here. She originally wanted to see you in another timeline, but she didn't expect to come to this time and space unexpectedly, and she even went to such a length of nonsense. She is really ashamed. The king of time, Chronoa, glanced at Lin Shui while explaining. Obviously complaining. At this time, Lin Shui looked like it had nothing to do with him. It's like saying it's not my fault. I see. I understand now. What's going on? My daughter will be in the future thanks to your care. Lin Chuan released the first-level Super Saiyan transformation and returned to his normal state. In response to Lin Chuan's show of goodwill, the king of time, Chronoa, smiled on his face. She never thought that Lin Chuan would be so wise and friendly at this time. She knew very well the importance of Lin Chuan. This man would surpass even the gods in the future and could be as powerful as angels. After several exchanges, Lin Chuan learned some more things from the king of time, Chronoa. It turns out that Lin Shui has joined the space-time patrol in disguise. Because the time and space world in the future was completely destroyed, Lin Shui was rescued by Chronoa and brought back to the nest of time. Can't we really stay for a little longer? Chronoa. Lin Shui obviously wanted to stay here. However, Chronoa would not allow it. I have been very generous and did not hold you accountable for your misbehavior. You have to know that time is very scary. If it continues to stay, a word or two from you and me may create a new future. Chronoa, what ya said was very serious. Indeed it is. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many parallel time and spaces in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Shui was still unwilling to give in. She looked at Lin Chuan with tears in her eyes. Let's go with her. Although we haven't met for a long time, I know that you have grown up very well. In the future, maybe we will see you again. When I am strong enough to reverse time and space and change the future, I will go find you. My daughter. Facing Lin Shui, Lin Chuan could only say such comforting words. How can he be involved now? Lin Shui seemed to have received spiritual sustenance from Lin Chuan's guarantee. Farewell is always sad. Seeing Lin Shui being taken away by the king of time, Lin Chuan clenched his fists. After all, I am still not strong enough. Otherwise, he could even force her to stay. No matter what bullshit rules are imposed, no matter what the impact is on the future. Being weak is the original sin. The battlefield has returned to calm. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information he came into contact with today was so great that he could not even imagine the future of this world. However, now that he has learned what will happen in the future, he will naturally not wait for tragedy to happen. He will also do his best to change the future. After the situation stabilized, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Raditz, Piccolo, and Krillin gathered around. They had many questions to ask Lin Chuan. Under Lin Chuan's explanation, this was considered perfunctory. Piccolo, on the other hand, actually heard what would happen in the future and communicated with his mind. Unknowingly, the relationship between Lin Chuan and Piccolo evolved into the relationship between Sun Wukong and Piccolo in the original novel. Something else needs to be said. During this gap time, a circular spaceship rose into the sky and left the Earth. Who is riding in this spaceship but Vegeta, who is covered in bruises? Seriously injured, he forcibly continued his life through the life support device. As long as he can be supported until he returns to the military base near the galaxy for treatment, he can regain his life in a very short time. Super Saiyan, Talos, Raditz, Kakarot, and that kid, just wait for me, sooner or later, I, Vegeta, will come back. Vegeta secretly made up his mind to come back for revenge. With the end of the incident, the crisis on Earth has temporarily come to an end. The unconscious Yamcha, Tien rice and dumplings were taken back to the Tianshan temple by Krillin and Sun Wufan for treatment. Because of Dandy's relationship, everyone quickly became lively and energetic. Sun Wukong and Raditz originally planned to continue in-depth discussions with Lin Chuan, and even wanted to see the gravity training room mentioned in the exchange. However, Lin Chuan told them not to worry, especially Sun Wukong, who should go home first, and this was the temporary solution. Returned home to the manor. Just after returning, Lin Chuan was caught by Bulma, who was looking for someone anxiously. "What's wrong, Bulma? You look very anxious, are you looking for something?" Lin Chuan asked suspiciously, and what he immediately thought of was naturally his daughter Lin Shui. His and Bulma's daughter. Lin Chuan didn't know that Lin Shui had already met Bulma before finding him. "Lin Chuan, you came back just in time. Your return means that the Saiyan crisis has been resolved. Let me ask you, have you seen a blue-haired girl? She is wearing clothes from our capsule company. She looks like me, and me." Bulma did not continue, but her eyes were very expressive. "Understood." Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that mother and daughter had met and became embarrassed. After all, there was no real development between him and Bulma. "You, look at your expression, have you seen her before?" Lin Chuan said. "What do you think? That's our future daughter," Bulma said. The two looked at each other, and suddenly the atmosphere changed. The two of them have been getting along for a year, and their relationship is indeed very harmonious. They meet every day, eat together every day, and even find time to chat many times. When it comes to development, in fact, the two of them have some ideas in their hearts. After all, they have been living under the same roof and have long been accustomed to each other's existence, but neither one will take the initiative. Who could have imagined that at this juncture, a girl from the future suddenly appeared and said she was their child? This sudden amount of information, and what's going to happen in the future? It's not that Bulma can't accept it, but it's the same as Lin Chuan. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan told Bulma everything. "So, she has left. Can't you stop her? Our daughter will be so pitiful and alone in the future, and you are her father." Bulma showed some strength. "You think I don't want to? That requires me to have enough strength. Do you know how many eyes are staring at this? This spans time. Even if no one else will stop me from keeping my future daughter, Toki no Kaioshin is the top god. Do you think a lesser god like the Earth's god can compare? All I can do is keep getting stronger." Lin Chuan responded forcefully. In anger, the two of them almost leaned against each other. Some things may require such an impulse to go smoothly. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Located on the rooftop of the manor's large roundhouse. After having love with Bulma yesterday, she was out of control. If it wasn't Bulma's first time, how could Lin Chuan be satisfied with just one time? This also made Lin Chuan more aware of the past of the plot. Although Bulma was used to being careless, she was really protective of herself. No matter how much Yamcha tried, he never succeeded with her. Lin Chuan had to thank his daughter. If it weren't for her sudden arrival, he and Bulma really didn't know when they would get together. Sitting on the sofa on the rooftop and meditating, Lin Chuan bathed in the sunshine and had maintained this posture for a long time. He was absorbing all the information he got yesterday. Mainly through his insights after fighting with his daughter, and through sensing the power of Kronoa, the King of Time, he was able to complete his understanding of the power of God. With his monster-like talent, he got some basic skills from the divine power training method from Shenlong Boringa. In addition, after meeting the King of Time, Kronoa, yesterday, he had a new understanding of the power of God. The aura of divine power is very wonderful. If you develop your practice in this direction, it seems that you have come into contact with an unknown field. The whole body is surrounded by white aura, which would normally be very scary, but now the aura is very stable, and there is not even a slight breeze here when it erupts. It seemed that he had reached a critical point in his practice. Lin Chuan, who was meditating, suddenly stood up. With his eyes closed tightly, he stretched out one hand forward, and the white airflow around him gathered along his arm and into the palm of his hand as if consciously. This airflow was extremely calm, as if it was alive and fixed in Lin Chuan's palm, and then changed from gaseous state to liquid state. Lin Chuan, who had his eyes closed tightly, opened them and stared at the white energy condensed in his palms. This is the power of God. No, this should be life energy. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Lin Chuan believed that the thing he had condensed was not the power of God, but a very pure life energy. After practicing for so long, I finally developed this kind of power. Lin Chuan was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, He felt something in his heart, and the new path he thought of combined with the primary divine power cultivation method. What he cultivated must be divine power. What is the connection between this life energy and the power of God? Or is it that the power of God is the energy after the further evolution of life energy? If so, what's his next step? Just when Lin Chuan was thinking about how to go further, he suddenly felt two familiar chi flying towards his position at an extremely fast speed. Kakarot and Raditz's. It seems they can't wait any longer. It only took Lin Chuan a moment to distinguish the auras of the two people, and he had already understood the purpose of the two people coming to him. No need to think too much, it must be for gravity training. The two are now eager to become stronger. This is also a good thing. In his sight, the two black shadows continued to expand, eventually forming the appearance of Sun Wukong and Raditz. As the two people came to the front, Lin Chuan was calm and smiling. The energy was naturally taken back into his body, preventing them from seeing it. Although I know you want to become stronger quickly, you are too anxious. Lin Chuan still couldn't hold back and tease them. Hey, I can't let you go too far. Gohan has also told us about gravity training and the development potential of the Great Elder on Namek. Lin Chuan, let's try gravity training too. It's boring to become stronger alone. Sun Wukong directly stated his intention. After his horizons were broadened, he understood how insignificant he was. Even though his combat strength has exceeded 10,000 due to his injuries, he is still an ant in this era. Even his son Gohan can be beaten with one finger. You shouldn't refuse, Talos. Raditz narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. He also desires to become stronger and stronger than Vegeta. Next time he sees Vegeta, he will defeat Vegeta in his own way. Of course, no problem. As long as you are ready, come with me. Lin Chuan took Raditz and Sun Wukong to the gravity training room without hesitation. After a while, they arrived in front of the huge dome-shaped gravity training room. Opening the door to the gravity training room, Lin Chuan led them inside. This is the gravity training room. This is a device that controls gravity and can change the surrounding gravity environment according to the user's needs. The upper limit is 1,000 times the gravity environment of the Earth. However, it is naturally impossible for you to withstand such a large gravity now. Everything must be done step by step and slowly. Let's start from the lowest 10 times. Lin Chuan walked to the device that controlled the gravity environment and turned on the gravity environment as he spoke. Here on Earth, a new round of cultivation has begun. The other side is located in the Beta Galaxy. A super large spaceship, larger and more imposing than Frieza's main ship, is sailing in the universe. There is a very special mark on the outside of this spaceship. Gula Army. That's right, this huge battleship is the spaceship of Frieza's brother Gula. Located in this huge battleship, Gula is sitting on his throne. Unlike Frieza's aura of playing with everything in the world, Gula's body exudes a permeating cold aura from time to time. Compared to his arrogant brother Frieza, Gula also appears to be more mature and powerful. Because Frieza's body could not withstand the excessive energy, he degenerated independently. He faced the world in his short first form all year round, with a pitifully low combat power of 530,000 points. Even if it uses 100% of its final form's combat power, it only has 120 million points, which cannot be maintained for a long time. He is different. He always presents his strongest appearance to the world. And it will not bring any burden to your body. And just without the combat power of the ultimate transformation, he has already reached 150 million points, which is 30 million points higher than Frieza in his final form. Not only that, his full power goes far beyond this. Once he finally transforms, his combat power can reach a terrifying 470 million points. Neither Frieza nor his father, the Kurdish king, know this now. King Gula, according to the latest news, it has been determined that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. Your brother, King Frieza, is already on his way to Namek. Should we catch up now? At this time, a blonde cosmonaut wearing a battle uniform of Team Gula came forward, knelt down humbly in front of Gula, and reported. He is the captain of the Gulart team, Frieza. Now Gula's right-hand man. The combat power is as high as 170,000 points. Listening to Frieza's report, Gula's expression did not change and he said, let my stupid brother go to Namek first. Rumor has it that there are many powerful warriors among the Namekians, and he wants to take all of them. It's not that easy to collect all the Dragon Balls. Our top priority right now is to go to the planet Adrat. Rather than unrealistic things like Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish, I am currently more concerned about making myself stronger. The special abilities mastered by the people of Adrat can make my strength even further. Yes, Lord Gula, I will order you to go down and rush to the star of Adrat at full speed. Shiwiza stood up humbly and walked towards the control room of the spacecraft. Earth. Gravity training room. Starting with the lowest 10 gravity. Raditz and Sun Wukong were somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. But they will soon know that Lin Chuan did not belittle them, let alone look down on them. Buzz buzz. Single quote. As the gravity training room was activated, the surrounding environment was quickly filled with a layer of scarlet light. The number on the display also changed from 0G to 10G. Under the pressure of 10 times the gravity of the Earth, Sun Wukong and Raditz only felt their bodies suddenly sink. It's really 10 times the gravity, just like the feeling at Kaio-sama's place. Sun Wukong moved his body enthusiastically and said, "Since there is such an effect here, there is no need to think about going to Master Kaio to practice." Not enough. If this is the case, even if the gravity is increased, it seems to be the same. Sure enough, what is really important is the potential development you have experienced on Namek. Raditz has a certain understanding of gravity training. After understanding this, I attributed the reason why Piccolo, Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan became stronger to the Great Elder's potential development. He even felt that the reason why Lin Chuan broke through and became a Super Saiyan was inseparable from the development of his potential. Maybe if he goes too. Raditz took it for granted. He had no idea how much pressure he would face next. Listening to what the two said, the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled intentionally or unintentionally. Don't worry, 10 times gravity is no problem for you. If you can't even handle it, then your training this year will be in vain. Next, it's 20 times gravity. As he spoke, Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity environment from 10 times to 20 times. Buzz buzz. Single quote. The scarlet light in the space became more and more intense. Lin Chuan would not feel anything because he was powerful enough. Sun Wukong and Raditz only felt as if their bodies were suppressed by some invisible force, which made them unable to react for a moment and bent down. Is this an environment with 20 times the gravity? My body feels a lot heavier. Feeling the pressure on his body, Sun Wukong's breathing became heavier for a while. It's not that it's unbearable, and if you practice in such an environment, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. I think you guys are quite relaxed. How about improving it 20 times? Lin Chuan didn't hold back, and he didn't choose to just improve it 10 times. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth, making him want to see the two of them embarrassed. Under 40 times the gravity, Sun Wukong and Raditz's expressions suddenly changed. Oh, it's only 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, so it makes me so miserable. Are you kidding me? Feeling 40 times the gravity for the first time, Raditz began to secretly increase his strength. Not only did he forcefully stand up straight, he also tried his best to stabilize his chi. A combat power of over 10,000 people can indeed achieve this under 40 times gravity. If not, it would be useless. Brother can bear it, so can I. Sun Wukong originally stared hard and tried his best to maintain it. Seeing Raditz's decisive exertion, he gritted his teeth and stood up straight against 40 times the force of gravity, body. At first, I really didn't expect that the increased gravity would be so terrifying. Looking at how high your fighting spirit is, why don't you improve it 10 times or 20 times? Or should you practice in such an environment first? As soon as Lin Chuan said these words, Sun Wukong and Raditz's expressions suddenly showed subtle expressions, change. The 40 times gravity environment is already very difficult for them now. If it were to be improved further, what would be the concept? Without giving them a chance to answer, Lin Chuan directly increased the gravity to 50 times in order to let them understand the horror of gravity training. The sudden surge of gravity caused Sun Wukong and Raditz's pupils to shrink sharply, and their bodies leaned forward uncontrollably. Every cell in the body was pressed by gravity, and even the bones creaked under the pressure of gravity. At this moment, the two finally understood that the reason why Piccolo and Sun Wukong became so powerful was not only because of the potential development of the Great Elder on Namek. Among them, gravity practice is also particularly important. In other words, this is simply a cheating device for practitioners. If they had begun to undergo gravity training long ago, their strength would have definitely improved by leaps and bounds, and would have exceeded the current limit. In terms of potential abilities, both Sun Wukong and Raditz are confident that they will not be worse than others. Especially Raditz, after experiencing the training of the Northern Kai King, he felt that he was also a genius. Okay, let's overcome 50 times gravity first, and then 100 times. Let me tell you first, Gohan is practicing here and can withstand more than 100 times gravity. Since his body is still growing, so I and Bai Kai didn't increase the gravity training on him. But Piccolo can already train in a gravity environment of 150 times. State the specific situation. For a moment, Sun Wukong and Raditz's pupils shrank sharply. How incredible this is! Sun Wukong thought simply, and he stood up desperately, that kid Gohan can do it. How can my father fall behind? That is to say, as long as I can withstand 100 times gravity, I can have the power to defeat Vegeta's transformation into a giant ape. Raditz's thoughts were more direct. True, but there are still differences. After adapting 100 times, it does not mean that you will become very strong. It depends on the individual. Moreover, although the original Sun Wukong achieved 90,000 combat power points in 6 days, it was a strong crisis that forced him to grow. Furthermore, the reason why Sun Wukong was able to defeat the giant ape Vegeta was related to the Great Elder's development of potential. It broke the boundaries in one breath. Practice well. I won't be here to accompany you. If you really can't bear it, control the gravity yourself. I believe you have seen it clearly. If it doesn't work, you can just turn off the gravity equipment and control it with words. He left a message. Lin Chuan left the gravity training room. Because of the arrival of Sun Wukong and Raditz, Lin Chuan waited for a group of Z warriors for 2 consecutive days. Everyone in this era is still eager to become stronger. Everyone is striving to be the best, unwilling to be left behind. Even Yamcha is in this category. However, the limits sought are different, and the motivation to become stronger is also different. There are naturally many reasons for their arrival. One was mentioned by Sun Wukong, the other was suggested by the god Piccolo that they come to Lin Chuan for advice, and the other was that Sun Wukong and Raditz had already started practicing. For all of them, Lin Chuan would not refuse anyone thousands of miles away. Even for Yamcha, Lin Chuan only held the mentality that if he didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. Of course, whether this group of people can withstand such a cultivation method depends on themselves. It is worth mentioning that in the past, many people used the gravity training room to satisfy Lin Chuan, Piccolo and Sun Wukong, so Bulma had already carried out transformation, and there were a total of 5 gravity training rooms. Therefore, Z warriors also have the opportunity to practice alone. Without dragging others down, you can also explore and become stronger on your own. Otherwise, let them chase Sun Wukong and Raditz and make a fool of themselves. It's enough to have a combat power of less than 4,000 and be able to practice hard under 20 times gravity. More than 20 or 30 times, even if they can practice for a short period of time, they will not be able to maintain it for a long time and will actually kill them. After arranging them, Lin Chuan continued his practice without interference. In the past few days, Piccolo and Sun Wukong have also been here. After learning about the situation in the gravity training room, Piccolo did not intervene and chose to meditate and practice hard like Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong actually entered Sun Wukong and Raditz's gravity training room and practiced together. So unknowingly, 10 days passed quietly. During these 10 days, the relationship between Lin Chuan and Bulma became closer and closer. Because the relationship was exposed, although the two were not as tired as a passionate couple, they were no longer what they used to be. It should be said that after tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, who can endure it again? Although Lin Chuan is a Saiyan, he is a time traveler, and his soul and thoughts retain the concepts of his previous life. If you have done something like that, you will naturally be responsible to the end. Lin Chuan would always be by Bulma's side except for training time. In this regard, Bulma never expected that Lin Chuan was not a blockhead, nor was he the kind of person who didn't understand the style, but he had never understood it before. Today, I still continue to practice the power of God. For more than 10 days, I had a deep understanding and pondered the difference between the life energy I had cultivated and the power of God. At this time, he was on the lakeside behind the manor, suspended above the lake with his legs crossed, holding his breath and concentrating, entering a deep state of meditation. The breath around the body is gradually transforming into liquid life energy. Mastering the method of condensation and transformation only requires time. After converting enough qi into liquid life energy, Lin Chuan felt more and more incredible about this special energy. Awakening from a meditative state. The initial transformation has finally been completed. If you want to increase the level of energy, you still need a new way of cultivation. Palunga's cultivation method is not a real cultivation method of divine power. Otherwise, there would be no way to give it to me. Supernatural power is not something that can be easily cultivated, especially since I only have the current strength. Palunga must have guessed that I would reach this point, but how will I transform in the future? It's not that easy to truly transform into a Super Saiyan god by yourself. I sighed in my heart, and kept talking in my mouth. The only thing Lin Chuan complains about now is that the plot of the original work is too simple. If you really want to become stronger and break through, no aspect is easy and simple. Otherwise, super beings would be everywhere in this world. If you want to become stronger, you have to find another way. Next, we have to work hard to hone the Super Saiyan form. After reaching this point in the cultivation of God's power, I still have no clue. I can only seek breakthroughs through daily accumulation in the future. Therefore, the next few days will be about research on the Super Saiyan form. The first stage of Super 1 is just the beginning, the second and third stages are transitions, and reaching full power is the key. Only by cultivating Super 1 to the extreme can you touch Super 2, or even Super 3. Speaking of which, because I couldn't break through before, I had been training hard for normal combat strength. Now he can completely concentrate on perfecting his form, because his normal combat power will continue to increase every second even if he doesn't practice. System, are you really incomplete? You haven't told me how to improve my level until now. I sighed in my heart, something that Lin Chuan has always cared about until now. From activation until now, there has never been an active prompt or any special interface popping up. It's like it doesn't exist, like it's passive. However, Lin Chuan knew that the system could definitely be upgraded, he just needed to explore it himself. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The more you think about it, the more upset you become. I also have to take action on my next plan. I also have to go to the planet Yadatra. Arriving at the shore, Lin Chuan strode towards the big round house. Go to the planet Yadatra. This was also stimulated by the future daughter. Of course, it also had something to do with meeting the King of Time. The power of time, he wanted to get it. Lin Chuan wanted to see what special abilities the Adrat people had besides teleportation, clone techniques, and energy separation techniques. Maybe, this magical race also hides forbidden tricks, and maybe it involves time. This is the only thing Lin Chuan can think of for the time being. If you make a wish like Shenlong, you may not be able to obtain the ability to travel through time. It's just a trip that takes nearly a month. If you move instantaneously, you cannot travel through space without feeling the breath and without the mark of space. Of course, Lin Chuan already had an idea. He was going to go find the king of the North Kaikai. The original book is a living guide, and he knows the location of all the planets. It's just that whether he can use the Northern Kaiwang to implement this positioning will only be known after he tries it himself. As for how to get to the underworld, it couldn't be simpler. God can help him. Back in the big round room, Lin Chuan found Bulma, who was watching TV series. She has also been free in the past 2 days. After the group company's affairs were settled, she occasionally took time to assist her father in research. After lunch, Lin Chuan told Bulma his thoughts. Lin Chuan had explained this matter to her a few days ago, so Bulma had no objection. Lin Chuan also had a reason to become stronger. Save the future daughter. Although it is far away and elusive, this is a goal. Afternoon. above the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, Piccolo, the god of heaven, is teaching Dandy to learn knowledge about gods, and also begins to formally teach him some skills belonging to gods. The gods Piccolo and Dandy stood on the edge of the temple, overlooking the lower world. If we want to see the lower world from the Temple of Heaven, we must rely not on the eyes of the body, but the eyes of our souls. Remember not to rush, just take your time. God Piccolo said warmly. I understand, Grandpa Tien, Dandy said humbly. In the time since he came to Earth, he has become accustomed to the life here. Although there are no companions and relatives in my hometown, there are also new companions and relatives here. Well, with your talent, you should be able to understand it soon. God Piccolo's face was filled with a satisfied smile. No one hates obedient children. It was at this time. Whoosh! A burst of sound sounded from behind them. Lin Chuan's figure appeared on the Temple of Heaven out of thin air. Sensing the arrival of someone, Piccolo and Dandy turned around at the same time. Is it you? After seeing Lin Chuan, God Piccolo's heart suddenly tightened and his face became solemn. Uncle Lin Chuan, long time no see. Dandy felt more natural after seeing Lin Chuan. For various reasons, his relationship with Lin Chuan was not bad. Moreover, Lin Chuan could take him across the interstellar space to return to planet Namek, so he was considered an elder that Dandy relied on and trusted. Well, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a while. Are you doing well here, Dandy? Lin Chuan joked with a smile. Grandpa Tien is very good to me, Mr. Bobo has always taken good care of me, and Gohan will come to play with me when he has time. Dandy said obediently, the child's heart is very easy to be satisfied. Really, that's great. Lin Chuan also uses another way to treat children. After Shu reminisced about old times, Lin Chuan changed the topic. The gods must be wondering why I paid a sudden visit, right? I'll just tell you the truth. I hope you can take me to the underworld. There are some things I need to see the King of the North and get his help. Lin Chuan explained his intention directly. Going to find Lord Kaio. The god was shocked by Lin Chuan's words and felt incredible. You know, Lin Chuan had the opportunity to go a year ago, but Lin Chuan didn't take the initiative to say so, and Raditz took the spot away. There are many things that you and I can't explain clearly. In short, you just need to take me to the underworld. Lin Chuan did not explain too much. God is ashamed. Unable to go into details, he could only nod in agreement. He is not stupid. What happened on the earth some time ago is vivid in his mind, and it also involves the future. Immediately, the god looked at Dandy again. Today's lesson ends here. You can let Bobo take you to the lower world, Dandy. Yeah, I understand, Grandpa Tien. Dandy, who received the permission, happily trotted over to Bobo without any scheming. After letting Dandy and Bobo leave, the god Piccolo and Lin Chuan made an agreement and immediately headed to the underworld. Although he is old and crossing boundaries requires a lot of energy, he can still do it. Along with Lin Chuan and Tianshan Piccolo, they disappeared from the Tianshan temple. Hades, underworld. Is this the underworld? Arriving in the underworld, Lin Chuan looked around. Looking closely, an endless avenue is right in front of you. This is Wangquan Road. On this avenue are countless white souls. These are the souls of dead beings who have come here to await the judgment of Yama, the god of the underworld. Look to the other side. Not far in front of them was the Yama Hall. The main hall in front is where the god Yama of the underworld judges souls. God Bike was afraid that Lin Chuan didn't know, so he explained. I know, let's go. Lin Chuan said casually and took steps forward. Along the way, he ignored the ghosts maintaining normal order and the souls queuing up. His sudden appearance naturally disrupted the order. But no one dared to stop them. Because one is a living person. One is a god. Next person. In the Yama Palace, the lazy and slow voice of Yama King, who was working, sounded. Hearing this, Lin Chuan didn't say much. He just took a step forward and walked casually to King Yama's desk. He was not afraid, but God Piccolo was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. At this moment, King Yama also noticed Lin Chuan, a living person. A living person? How did you come to the underworld? Hey, are you the god of the earth again? You always do this, and it's very troublesome for me. King Yama seemed to find something interesting and hit him after having a haha. My spirits improved. True, I'm really sorry, Lord Enma. This man also wants to see Lord North Kaio. God Piccolo said bravely, sweating profusely. Those two people came back not long ago and have become successful in their cultivation, so more and more people want to go find Kaio-sama. ENMMM. Do you really think that anyone can complete this snake path? Those named Sun Wukong and Raditz, they fell into the snake path and almost stayed in hell forever. If I hadn't been lenient, they would have never had a chance to meet Lord Kaio. King Yama glanced at the god Piccolo and said. Obviously, he felt that cats and dogs came to challenge Snake Road, which made him, the demon king of Yama, lose face. God Piccolo was helpless and didn't know how to answer the question, so he could only look at Lin Chuan. He didn't care, it was Lin Chuan who wanted to come anyway. You're wrong, King Yama. I'm not who you say you are. I don't need to run away from Snake Road. I just want to see the king of the North Realm and discuss something. I'm passing by you as a way to take a chance. Lin Chuan spoke directly. Others are afraid of King Yama, but he is not. If he were a dead man, he could still judge him. But he is a living person and he has no control over him. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, King Yan was a little embarrassed and stared. Lin Chuan didn't get used to him, and said directly to the god Piccolo, you can go back. After saying that, Lin Chuan directly used his sense of energy to envelope him. Not long after, the presence of Northern Kaiwang was sensed. He used teleportation and disappeared here. The confused Yama King, the god Piccolo, as well as a group of imps and souls waiting for trial were left behind. On Northern Kaiwang. At this time, the king of the North Realm didn't know that Lin Chuan had arrived in the underworld and was heading towards him. Driving his antique car, Northern Kaio was in a happy and joyful mood. Since Sun Wukong and Raditz left, he has had a lot of leisure time. In addition to driving around every day, he would watch some funny jokes or use his special ability to watch some bloody scenes in the lower world. The life of a Kaio is like this. It seems boring, but there is fun in it. Alas, I spent the past year teaching Wukong and Raditz how to practice. Now, I feel a little uncomfortable. Without the two of them, life seems really boring. As the king of the Northern Realm spoke, he looked at the underworld and sighed again and again. Driving without looking at the road, I burst into tears afterwards. According to the past, this Northern Kaiwang was his personal territory, and except for his two pets Gulegli and Babris, there was no one else. He can drive however he wants. However, how could he have known that at this moment, Lin Chuan's figure appeared here out of thin air? In an instant, he was frightened with a contented look on his face. Bang! A loud noise. A car accident happened. The king of the North's car hit Lin Chuan. Naturally, the person was unscathed, but the North Kaio's car was severely deformed, and the tires flew off. No, my beloved car. The Northern Kai King flew out and immediately got up. His first thought was that his heart was bleeding. Seeing that the entire car had turned into a pile of scrap metal, the king of the North Kai was about to get angry. After taking a closer look, the anger in his heart quickly disappeared, and the expression on his face changed drastically. His eyes changed from anger to confusion, and finally to disbelief. Isn't this the Super Saiyan on Earth? You are the Saiyan on Earth, Talos. North Kai King exclaimed. I didn't expect you, King of the North Realm, to actually know me. It seems that you are also paying attention to what happened on the Earth 10 days ago. That's good, I don't need to introduce myself. Lin Chuan said with a smile on his face. Although he was surprised, now that the Northern Kaiwang already knew his identity, it would be much easier to do things. After glancing at Lin Chuan and listening to Lin Chuan's words, the North Kaio King could no longer take care of the damaged car. Ahem, I can't believe that you actually came to me. Talos, what do you want to do when you come to my Northern Kaiwang? Could it be that you also want to practice under my hands? The Northern King asked with a hint of suspicion. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shook his head directly. Although I am indeed quite interested in your Kaio fist, the main purpose of my coming here is to ask for your help. Help me find the coordinates of the planet Adrat. By the way, I want to try it. If you can, we can't teleport directly from you. Lin Chuan said. Hearing the name of Star Adrat, the King of the North was slightly startled. I see, you are interested in the special abilities of the Adratites, right? As a realm king, especially since the planet Adra is in the northern galaxy, he knows it very well. You guessed it right. Lin Chuan did not refute. This doesn't need to be hidden either. No problem, let me see where the Adrat star is. The King of the North didn't hesitate and activated his ability. The two tentacles on his head swayed slightly. This ability was extremely weird. Speaking of which, you have learned how to teleport. Isn't this the trick of the Adra people? The King of the North Kaikai said while searching. It's a long story. Anyway, let's find it first and then talk about it. Lin Chuan didn't answer too much. Although he was perfunctory on the surface, he actually had some admiration for the King of the Northern Kai in his heart. This guy is so smart. As time passed by, Lin Chuan waited quietly. Finally, after a while, the Northern Kaiwang found the location of the planet Adrat. We found the location of the star Adrat. However, something seems to be wrong. Something big is happening on the planet. Wait, then, that guy is Gula. How come he is on the planet Adrat? The North Realm King's exclamation made Lin Chuan's expression suddenly change. Gula, he is no stranger to this character who exists in the theatrical version. Frieza's brother really does exist in this main time and space. Moreover, according to what the King of the Northern Kai said, he is currently on the planet Adrat. What kind of labor management plot is this? Is it also because of the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? Nonsense, Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something. In the original work, Gula used the teleportation move to fight Super Saiyan Son Goku. Now think about it, how did Gula learn teleportation? Is this a coincidence, or is it destined to happen? It seems that the planet Adrat is about to encounter a catastrophe this time. It encounters Frieza's demon brother. This Gula is more cold-blooded and perverted than Frieza. The King of the North Kato is Adela. Te Xing felt sorry. He knew how powerful Gula was. He was a demon even more terrifying than Frieza. Looking to one side, the King of the North Realm saw that Lin Chuan had no reaction, so he tentatively said, I have found the location of the planet Adrat, but this planet is being invaded by the Gula Legion, and it is estimated that it will be destroyed soon. That Gula is the brother of the current emperor of the universe, Frieza. I think if you don't know Gula, you must also know how terrifying Frieza is. Do you want to go there now? He hoped that Lin Chuan would go to Adrat. After all, Lin Chuan can already transform into a Super Saiyan, and according to his inference, with his strength after transformation, he can easily solve the problem of Gula. Although it's surprising, I didn't expect to meet him at this time. It's good that I don't have an opponent to have a good fight with. Lin Chuan felt the thoughts of the King of the North Realm. But Lin Chuan had his own ideas. Gula, according to the original combat power level, has 470 million points. Although she is not his first-hand enemy, she can still have fun with him. Since he had a fight with his future daughter 10 days ago, his desire to fight has become even stronger. Then, seeing Lin Chuan being so direct, the King of the North Realm felt ashamed. Tell me the location of Star Adrat, or can you help me sense the aura there, and then I can teleport there. Lin Chuan said. If it was a bit difficult before, after all, you have to find a stronger chi to make you feel it. Now that Gula is here, it couldn't be easier. King of the North Kato said. With the help of the Northern Realm King, Lin Chuan finally felt what the means were. That will is directly connected to the lower universe. Not only can you see the situation in the lower world, but you can also feel the breath of the lower world. It stands to reason that with Lin Chuan's strength, he can actually do it, but it is still difficult and it is impossible to perceive it very accurately. I'll take the first step. I'll come back to you after I deal with Gula. Lin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, locked on Gula's aura, and used teleportation to disappear. After a long time, the King of the North Realm came to his senses and murmured with surprise, Why are you coming back to me? On the planet Adrat. Due to the full-scale invasion by the Gula Legion, the Adrat star at this moment has changed beyond recognition. Countless iconic buildings collapsed, smoke billowed, and flames shot into the sky. The members of the Gulart team, leading countless soldiers, are carrying out destruction everywhere, demonstrating to the people of Adrat on this planet, and at the same time enjoying the pleasure of destruction. At this time, Gula was also confronting the Great Elder Keru on the planet Adrat. You devil! Great Elder Kelu angrily scolded Gula, his eyes full of anger, but unable to resist. He hated it. He hated his lack of ability to stop Gula and his inability to control the current situation. Although they, the Adras, have various strange abilities, they have always been a kind-hearted and peace-loving race. I never thought that one day, my kindness would provoke such a terrifying emperor of the universe. Not only was the Gula in front of him so terrifying that it was unimaginable, but even the fighting power of this man's men was so terrifying that even if they tried to resist, they could not stop him. Even escaping became a luxury. Teleport, indeed it can. However, there are also old, weak, sick and disabled people among the people of Adra, and there are even some people with poor qualifications or special people who are not used to teleportation. Now they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ho. I, the great elder of the Adrat people, said that I came here just to learn the teleportation of your Adrat family. You must know that it was your unwillingness to teach that led to the destruction of your planet Adrat. Without strong enough power, there is no way to maintain such ability. You still have a chance now, but my patience has its limits. You should also know that I will not show mercy. The longer you delay, the more Adrats will die until the end. Kill them all. Gula's cold words lingered in the ears of Great Elder Kelu like the whispers of a devil. Such a naked threat made Great Elder Kelu dare to be angry but afraid to speak out. If he doesn't agree, all his people will be slaughtered by the demon Gula. But once he agrees, if a being like Gula learns the teleportation of the Adrats, he will probably kill them all. How should he choose? As a great elder, Kelu has never encountered such a dilemma since the day he was born until today. At this moment, 3 members of Gulat's team suddenly landed in the sky and landed next to Gulat, respectfully. Dre, Lord Gula, all the Adratites living nearby have been controlled. As long as you give an order, you can kill them all. Nez, hey, those Adratites who wanted to escape were all caught directly by me using the high-voltage power grid, and now we have them all put on collars that restrict their movement. Shaweza, Lord Gula, please give me instructions on the next step. Thank you for your hard work. I'll stay put for now. Gula smiled coldly. Turning around, he turned back to look at the Great Elder Kelu. You also heard that all the living Adratites nearby have been controlled by us. Should we continue to fight until the end of our race and annihilate our species, or should we hand over the teleportation to my king, and then we can still be friends? Hurry up and choose. If you don't choose, a new game will start and you won't have a chance in a while. Gula crossed his arms, his words and deeds were so cruel and ruthless. In his eyes, such a lowly species of life is just an ant. It is also strange that the Creator actually gave the people of Adra such a natural advantage. Great Elder Kelu gritted his teeth. He was trembling all over. Finally, he seemed to have made some decision and had to lower his proud head. Can you guarantee that I will teach you teleportation and you will let us Adeltra planet go? Hearing this, Gula laughed loudly. Of course. I am the Emperor of the universe. I will do what I say. So sure, how it will be done is unknown. After receiving the final psychological comfort, Great Elder Kelu sighed. Compromise is the only way to go. This situation happened to be clearly seen by Lin Chuan, who came through teleportation. Lin Chuan has arrived, but he didn't show up. After confirming Gula's true intention, he was ready to take action. I didn't expect that the dignified Gula would do such a coercive act. It's really shocking. You, Gula, are also the Emperor of the universe. You still do things in this way. Don't you think it lowers your worth? Lin Chuan's voice sounded and echoed in the area. It attracted the attention of Gula and all the Special Forces members, including the Great Elder Kelu of Adrat. The situation changes in an instant. Oh, I didn't expect there to be other outsiders on the planet Adrat. Inferior humans. Tails. So that's it, you're a Saiyan. Things are getting more and more interesting. After seeing Lin Chuan coming out of the darkness and confirming Lin Chuan's identity as a Saiyan, Gula was only slightly surprised and then quickly showed a playful look. Have you been on the planet Yadatra before, or did you just come to this planet recently? From what I know, there seem to be only a few Saiyans. According to the news from Frieza, you Saiyans have been quite active recently. You should not be among those people, right? Gula didn't stop speaking and asked directly. Such questions told Lin Chuan that the messages from Gula and Frieza were indeed synchronized. Is it necessary to worry about this? Now you shouldn't say that I, a Saiyan, am so bold and reckless that I dare to appear in front of you. In front of the Emperor of the Universe. Distraught by the unexpected answer, Gula took a long time to react before he finally came back to his senses. The look in his eyes changed drastically because a mere Saiyan monkey was actually making such innuendo at him. I understand, you are here to seek death. Gula is cold-blooded than Frieza, that's for sure. After saying these words, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Do it earlier to save time. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes also exuded a dangerous atmosphere. Gula didn't move or be disturbed. The men beside him stood up after understanding. As a member of Gulart, Dre's combat power is as high as 185,000 points. Wild and huge, he took a step forward. HMPH, let me ravage you on behalf of King Gula. A mere Saiyan monkey dares to escape in front of us. How can you tease King Gula like this? Dre said while saying. He stepped forward and flipped the combat power detector worn on his right eye. With the activation of the combat power detector, Dre also clearly saw Lin Chuan's combat power value at this time. Dre, what's his combat power value? Nez asked with a playful look on his face, his arms crossed. The Adrat people were so useless that he didn't even have the pleasure of it. If this Saiyan had some strength, he could be teased as a mouse. TCH, I thought he was so powerful, but it turned out to be a waste with only 5,000 combat power points. Dre had a look of disdain on his face. With 5,000 combat power points, they are not even as good as the elite soldiers under their command. HMPH, is a mere 5,000 points of combat power so far away. Saiyans are indeed simple-minded ants. Hearing this, Frieza crossed his arms and didn't care. He will not take action against such ants, and will wait for the good show to begin. Click, click, Dre was gearing up, and the joking look on his face became more intense. Saiyan, don't be afraid, it will only hurt for a moment. After Dre said this, he rushed towards Lin Chuan with anger, and hit Lin Chuan's face with his huge fist. Whoosh! A burst of sound broke through the air. Del Rey's fist that was supposed to hit unexpectedly missed. What? The attack failed, and Dre felt in disbelief. The remaining people, Gula, Frieza and Nez were all shocked by this scene. Lin Chuan also teleported behind Dre at this time. The trash is talking about yourself. How dare you talk to me? Lin Chuan said indifferently. He raised his hand, and golden light flashed in his palm. In just a moment, vast golden energy shot out from his palm like a roaring wave. Boom! The roaring energy released with a single palm engulfed Dre's body entirely. When the energy dissipated, Dre's figure no longer existed. In this extremely destructive energy, Dre was directly burned to ashes by Lin Chuan's domineering power. Instantly killing Dre, whose combat power reached 185,000 points, moved even Gula, who had underestimated Lin Chuan at first. He has not seen such a powerful low-level human warrior for many years. Hey, are you kidding me? Dre was actually killed by this guy. How is that possible? Nez's face was horrified, and his body fell back uncontrollably, with cold sweat already soaking his whole body. He knows how strong Dre's fighting ability is. Now, he was killed instantly by the person in front of him. The opponent's combat power was at least 200,000 points. That's not right. 5,000 combat power points. Dot has not changed. This guy is the type who can control his combat power at will. That guy Dre was fooled from the beginning. His true combat power is definitely above 250,000 points. Frieza was already sweating profusely from nervousness. He didn't understand why a Saiyan could have such strong fighting power. 250,000 points, is this really the combat power that a Saiyan can achieve? Nez was sweating profusely. The great elder of Adrat, Kelu, felt extremely happy when he saw Lin Chuan instantly killing Dre with one blow. No matter what Lin Chuan's identity is, as long as he can get rid of these bad guys in front of him, he will be the most noble friend of the Adrat people. Even if you have 250,000 points of combat power, you two can still fight together. Gula gave the order with a strong interest in Lin Chuan. Frieza, as you command, King Gula. Nez, as you command, King Gula. Gula has given an order, they have to go even if they don't want to. Otherwise, death will be even worse. A Frieza has a combat power of 170,000 points. Another Nez has a combat power of 163,000 points. The two of them join forces, even if their combat power reaches 250,000 points, they are indeed capable of fighting. However, that's about it. Frieza and Nez looked at each other and put on fighting postures. Both sides secretly accumulated strength at the same time, and finally rushed out at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right to attack Lin Chuan. It's so boring, with the power of an ant. Lin Chuan would never let go of those who actively seek death. These two guys are not even as good as Dre, who was instantly killed by him just now. Even if they attack at the same time, what's the use? Garbage should be thrown into the trash can. Lin Chuan is also a person with a temper. He will fight back when he is ridiculed. At the moment when the two of them acted, Lin Chuan also acted at the same time. Faster than lightning, in just one breath, he arrived in front of Frieza and Nez, accumulating energy in his hands and placing them against their chests. How is that possible? Frieza's expression changed drastically. How could he be so fast? Nez was horrified. Boom, single quote. Boom, single quote. The energy beam shot straight out and swallowed up the bodies of Frieza and Nez. The two men repeated Dre's fate and were burned to ashes under Lin Chuan's devastating energy attack. Killing two of his generals instantly again made the look of surprise on Gula's face even heavier. Is this young man really sent by God to save us? Great, he looks very strong, and he will definitely be able to defeat the demon Gula. Great Elder Kelu's mood became excited, and he changed his previous fear. Paw, paw, paw. After such a wonderful performance, Gula changed his attitude and instead of getting angry, he clapped his hands and applauded. The sudden applause made Lin Chuan turn around and look at Gula. I have killed all your men, and you seem to be very happy. Are you stupid? Or stupid? Lin Chuan teased expressionlessly. Between words, he directly used stupid words to cover Gula. They are sharp-tongued and sharp-tongued. They were killed just because their skills were inferior to others. But you have indeed aroused my strong interest. As a Saiyan, you have such a powerful power, which makes me admire you with admiration. Your performance just now didn't look like you only had a few 100,000 combat power points. According to my guess, your combat power should be over 1,000,000 points, right? Now that 3 of my Special Forces members have died in your hands, the position next to me is also vacant. How about you fill this position? Below 1 person, above 10,000 people. Gula was very fond of Lin Chuan in front of him. He knew very well that it was not about having too many soldiers, but about having the best, so he extended an olive branch to Lin Chuan. Each of his Special Forces members has been carefully selected, and their combat effectiveness has reached more than 150,000 points. Even the strongest Ginyu under Frieza was an unqualified member who was passed over from him. He has traveled most of the universe, and there are very few people with Lin Chuan's strength. It's best to keep it for your own use. Listening to Gula's solicitous words, Lin Chuan tried not to laugh out loud. This guy is really arrogant. But yes, before this era, they did belong to their frozen demon clan. Compared to being under 1 person, I prefer being over thousands of people. Speaking of which, even if I agree, aren't you afraid that I will surrender to you and wait for an opportunity to kill you? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, said in a joking tone. To be honest, both Frieza and Gula are arrogant. It was because of their extreme arrogance that they all died in the end. In fact, Gula's death was even more aggrieved, because he sent Kakarot away, and finally went to Earth to give Kakarot his head. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Gula didn't have much unexpected expression on his face. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm now. Every soldier under my command has the ambition to replace me, but they all failed in the end. Do you know why? As he finished each word, Gula's hands slowly opened, and he was full of terror. The cold evil aura spread at an extremely fast speed. The combat power reached the level of 100 million and began to press towards Lin Chuan. As Gula's pressure expanded, the temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply, and the great elder of Adrat, Kelu, was even more frightened by this evil energy. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was not affected in any way by the pressure of Gula's aura. Even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he can still use his power as he wishes. In other words, he has achieved perfect control over his own power. In particular, he has condensed infinite life energy in his body. It's not the power of a god, but it's stronger than ordinary energy. Moreover, by using the energy pool of Super Saiyan, he can be as strong as he wants. Just over 100 million. Just right for him to take on the next level challenge. Are you so frightened that you can't speak? Hehehehe, it was as expected by the king. I will tell you, my combat power is 150 million points. You're not stupid enough to think that you can defeat me, are you? Gula showed his figure to Lin Chuan extremely arrogantly. The cold evil energy in his body rolled like a tsunami, and he seemed to think that just by doing this, he could scare Lin Chuan. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Chuan didn't show a horrified expression, but looked at him like a clown. You're right about this. I really don't think it's a big deal for you. Is 150 million points of combat power very high? Lin Chuan crossed his arms and stared at Gula with frosty eyes. HMPH, killed 3 of my capable men, and now you say such words, you are really seeking your own death. Saiyan monkey, if you don't want to surrender, then go die. Gula, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by murderous intent. Gula's movements were like thunder and fast as lightning. Boom, single quote. The billion-level energy spread the ultimate destructive power in all directions. This punch containing murderous intent was blocked by Lin Chuan in an understatement. The two sides faced off, and powerful force spread in all directions. The ground beneath their feet was dented by the force, forming a huge crater more than 10 meters deep. The great elder of Adrat, Kelu, who was on the side, was in tragedy. He was overturned by the aftermath of the battle and flew 100 meters away. The two sides faced off for more than 10 seconds, but there was still no result. Lin Chuan had a confident smile on his face, and golden arrogance flashed around him. Facing Gu La's angry blow, he was as steady as a rock. Normal strength is insufficient, energy intensity comes to support. There is also the energy pool of Super Saiyan. Gula was clenching his teeth and exerting force at this moment, switching from attacking with one hand to using 2 hands. Lin Chuan did not escape, but clasped his fingers with him and began a power struggle. Gravity training is not in vain, his physical strength is no longer what it used to be. No matter how hard Gula exerted himself, the power Lin Chuan unleashed was equal to or even better than him, making it impossible for him to easily take advantage. What's wrong? Is this the only level of fighting ability you think you have? Looking at Gula, who looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, Lin Chuan curled his lips and a sneer appeared on his face. Being ridiculed, Gula was furious and roared, "You self-righteous wild monkey, stop being so complacent." Gula roared, seized the opportunity, charged up and kicked out. Logically speaking, this attack should have severely damaged Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan had already anticipated Gula's attack and easily dodged the attack. The two sides distanced themselves, and stepped tens of meters away, outside the pit, and stood face to face. In the first confrontation, he did not take advantage and was even ridiculed by the other party. At this moment, Gula felt heavy. He finally understood why Lin Chuan refused his solicitation and even had the courage to attack him. Just based on the performance just now, it can be concluded that the opponent's combat power is definitely very close to the unit of 100 million. Suddenly, an idea appeared in my mind. But soon, Gula was forgotten again. Because he thought it was impossible. Your fighting ability is indeed beyond my expectations. With this strength, you are indeed qualified to fight against me. But with this level of fighting power, you will never be able to defeat me. In the fight just now, I probably understood how strong you are. 90 million points of combat power. It's even above that, but it doesn't reach 100 million units. As a reward for shocking me, I will let you see the truly terrifying power. You are the first to witness it, ha 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 ha. Gula teased while raising his breath. You can tell from his words how conceited and arrogant he is. But unlike Frieza, although he was very playful, he didn't hold back. Facing Lin Chuan, he chose to directly use his full strength to carry out the final evolution. Sure enough, there is another level of transformation. In that case, take it out quickly and don't waste time. Otherwise, your current strength will make it impossible for me to exert any energy. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and said casually. Wild monkey, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Gula roared with murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, his body began to expand, the energy in his body rioted, and his powerful breath leaked out, causing the surrounding air pressure to become unstable. In just a few seconds, this explosive increase in energy caused the entire Adrat star to shake violently. The surviving Adratites all showed expressions of despair at this moment. Because of the explosion of Gula's power, the area of 100 miles has been covered by dark clouds. The sky shook and the earth shook, lightning flashed and thunder thundered. The wind roared and wreaked havoc on the earth. It would be no exaggeration to say that this situation is the end of the world. Gula's transformation continued, and the pressure released from his body became more and more terrifying. Feeling the increasing energy, Lin Chuan's expression did not change at all, and he stared at Gula indifferently from beginning to end. Even if his combat effectiveness under normal conditions is far inferior to that of his opponent, he can still temporarily rely on the boundless energy pool of the Super Saiyan to supply himself, making himself stable. I've kept you waiting for a long time, come on. Let you see the terror of this king now. Gula, who had completed his final transformation, unleashed his evil energy wantonly and laughed heartily. At this moment, he was like a mecha demon. The whole body exudes terrifying coercion. Speaking of it, you can be considered the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Faced with Gula's wildness, Lin Chuan said with a hint of playfulness. Knowing that Gula now has 470 million combat points, he is not panic at all. Compared with more than 10 days ago, he was able to complete the transformation in a short moment. It is worthy of praise that you can feel the ultimate power of this king and still perform it like this. However, you will die soon. My current combat power is 470 million points. Gula mocked. He began to use his momentum to press towards Lin Chuan, trying to suppress it forcefully. Lin Chuan was full of disdain for this. It's already this time, and you're still doing this. I'm tired of waiting. With a fighting spirit in his eyes, Lin Chuan raised his hand and made a come-on gesture. HMPH. You are really looking for death. Wild monkey. No longer hesitating, Gula suddenly burst into flames. A powerful and heavy punch, with a terrifying momentum that could shatter everything, hit Lin Chuan. Just what I want. Upon seeing this, a golden light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Golden aura has gathered around the body, making it seem like a transformation, doubling its strength. Not a super series, it's a mimicry super match. With the help of the super sailing energy pool, one's own strength is increased by nearly 10 to 20 times. He charged up a punch, causing layers of powerful punches to be thrown out suddenly. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded. The fists of Gula and Lin Chuan collided, tearing the earth apart, shaking the space, and causing the entire Adrat planet to be affected fundamentally. Feeling the terrifying weight coming from his fist, Lin Chuan's heart sank, but his eyes were full of excitement. Gula is indeed a good opponent for a warm-up battle. At the same time, both sides drew back their fists as quickly as possible and punched each other again. This time, no one had any defense and used their bodies to withstand the blow firmly. Boom, pound, two sounds of penetration exploded. Both sides took the most powerful blows from each other. Lin Chuan bared his teeth and backed up dozens of meters away, and Gula did the same. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, the militant factor in his body was completely activated. Gula was different. He was the majestic emperor of the universe, but he was injured by a mere wild monkey. What a joke. He is now in his ultimate form. Death. The murderous intent increased sharply, a flash of light flashed across Gula's eyes, and his burly body burst out at extreme speed. The huge soles of the feet, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth, blasted towards Lin Chuan's front door. Lin Chuan hurriedly crossed his arms in defense, covering his chest. Boom, the earth cracked and rocks flew. Gula's terrifying power overturned Lin Chuan's body. Even if he inserted his feet into the ground, Lin Chuan still flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Hiss, it really hurts. The pain in both arms stimulated Lin Chuan's spirit. Gula's attack was not particularly destructive. While Lin Chuan was sighing, Gula's attack came again. Not having much time to sigh, Lin Chuan burst out and faced off again. Boom, 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 boom. Thrilling explosions resounded in all directions, and the figures of Lin Chuan and Gula quickly shuttled across the earth like polar shadows. This fist-to-flesh duel and collision was so terrifying and frightening. Both sides used their close combat capabilities to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, Gula's fighting power is fierce and sturdy, and he has the upper hand in this battle. All physical indicators exceeded the current Lin Chuan, and Gula showed his terrifying suppressive power. The crazy attack with fists and kicks did not give Lin Chuan any chance to breathe. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to Lin Chuan. However, this also made Lin Chuan even more motivated to fight. The more difficult the battle, the greater the reward for him after surviving it. The warlike factors and Saiyan blood in his body were boiling. Lin Chuan felt a warm current surge in his body, and his combat power increased extremely rapidly in this battle. Boom. Single quote. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan hit Gula in the face with a heavy punch, knocking him back. The counterattack has begun. What? Gula, who was knocked back, stabilized his body, his eyes full of horror. Is it an illusion? He felt as if the Saiyan had become stronger again. As expected of Frieza's brother, you are indeed a very dangerous guy. Lin Chuan twisted his neck and moved his limbs. Hot steam was rising all over his body at this moment. After this fight, he gained a lot of insights. Needless to say, Gula was indeed a master. Lin Chuan had never seen this guy's fighting style before. The Saiyan blood in his body was activated, eager to fight with the strong. This is the nature of Saiyans. Fighting nation, Saiyans. HMPH. Are you still pretending now? Do you think this king really can't help you? The combat strength of nearly 500 million is not empty. Even if Lin Chuan uses the Super Saiyan energy pool to mimic his form, there is still a gap. In Gula's eyes, Lin Chuan became a lamb to be slaughtered. After the previous confrontation, he had roughly figured out Lin Chuan's strength. Next, it's time for him to completely crush him. This wild monkey must pay the price for his arrogance. It seems that your fighting power is only at this level. I have to say that your strength reminds me of the legend of your clan, the Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, even if you are still not worth it in front of me. Mention it, Gula said jokingly. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.